In a large, lantern-lit cave, a small group of villagers gathers around a covered wagon. A man named Gams tries to calm down a tense situation between a woman, Kem, and a little girl, Carol. Hey, Carol, Kem, get along, you two. Watching from the side, a red-haired woman named Layla nudges her companion, Rhodys. And don't just watch Gams, do something about them too. Miles away in a dark room, a man named Yoshi sits at his computer, a faint smile on his face as he types. Everyone, do your best today too, all right. This is Yoshi, and this is the story of how he, a man who has been a NEET for 10 years. It came the god of fate, saved some villagers, and in turn was saved as well. Our story begins 1 month ago. Yoshi sits at the kitchen table while his mother lectures him. Have you shaped up and found yourself a job yet? Your father won't be able to work forever, you know. She continues, her words sharp. We can still make do for now, but what'll you do once we pass on? His sister chimes in, exasperated. I get it already, but Yoshi has had enough. God, you're annoying. He slams his hand on the table, his mind racing. Here we go again. Stop doing that in the middle of my lunch. You keep saying I get it, but nothing ever changes. He notes to himself that this lecture rarely ever happens so early in the day. Pushing his plate away, he stands up. Arg, I lost my appetite now. He knows he's acting despicably, but he can't stop himself. As his mother calls out, hey, what about the rest of your food? Yoshi walks away, reflecting on his life. After graduating high school and a mediocre university, that's when the problems really started. In a flashback, a younger, cleaner-cut Yoshi sits through a series of stressful job interviews. He tried his best, but he completely failed to land a job at a good company. The constant rejection crushed him, and soon, he lost all motivation. Then came the messages from his friends, celebrating their successes. I managed to get a job offer. Yoshi could only stare at the screen, a pit forming in his stomach. He typed out a hollow reply, congratulations. But the inevitable follow-up question always came, how about you, Yoshi? The words hit him like a physical blow. 1 year passed after graduation, then 2, until a whole decade had dragged on. Back in the present, his mother's voice drones on, comparing him to a successful neighbor. Our neighbor Masatsugu-kun already has a remarkable job and an adorable kid, and yet, Yoshi thinks, you don't need to tell me. He knows all his old classmates are living normal lives with families. And yet his self-pity is suddenly interrupted by the doorbell. He turns surprised. The intercom shows a delivery man. I am here to deliver a parcel, Yoshi cautiously replies, yes. He recognizes the logo on the box. He speaks into the intercom, give me a moment please, I'm coming out now. His mother appears suspicious. Oh my, it's rare for you to leave the house, you aren't buying stuff you can't afford, right? Yoshi snaps back, no, I probably scored a prize again. He explains that to distract himself from the guilt of being jobless, he enters every online sweepstakes he can find. He has to get the mail himself just in case he wins something, adult, that he can't show his parents. At the door, the delivery man asks for a signature, please stamp or sign. Could I sign then? Yoshi asks. The moment their eyes meet, the courier looks startled. Yoshi is used to it, the shock of seeing a disheveled man like him at home on a weekday. He's also gotten used to the brazen stares from his neighbors, who whisper as he signs for the package. Heading back inside, he looks at the small, lightweight box. It's pretty small. His sister peeks over his shoulder. What? Doesn't that just look like food? Ignoring her, Yoshi retreats to the one place he feels safe. His messy room. He opens the box and finds a disc and an envelope nestled in packing paper. What's this? He pulls out the contents, a game. The disc is labeled Village of Fate. He wonders, is this some test version of the final product? He unfolds the letter. Yashio-sama has been chosen to participate in our alpha test. Congratulations! It claims to be the world's first game with AI that can replicate human thought. Yoshi scoffs, the world's first, that's a bit of an exaggeration. He skims the rules. He's meant to act as a god of fate, giving daily instructions to villagers. The letter is filled with warnings. Please do not share the specifics of this game with anyone else. Please do not share any of the details, even online. He finds the secrecy a bit half-assed. If you break this agreement, your privilege will be revoked. He reads, it's just a typical user agreement. How would they even know if he posted about it? But 2 other rules stand out. First, he must always be connected online. And second, if the villagers all die, it's permanent game over. The game saves constantly, so there are no do-overs. Yoshi stares at the disc, unnerved. Isn't that a bit harsh? I gotta keep them alive even though I'm an alpha tester. Even if they're confident in the game's balancing, that sounds unreasonable. Yoshi stares at his laptop, the strange game disc sitting beside it. This is filled with contradictions, he thinks, but I guess the issue now is whether or not I should install this suspicious game. He quickly types Village of Fate into a search engine, but the result is stark, 0 hits, and I'm not getting any search results either. Deciding to take the risk, he gets up and moves to an older computer tower. It's probably filled with viruses, so I guess I'll do it on my old PC. He presses the button to open the disk drive, still skeptical. I think it's probably some half-baked game or someone's prank though. As the tray whirs open, he places the disc inside, a sense of morbid curiosity taking over. All I do every day now is just play games or surf the web. Even if it's a trick, I could just write about it as a joke on Reddit or something. He sits back down, his expression unreadable as the computer begins to read the disc. Suddenly the title screen pops up, Village of Fate. Yoshi leans in, muttering to himself, it's probably simplistic or half-baked or something. An enter button appears on the screen. Oh. With a decisive click, he presses the enter key. He sits back, expecting a low-budget intro. But what appears on screen makes his eyes widen in disbelief. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. Hey, you're shitting me. The screen displays a cinematic scene of a horse-drawn wagon speeding through a dense forest. The detail is unbelievable, from the straining muscles of the horses to the dirt kicked up by the wheels. Yoshi is completely captivated. I've never seen such high-definition graphics in my entire life. On screen, the driver, a rugged man named Gams, grips the reins with a tense, determined expression. He glances back, his face grim. The camera pulls out to reveal why. They're being pursued. Two grotesque orc-like monsters riding massive, tusked boars are closing in fast, one wielding a sword and the other a heavy axe. Their faces are twisted in a predatory snarl. Yoshi leans closer to the monitor, completely engrossed. So the setting's a medieval fantasy, huh? Are they getting hunted by some monsters? Inside the rattling wagon, a family huddles in fear. Rhodys and Layla embrace the young girl Carol, trying to shield her. The couple holds Carol tight as the wagon shakes violently. Nearby, the woman named Kem kneels, clutching a book and praying desperately. God of fate, God of fate, God of fate. One of the monsters on its boar pulls up alongside the wagon, raising its axe. With a brutal swing, it smashes into the wooden side, sending splinters flying. The impact throws them all off balance as Carol lets out a terrified scream, Eek. Back in his room, Yoshi is on the edge of his seat, his own body tensing with the action. His hand rests nervously on his mouse, as if he could somehow intervene. The axe-wielding orc now targets the horses, preparing to cut them down. Yoshi gasps, is it planning on taking down the horse first? But Gams reacts in a flash. The orc brings its axe down with tremendous force. With a deafening clang of steel, Gams stands and parries the blow with his own sword, protecting the horse. The force of the impact reverberates through the cart. But as Gams is occupied, the second orc with the sword closes in on the other side. Gams spots the new threat, but he's too slow to react. The orc raises its blade, ready to deliver a fatal strike to the defenseless horse. Yoshi's eyes are wide with horror, watching the inevitable unfold. Just then, Kem's book erupts with a blinding, divine light. A massive wave of energy explodes from the wagon, engulfing the entire area in a flash of white. The orcs are caught completely off guard, blasted back by the concussive force. They're thrown from their mounts, their attack completely thwarted. And then, as quickly as it appeared, the light vanishes. Yoshi slams his hands on his desk, staring at the screen in utter shock. Hey, what the hell happened? In the game, the wagon has come to a stop. Gams looks back to see the monsters retreating into the forest. Inside, the family is safe. Carol is even smiling, amazed by the miracle that just saved them. Yoshi watches bewildered. Did she save them? The villagers get out of the now stationary wagon, the immediate danger over. I guess this is where the game starts then, Yoshi thinks to himself. Well then, I wonder what I should do. In the game world, a group of 5 villagers gathers around their wagon, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and worry. From his computer, Yoshi moves his cursor over the scarred swordsman, Gams. He decides to dig into the characters, curious about the game's setup. Yoshi clicks, pulling up the character's profile. The bio for Gams appears, a 26-year-old swordsman covered in scars and the older brother of a priestess named Kem. Next, he checks out the priestess, Kem. His internal thought is immediate. A swordsman and a priestess as siblings, they don't look anything alike. Yoshi leans back, impressed by the high-quality graphics. This CG is insane, it must have cost a fortune, he thinks, deciding to check the profiles for the rest of the group. He pulls up the bios for the energetic 7-year-old, Carol, and her father, the 33-year-old former shopkeeper, Rhodys. The final profile is for Layla, Rhodys' level-headed wife. Yoshi concludes, so these 5 must be the main characters, the other 3 are a family. Watching the characters interact is entertaining, but Yoshi is still trying to figure out the controls. He suddenly recalls a detail from the game's instructions. Wait, wasn't there something about a prophecy? Back in the game, a conversation begins. Yoshi notes that the dialogue appears as text boxes. Guess it's not the fully voiced version, he muses. On screen, the swordsman Gams kneels, his head bowed in shame. I'm sorry, he says. As the village guard, all I could do was create an opening for you to escape. But the villagers don't blame him. The little girl Carol runs forward. Hey, please raise your head. It's a miracle any of us survived, she exclaims. By the way, what was that massive light earlier? Was that you, big brother Gams? Before Gams can answer, his sister Kem interjects with a sharp, jealous smile. Carol-chan, I've told you time and again that Gams is my big brother, not yours. She clings to Gam's arm, much to his discomfort. Yoshi smirks. Yep, she's definitely got a brother complex. A handsome hero with a beautiful, brocon little sister. This guy has to be the main protagonist. Gams gently pushes Kem away. Kem, that's an immature way to treat a child. She immediately apologizes, looking downcast. Carol sticks her tongue out, giggling. You got in trouble. Watching the dynamic play out, Yoshi is impressed. The character personalities are perfectly designed, he thinks. Maybe this is a good game after all. Rhodey's cuts in, bringing the focus back to the real issue. You two can joke around later, more importantly that light. Kem flushes, defending herself. We weren't joking, but I'll get back on topic. She holds up her Bible, which seems to radiate a faint energy. That mysterious light, it poured out from this Bible. Suddenly, a notification sound dings from Yoshi's computer. He leans in as a tutorial message appears on his screen. The text explains his role. You must now become their god. You cannot control them directly, but once per day, you can fill in a page of their Bible to send a prophecy. Yoshi's eyes widen. So instead of choosing options, I have to write out text to give orders. He sits back, contemplating the strange mechanic. I'll worry about it later. For now, let's test it. The AI can probably only understand simple words at best. He begins to type, carefully crafting his message. This is taking a while, he thinks, trying to make his sentences sound like they came from a god. Finally, he's done. All right, let's see. If the AI can understand even a tenth of this, I'll call it a godly game. With a final click, he hits the enter key, sending his prophecy into the game world. Instantly, Kem's Bible erupts in a brilliant light, startling both her and Gams. Kem stares at the glowing book in utter disbelief. Even Carol is stunned into silence by the divine spectacle. Tears well up in Kem's eyes as she looks to the heavens. A miracle, God, we are eternally grateful. She turns to the others, holding the radiant Bible aloft. Everyone, we've received a prophecy from the god of fate. The villagers gather around, their faces a mix of awe and shock. Rhodey's breaks down, tears streaming down his face. It's a miracle. Carol cheers, but Layla sheepishly raises her hand. Sorry, Carol and I are illiterate. Kem looks to her brother, but Gams shakes his head. I can handle simple words, but complex ones are no-go. Could you read it for us, Kem? The others look on expectantly. Kem nods, her voice filled with reverence. You are right, well then, allow me to read it. She takes a deep breath. Kneeling by the wagon, she begins to read the divine words. I am the god of fate, you, who have escaped a narrow death. Gams listens intently as Kem continues. It is most pleasant to see that you have driven away the monster's pursuit through my miracle. The family hangs on every word. From now on, I shall bestow a prophecy once per day. I hope you will live unhealthy in accordance to my will. Kem reads the final, crucial instruction. Start by harvesting trees and securing a place to live. Back in his room, Yoshi shoves his chair back, completely floored. No fucking way. The villagers are overcome with emotion. So God saved us, Rhodey cries, and he's showing us concern, Layla adds. What a relief to be alive. Carol clasps her hands together, and he'll enlighten us every day. We are most grateful, God. Yoshi stares at his monitor in disbelief. They completely understood the sentences. He leans closer, his mind racing. Isn't technology like this still several decades ahead of its time? The screen displays the exact text he typed, now a holy scripture for the villagers. Yoshi's shock turns into manic excitement. If these characters can understand and respond, this game is seriously unbelievable. Yoshi leans into his monitor, his mind blown. If these characters can actually understand and respond to sentences, this game is seriously unbelievable. He pulls back, a skeptical look on his face. No, wait, they might just be executing one of their pre-configured action sequences. Staring at the villagers on his screen, he wonders, exactly what is this game? In the game world, Kem addresses the small group. The god of fate is telling us to harvest trees and secure a place to sleep. Let's split up and get it done. But Rhodey, the practical one, steps forward. May I ask a question? Even if we cut down these trees, we can't use them as timber immediately. They need to be processed and dried. Kem looks completely lost. We have to dry timber. Yoshi mirrors her confusion. In a game like this, you can't just cut down a tree and instantly build a house. Rhodey explains patiently, gesturing to a stack of logs. Trees have a lot of liquid in them. If you build with them before they're dry, they'll warp and the structure will have defects. Kem looks down, embarrassed by her lack of knowledge. Is that so? I didn't even know about something like that. Gams the warrior steps in to smooth things over. God's thinking can't be matched by mere humans. He must have his own plans. How about we start by cutting down some trees first? He reassures Kem, who whispers, thanks for the cover, Rhodey. With the debate settled, Gams and Rhodey get to work, felling the first of many trees. Meanwhile, the women, led by Layla and accompanied by young Carol, begin foraging for any edible plants they can find. Yoshi watches the two groups, summarizing their actions. So the men, Gams and Rhodey, are harvesting trees while the girls are searching the area for food. His fingers move over the mouse. Oh, so if you scroll with the mouse, you can zoom in and out of the scene, huh? He scrolls out and the camera pulls back dramatically. Let's take a look at the current area. The tiny, lit clearing is just a speck of light in an overwhelmingly vast and dark forest. The map reveals a thin, winding path, the route they took to escape. So this is a fog of war type of game, huh? The map only opens up when the characters explore. A new, more pressing question hits him. More importantly, how does time progress in this game? His eyes widen at the terrifying possibility. Could it be that the game is real time as well? After I give them a prophecy, I just have to wait and see. He leans back stunned. No, there's no way. Are the developers saying it's impossible to have a game like this? Just then, a notification sound chimes from his computer. A new text box has appeared. As the god of fate, there is one more act you can perform. By using fate points, you can bring about many miracles. The game seems to read his mind. What are fate points? That must have crossed your mind, yes. The tutorial explains, fate points are granted in proportion to how much the villagers feel indebted to the god of fate, that is, to you. It directs him to the corner of the screen. Please look at the number shown at the upper right-hand corner, Yoshi mutters, upper right. There he sees the number, 97. Those are your fate points. The explanation continues, showing the villagers at work. The more the residents are in gratitude to you, the more your points will increase. The more indebted they feel from your prophecies, the more points you'll get. And if you gain more residents, the amount gained will certainly increase as well. Yoshi strokes his chin, putting it all together. So my points fluctuate based on the contents of my prophecy then. The tutorial finishes with a final piece of advice. If the village flourishes and the residents increase, the effects of the miracles improve as well, so please do your best. Intrigued, Yoshi moves his cursor. I guess I'll take a look at the contents of these so-called miracles. A menu opens, revealing powerful options. He could make a peddler visit, a traveling doctor show up, have escaped villagers reunite, or even summon a hunter. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes the true extent of his power. I see. So since I'm acting as the god of fate, I can literally manipulate people's destinies. He then notices another menu for controlling the weather. Ooh, I can control the weather a bit too. This really does feel like the miracle of a god. But his excitement fades as he glances at his meager 97 points. He leans back in his chair. Nonetheless, I only have a few points. What should I use them on? This is tough. He decides on a course of action. I guess I'll listen to what the villagers are saying and base my decision on that. He zooms back in on Gams and Roadies, who are hard at work chopping down a tree. As they work, Roadies sighs in relief. Nevertheless, it was truly a relief that we had the god of fate's divine protection. Gams grunts in agreement. Yeah, you're right. Roadies tries to make small talk. It'd be perfect if it doesn't rain. Gams just says, yeah. Roadies tries again. You're really close with Kemsan, aren't you? The answer is the same, yeah. Yoshi watches the painfully awkward exchange. He sighs, focusing on the stoic warrior. Gams, even though Roadies is trying to break the ice, this isn't turning into a conversation at all. Giving up on them, Yoshi clicks his mouse. No good, their conversation won't be of any help. How about the girls? He switches his view to the women. Kem asks, Layla-san, how much food did you manage to bring? Layla replies, I brought 3 wooden boxes we were meant to sell. If we ration them, we might survive for 2 weeks. Kem's face falls with worry. 2 weeks, you say? It would be great if we could secure a stable source of food by then, but... Their conversation sparks an idea for Yoshi. Securing food, in that case, if I chose a peddler visits, could they buy food from them? He considers the alternative. If they're going to secure it on their own, they'd be looking for fish or other food on the mountain. I wonder how much natural food there even is around here. He contemplates his next prophecy. Should I instruct Gams to investigate the area tomorrow, but would it be a good idea to separate their one and only fighter from everyone else? Just then little Carol runs up to her mother holding something. Mother, I found a mushroom. Layla shrieks in terror. That's a poisonous mushroom, drop it. The scene triggers a cold, logical thought in Yoshi's mind. If this is a game I'm trying to win, I should use Carol, who isn't contributing much, to scout and widen the map. Carol freezes, startled by her mother's shout. Yoshi immediately shakes his head, disgusted with himself. No, if I cause them to die because of a careless action, it would weigh on my conscience. He scans the menus again, desperate for another way. Is there any other miracle I could use? His eyes land on a new option, familiar. His excitement returns. A familiar, a magical servant. If I get one, I could use it to explore the map safely. He sees a massive list of over 50 types, including unicorns and slimes. For reconnaissance, a bird would be perfect. They can travel far and are great for scouting. But when he looks at the cost, he slams his head on the desk in defeat. All of them cost so many points that I can't afford them. He sees that even a basic dog or cat costs 300 points, way out of his price range. Scrolling to the bottom of the list, he finds the only option he might be able to get. He lies on his desk, utterly dejected. A chick is useless for reconnaissance. I guess there's no other way to earn points. But as he despairs, another notification sound chimes. A new message pops up. there is another method to increase your fate points as well. Yoshi looks up, intrigued. That is. The screen fills with images of falling cash. The words appear confirming his worst fear, the payment system. A pop-up flashes on Yoshi's screen, presenting a tempting but frustrating offer. Pay 1,000 yen to get 10 fate points. He recoils in annoyance. Hey, so they've even implemented the most annoying system for NEETs then. Of course a payment system is natural, but in a test version. Yoshi starts calculating. The points I have now aren't enough for a familiar, but if I sink in 20,000 yen I could get a cat or a small dog, and besides that with more points I can give the villagers a better life. The thought of helping them spurs him into action. He slides open his desk drawer, rummaging around until he finds what he's looking for, his bank book. He flips it open, his eyes scanning the numbers. The reality of his situation hits him hard. All I have left is a bit over 10 grand. Desperate, he starts brainstorming. If I sold the books and games in my house, I could get a reasonable amount of money. And if I were to take the unopened prizes I won and put them up for auction? He grips his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the decision. MMGH, what should I do? As night falls outside, he turns his attention back to the game. He notices something on the screen that catches his eye. Inside the game world, the villagers are already settling down for the night. It's still 9 o'clock, everyone's going to sleep already. The children, Kem and Carol, wave happily from their wagon. Big brother, good night. By the campfire, the warrior Gam sits on watch. Rhodys approaches him, concerned. Why not go to sleep too, Gam-san? But Gams remains vigilant. It's fine, Rhodys-san, you never know when a monster might attack, so someone has to stay on lookout. Rhodys smiles, his faith unwavering. It is fine though, did we not witness God's miracle firsthand? With God's power, the monsters will not approach us, and since he is even granting us prophecies, it means the God of fate is watching over us. Listening to this, Yoshi speaks through Gam's internal thoughts, a bitter truth only he knows. It would be nice if that were true. I am sorry, I don't have that sort of power. Yoshi stares at the screen, worried. Sigh, at this rate, they'll be under the impression that they're completely safe since God can do anything. But if I tell them my powers have limitations, their gratitude towards God will weaken, and I won't gain many points anymore. He decides on a more practical approach. I guess I should briefly look into wood manufacturing then. As he types into the search bar, a wave of self-reflection hits him. I wonder how many years it has been since I've seriously looked something up like this. It's been close to 10 years of just watching videos or shitposting on Reddit. If I had just devoted that wasted time to other things, maybe I could have given these villagers more decent advice. The regret deepens. If I wasn't a NEET, I would have had money saved up to increase my fate points, and for the villagers, if they had a normal working person as their player, I'm sure they could have had a more relaxing lifestyle. He lets out a dry, humorless laugh. Why am I regretting my past over game? Gaming is meant for pleasure. He stands up from his desk and catches a glimpse of his haggard reflection in the window. Suddenly, a sharp, familiar pain throbs in his side. He doubles over, clutching his abdomen. He lifts his shirt, revealing a large, ugly scar. When it gets cold, my scar hurts. His eyes darken as the pain triggers a traumatic memory. Yes, I'm recalling that bad memory again. The past rushes back. A younger Yoshi stands on a street with a girl, confronted by an aggressive young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle. The bowl-cut youth yells, his face contorted with rage. You hear me? Don't get close to my little sister again. Younger Yoshi stands his ground, silent. The youth grabs him by the collar, shoving him back. Say something, promise me here right now. He mutters something unintelligible, his face a mask of cold fury. Yoshi can only stare back, confused. In an instant, the girl screams in terror, Big brother. Something small and sharp clatters onto the pavement. Before Yoshi can process what's happening, the bowl-cut youth lunges. He drives a knife straight into Yoshi's side. Pain explodes through his body. He lets out a choked cry as the blade sinks deep. Gwa. The attacker stands over him, the bloody knife held firmly in his hand. A cold, emotionless expression on his face. Yoshi's vision blurs with terror. Stop. He collapses to the ground, his voice a desperate whisper. Help. The girl can only watch, frozen in horror. Yoshi cries out, clutching the bleeding wound. Back in the present, his voice narrates the memory. At the time, I left behind something important and ran for it. He clutches his scar, the phantom pain as real as the memory, and that's when it started, that no matter what I did, it never went well. He tries to push the thoughts away, gripping his chair. Just stop, I'm already at this point now. I have nothing else I can do anymore after all. He sinks back into his chair, turning to the glowing screen as his only escape. For now, I just want to immerse myself in gaming. The sun rises over a quiet suburban neighborhood, marking the start of a new day. But for Yoshi, it's just the end of another long night. He groggily opens his eyes, so it's already morning, huh? He'd been up all night at his computer, researching wood manufacturing for his game. He was so absorbed, he fell asleep without even realizing it. Yoshi sits up, his body aching from sleeping in his chair. He glances at the clock, 7:35 a.m. It's been a long time since I woke up at a time like this. He turns his attention back to the monitor. Now then, he thinks, it seems everyone's up already. Inside the game, his villagers are bustling with activity. Gams and roadies are already processing lumber. Kem, the devout priestess, is deep in her morning prayers. And Layla and Carol are out foraging. So it's true, Yoshi muses, this is the kind of game where the villagers live in real time. As he contemplates what divine message to send them, his stomach interrupts with a loud rumble. I guess I'm hungry, he admits. Come to think of it, he was so focused on the game he completely skipped dinner. A quick glance at the floor confirms his fears. He's out of snacks too. Driven by hunger, Yoshi heads downstairs. I wonder if there's anything in the fridge. As he approaches the dining room, he freezes, hearing familiar voices. Mom, pass me the soy sauce, his sister asks. Me too, another voice chimes in. The sound of his family hits him like a physical blow. Shit. He peeks in to see them eating breakfast. His father mentions he'll be working overtime again, and his mother fusses over him. Yoshi watches from the shadows, the tension in the room palpable. Ever since that incident, my younger sister and my father, they never talked directly. A memory of a happier time flashes in his mind, a time when they were a complete family, sharing a simple good morning. But that's the past. Now he feels like an outsider. Everyone's having breakfast so they can work hard for the day. How could somebody without a job like me face them? He can't bring himself to enter. Ashamed, he turns away and retreats back to the only place he feels he belongs, his room. To burn off his frustration, he grabs some dumbbells. I guess I'll do some muscle training. It's a habit he built after that incident. A desperate attempt to negate the weakness inside him, the weakness that made him run away back then. After a quick workout, he sits back down at his desk. His focus returns to the game, his only escape. He logs back in, checking on his villagers. He sees Layla gently reminding Carol, don't overwork yourself, to which the little girl happily replies, I'll be fine. Her father, Rhodey's, chimes in, Carol, if you get into trouble or need some physical help, just call your father. But Carol just beams, proud to be helping out. Okay. Watching this wholesome family interaction, Yoshi feels a pang of self-loathing. Even though it's a game, everyone seems to be living more remarkably than me. Feeling like a fraud, he decides to lower their expectations. I guess I'll warn them not to put too much hope onto an incompetent god. Back in the game world, Kem is startled as her holy book begins to radiate a divine light. She jumps to her feet, her eyes wide with excitement. Everyone, we received a prophecy from God today as well. The others gather around as she prepares to read the holy message. Kem reads his words aloud. My devout believers, I have currently lost half of my power. I can only bestow minor miracles and watch over you all. I want you to join forces with those around you to survive. That is my earnest wish. She finishes with his final words, I bless you all, but the villagers just stand there in stunned silence. Their expressions are grim and unreadable. Layla looks down, concerned, while Carol looks up at her, confused. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi's heart sinks. What's with the silence? He buries his face in his hands, instantly regretting his choice of words. Could they be disillusioned? I should have thought of a better excuse. But suddenly, Kem's face lights up, tears of joy streaming from her eyes. Everyone, how magnificent is this? God is watching over us. Yoshi can only stare in disbelief. Rhodey's is immediately fired up, interpreting the message in the most positive way imaginable. It's unbelievable that God would bless us. His loss of power must be due to his battles against the devils. We too cannot keep depending on God, he declares. We must strengthen our position further. Yoshi is stunned. It seems she interpreted it in a way that benefited me. He checks his stats and sure enough, his fate points have increased to 110. He gained 13 points, but it's still not much. If this is all I gain, I wonder if I'll even be able to activate a beneficial miracle once a week. He knows it's not enough to give them an easy life. He remembers a conversation he witnessed earlier between Layla and Kem. Kem was worried. In preparation for any monster attacks, we would need a wall or at least a fence to be able to rest easy. Layla agreed, adding, and we need the logs to build a house so we can't use them for a fence. Kem's biggest concern was even more basic. I'm more worried about our seasoning than our food. If we could just have a bit more salt. Yoshi sighs. He could solve these problems with miracles, but he can't waste his points. If I had more fate points, I could clear away some of their insecurity. He realizes there's only one option left. In that case, the only way to get more would be through payment. He's already listed some items for auction online, but it's not enough. As for what else I could sell, his eyes land on a stack of old games and a handheld console. If I bring these to a second-hand bookstore, I could get some quick cash. The problem is, he stands before his bedroom door, his greatest obstacle. Selling these entails going outside. He shields his eyes from the sunlight. It's already been a few months. No, if I don't count the late nights, I haven't gone out for around 2 years now. The thought of facing the world is terrifying, but then he glances back at his computer screen. He thinks of his villagers who are living their lives to the fullest, depending on him. It would be regrettable if I couldn't play the game again if they were to be utterly defeated. For them, he might just find the courage he needs. With a sigh of resignation, Yoshi makes a decision. I guess I'll go. He stands before his mirror, pulling on a button-up shirt, preparing to face the outside world for the first time in a while. But as he fastens the buttons, a wave of discomfort hits him. Even though I didn't particularly get fat, my clothes feel tight. He's confronted by the ghost of his younger self, a clean-cut, confident man in a suit. When I was a kid, he thinks, I envisioned being a more refined adult during my 30s, and hell, I even believed that I would turn into one naturally. The reality of his unkempt appearance sinks in, and his resolve begins to crumble. Defeated, Yoshi slumps back into his computer chair. I think I'll hold off for today after all, if I feel like it tomorrow. His eyes drift to the monitor, where in the game world, the young villager Carol is happily humming and gathering twigs. Suddenly, her foot catches on a rock. The cheerful girl loses her balance. She tumbles to the ground, scattering all the twigs she had worked so hard to collect. Watching from his room, Yoshi flinches, his heart sinking at the sight. On the screen, tears well up in Carol's eyes as she starts to sob. Yoshi feels a pang of helplessness, his hand instinctively reaching out towards the crying girl on his monitor. But then something changes. Carol wipes away her tears with a determined fist. She doesn't give up. One by one, she begins gathering the scattered twigs again, her expression set with resolve. Finally, she stands tall, proudly holding her bundle, a testament to her resilience. Yoshi stares at the screen, completely captivated. Her simple act of perseverance strikes a chord deep within him. With a few clicks, he checks on the other villagers. Gams and roadies are working together, hauling heavy logs to build up their home. By the river, Layla and Kem are diligently washing clothes. Everyone is doing their part, working hard for a better future. A fire ignites in Yoshi's eyes. Today's a different situation, isn't it? He springs from his chair, grabbing bags filled with his old belongings. I'll do my best too. As he strides purposefully out of his room, his younger sister spots him from the hallway. Her eyes widen in utter shock. You're heading out. She can't hide her surprise. That's rare, what's going on? Yoshi avoids her gaze, too focused on his mission to explain. See you later then, I'll be back. He heads outside and pulls his bicycle from its stand. But as he emerges onto the street, he's met with the cold, judgmental stares of two women from the neighborhood. They watch him pass, their disapproval obvious. He can feel their whispers piercing the air behind him. The familiar sting of shame washes over him. Isn't it funny seeing me like this? Aren't people belittling this man who isn't working even though he's old enough? He feels crushed under the weight of society's judgment. Words like unemployed, disgusted, and embarrassing swirl around him. But then an image of the villagers flashes in his mind. Carol, Gams, Layla, Roadies, and Kem, all working together, all trying their best. His eyes narrow with newfound determination. He grips the handlebars tightly. Ignoring the gossiping neighbors, Yoshi pedals with all his might, speeding down the street towards a new beginning. His destination is a second-hand shop called Book Hoen. He's here to sell his past, his old books and his handheld gaming console. Inside, he hands the stack of his former hobbies over to the store clerk. While waiting, he browses the aisles, his mind still on the game. I guess there aren't any books here that would help in making villages. His eyes land on the cover of a fantasy light novel. Oh, Otherworlds, huh? An idea begins to form. For this sort of thing, I think it was common for people in other worlds to express their gratitude after being granted modern knowledge. He realizes he might be able to apply concepts from these stories to help his villagers. The situation's different in this game, but it could be of reference. After selling his things, the small amount of cash he receives is a harsh reality check. Right now, I can't even afford something new that's just a few hundred yen. With his meager earnings, he gets back on his bike, wondering what to do next. He stops in front of a small, familiar bakery. The sign in the window brings back a flood of memories. This place. He remembers coming here as a child, his family happy and whole. After a moment of hesitation, he parks his bike and steps inside. Welcome, the baker greets him warmly. Yoshi looks around, a bittersweet feeling washing over him. He watches a young family at the counter, their cheerful bickering a stark contrast to his own quiet life. He approaches the display case. Excuse me. Knowing it's a luxury he can barely afford, he makes a choice. This is probably a bit of a waste as well. 4 puddings, please. With a small bag in hand, he leaves the bakery. Soon he arrives back home. He finds his sister in the living room. I'm home. Without a word, he holds out the bag to her. Here's some pudding. She takes it, her face lighting up with a rare, genuine smile. Oh my, you bought these for me, why thank you. Flustered by her reaction, Yoshi quickly turns away. I bought enough for everyone there. As he walks away, he scolds himself internally. What am I getting embarrassed over? He leans against his door, the weight of his self-loathing returning. A useless human being shouldn't feel content after doing one little decent thing. Alone in the hallway, he looks up with a sad, conflicted smile. What the hell am I doing at this age? With his fate points now at 310, Yoshi breathes a sigh of relief. Alright, he thinks, a slight smile on his face. I managed to pay 20,000 yen for now. He turns his attention back to the game where the villagers are gathered around a campfire. Next, what sort of miracle should I use? Gams, Kem, Roadies, and Carol share a meal, their small camp a tiny beacon of light in the dark woods. Yoshi recalls a feature he stumbled upon yesterday, a system that logs all the villagers' past conversations. He hesitates looking at the chat log. It feels like I'm eavesdropping, so I don't really feel like using it. But seeing Carol's happy face, he knows he has to understand them better. But I have no other choice if I want to grant their wishes. His expression hardens with resolve. I guess I'll take a peek just to test it out. With a decisive click of the mouse, he dives in. He pulls up a log from earlier that day. It's Layla and Kem doing laundry by a river. Aren't we glad that it's nice weather today? Layla asks. Kem agrees, but adds, I just hope we don't encounter any monsters though. Yoshi realizes this conversation happened while he was out. Kem optimistically notes, from the looks of things, our laundry should dry quickly. Layla agrees, thankful for the nearby river. But her thoughts turn darker. I'd like to take a bath too, but it would be bad if I got assaulted by a monster while I was buck naked, and there are men around too. Layla stretches, regaining her confidence. I'm not really worried even if somebody sees me. My husband and daughter are used to it, and Gams wouldn't be interested in the body of an old lady like me either. Suddenly, little Carol pops into frame, waving her hand cheerfully. Carol doesn't mind if big brother Gams sees either. The comment sends Kem into a spiral. No. Yoshi smirks. It doesn't sound like I have to worry about Layla or Carol, but this girl's brother complex seems more serious than I expected. He scrolls through more logs thinking, the rest seems to be typical everyday conversations, nonetheless. But then he finds a fragment of Kem's thoughts that stops him cold. I wonder what was with the swarm of monsters that attacked the village. That day, the villagers were in the blink of an eye, Yoshi leans in. That day. A flashback begins. Kem remembers their home. It was by no means a small village. We had a magnificent stone wall, much more solid than other villages. She continues, her memory filled with the bodies of fallen defenders. And we had several other hunters like my big brother around. How did things end up like that? Carol's innocent voice echoes the same trauma. I wonder if uncle and auntie next door are okay. Back in his room, Yoshi stares at the screen, the weight of their past settling on him. Just what happened to everyone? He keeps digging, piecing together the tragedy from their fragmented memories. The truth is brutal. A massive swarm of monsters had raided their home. They fought back but were eventually overrun and forced to flee for their lives. Other survivors had escaped on horse wagons alongside them, but in the chaos of the chase, they were separated until only their wagon was left. Their escape into the forest saved them from the monsters, but their wagon was damaged in the process, leaving them stranded. Yoshi puts his hand to his chin, the grim picture now complete. I see, so that's the kind of setting they're in. It all clicks into place. That's why the details of the miracles had the escaped villagers reunite in it. A fire lights in his eyes. He makes a silent vow to his villagers. I'll have you all reunite eventually. Just then his sister's voice cuts through his focus. Yoshi, food's ready. He gets up, the real world pulling him away from the virtual one. As he walks towards the dining room, he stops dead in his tracks. There, sitting at the table, is his father. Father, Yoshi thinks, surprised. His dad looks over. It's rare to see you back home so early. Yoshi sits down for the tense family meal. He reflects on their relationship. Ever since he became a NEET, their conversations have been brief and empty. This kind of relationship has continued on ever since that one big fight. His father ignores him, turning to his mother. Is Sayuki doing overtime? He asks. Yoshi feels the familiar sting of his father's disinterest. I see, my younger sister's late today too, Yoshi thinks, stirring his rice. Unlike him, his sister Sayuki is thriving. She got into her dream industry and seems happy, never complaining about overtime. His mother tries to liven things up. I got some handmade tsukimono from Akiku-san. Would you like to try it? As she rambles on about her day, Yoshi tunes her out. He remembers Akiku-san, the kind old landlady who lived nearby. He has a faint memory of her giving him and his childhood friend candy when they were kids. Looking at his family's comfortable, spacious house, a bitter thought crosses his mind. Me being able to stay as a NEET without being kicked out. It is because my father is a hard worker with a decent income. The meal ends. Thank you for the meal, Yoshi mutters, getting up to leave. If you're heading back, take a pudding with you, his mother says. She then turns to her husband. Would you like some too for dessert? This kid bought them for us. His father looks up from his bowl. He glances at Yoshi. Is that so? I'll have some then. For a brief second, their eyes meet, a rare, unspoken moment between them. Back in the safety of his room, Yoshi finishes the pudding, the small piece offering from his mother. He logs back into the game, his focus returning to his digital world. On screen, Gams is keeping watch by the fire alone. So everyone besides Gams retired to the horse wagon, huh? Your efforts for the night watch are much appreciated. Yoshi watches the warrior's determined profile. He's a truly dependable man. This silent aura of his is probably akin to my father's. He knows Gams is their only real fighter, Kem is just a healer, and the others are non-combatants. Both the villagers and I are dependent on Gams, huh? He muses. I'd like them to have a few more hands on deck, though. He knows he can summon new villagers using fate points, but the cost is steep. There's a cheaper option, but it's pure RNG. That would be random, which has a strong gambling element to it. He shudders, imagining summoning some thug or criminal who would ruin everything. Getting hooked on a gacha element like this is a bottomless swamp. Not touching it is clearly wise here. He leans back, conflicted. He wants a familiar, but he also needs to save points for an emergency. He grabs his head in frustration, shouting at the empty room. Ah, how worried do I have to get for a mere game? Exhausted from the day, he decides to call it quits. I'm tired, I guess I'll ponder over it tomorrow. Sorry Gams, but I'm going to sleep now. He turns towards his bed. Good night. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blares from his speakers. BLP. Yoshi whips around, his heart pounding. What the? On his monitor, a single word flashes in red, attack. In the dead of night, the camp's silence is shattered by Gam's urgent cry. Everyone, wake up. Startled Kem, Layla, and Rhodys peek out from the covered wagon. What's the matter, big brother? Kem calls out. Gam stands guard, sword drawn, his back to his people. I sense monsters, he warns, turning to Kem. Protect everyone, don't leave the wagon under any circumstance. As the other villagers gather, Rhodys ushers his family back. Monsters, Layla, Carol, stay inside. Little Carol looks to their protector, asking, Big brother, we'll be okay, right? Gam's gaze is like steel. Leave this to me. Not wanting to stand by idly, Kem insists, I'll fight too. But Gams immediately shuts her down. No, only you can use healing magic, Kem. I'm counting on you to take care of everyone. A single tear escapes her eye as she understands the weight of her role. Meanwhile, in another world, Yoshi grips his monitor, frantically trying to get a better view. The area is too dark to see any monsters. Back in the game, Kem accepts her duty with a solemn nod. From the pitch-black woods, a massive clawed paw steps into the light. It's followed by a monstrous, snarling face, teeth bared and ready to kill. Two enormous black wolves emerge from the darkness, their growls echoing as they face Gams across the campfire. Yoshi's eyes widen in shock. They really appeared. A game notification pops up, identifying the creatures as black dogs, ferocious monsters whose fangs can sometimes be poisonous. The two beasts begin to circle their prey. Yoshi watches, his anxiety rising. Stray dogs as monsters. Gams may be strong, but it's still 2-on-1 after all. Gams remains unfazed, crossing his blades in a defensive stance. The black dogs crouch low, saliva dripping from their jaws as they prepare to lunge. Watching helplessly, Yoshi clasps his hands together. Please, please, Gams. His hand trembles over his mouse as he desperately pleads with the game itself. No, I'm a god, use a miracle, some miracle. But Gams doesn't need a miracle. His eyes narrow, his focus absolute. As the first wolf lunges, Gams moves like lightning. He expertly dodges the attack, the beast's fangs snapping at empty air. He becomes a whirlwind of steel, skillfully weaving between the two ferocious attackers. With a powerful arcing slash, he cuts deep into one of the black dogs. The beast lets out a final, pained yelp before collapsing. Gams stands over his defeated foe, the second wolf keeping its distance. He takes a moment to catch his breath, victorious. Yoshi is ecstatic, pumping his fist at the screen. Oh, badass Gams. Seeing an opening, Kem calls out from the wagon, her voice filled with relief. Big brother, are you okay? Gams turns to reassure her, a weary look on his face. I'm sorry, I'll be counting on you from here on. But in that split second of distraction, the second wolf strikes, sinking its fangs deep into Gam's arm and forcing him to drop his sword. Kem's eyes widen in pure horror. A desperate scream rips from her throat, Big brother. The triumphant mood instantly vanishes. Yoshi grabs his monitor, his voice a choked whisper. Gams. Kem rushes to Gam's side, cradling his limp body. Yoshi stares in disbelief. It was a flawless victory, wasn't it? He watches the hero's pained expression on the screen, screaming in his mind, get a hold of yourself, Gams. In the dead of night, Kem desperately clutches her brother Gams, his body limp in her arms. Her hand trembles as she touches his face. Big brother, your body's getting cold. Panic gives way to a heart-wrenching scream that echoes through the silent woods. Big brotherer. Gams remains unconscious, his life slipping away. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi slams his hands on his desk in a panic. Hey, Gams, what's going on? Hearing the commotion, the other villagers rush out of the wagon. Rhodys calls out, trying to be the voice of reason. Kem-san, calm down. He kneels beside Gams, checking his pulse. He still has a pulse, but his body temperature seems to be going down quite a bit. His face looks pale too. Rhodys examines the gash on Gam's arm, noticing the dark, unnatural discoloration spreading from the wound. His eyes widen in horror. This color. The memory of the fight flashes in his mind. It was the bite from that monstrous black dog. Rhodey's turns to Kem, his voice grim. It appears to be poison. Kem-san, can you use any antidote magic? Yoshi leans into his screen, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Healing magic, so you can do that. He paces in his room, frustrated. In that case, Gams would be healed, right? What the heck? Bloody's startling me. But in the game, Kem looks down, her expression crushed. No, I have not learned any yet. Her last hope shatters. She grabs Rhodey's frantically. Do we not have any antidotes in our luggage? Rhodey's expression is all the answer she needs. He can only look away in shame. I apologize. Nearby, Layla holds a terrified Carol close. The little girl grips her mother's clothes, sensing the despair in the air. For Kem, this is the final blow. She collapses to the ground, her voice a broken whisper. Don't leave me, big brother. Though unconscious, a single tear streams down Gam's face. Kem cradles his head and screams at the heavens. God, please save my older brother somehow, I will do anything. So please, my older brother, I am begging. Yoshi watches the tragedy unfold on his screen, feeling utterly powerless. What should I do? He grips his monitor, his own face pale with stress. If Gams dies, it'll be over. Is there anything I can do? He sees the villagers gathered around, their faces etched with worry. Their prayers and Kem's desperate cries fill the air. God, do something. Suddenly, Yoshi's panic turns to resolve. No, I'm the god here, why am I panicking again? A thought sparks in his mind. Only a miracle can put an end to this situation. If my memory serves me right, I believe there was a means to overturn this situation. He frantically pulls up the miracles menu, his cursor flying past the options. Not the peddler, hunters are irrelevant too, I'm pretty sure it was here somewhere, that option. And then he sees it. I found it. The only valid miracle here is a traveling doctor shows up. 300 points is steep, but if it's a doctor, I'm sure he'll have an antidote. His hand hovers over the mouse, trembling. Even if I activate it, there's no guarantee he'll show up immediately, but I can only take a gamble on it now. Just as he's about to click, his door flies open. His younger sister glares at him. Hey, you're too loud. What time do you think it is? Yoshi freezes, a new thought striking him. And even if a doctor were to show up immediately, wouldn't it be suspicious since their timing is too convenient? He glances at his clock, it's past midnight. Right now, we're already past midnight, in that case. An idea forms. With newfound determination, Yoshi clicks the mouse. Back in the game, Kem continues to plead. Big brother, please say something. A calm, unfamiliar voice cuts through the night from beside the campfire. What is the matter? Everyone's head snaps toward the sound. A mysterious hooded figure has appeared out of nowhere, walking calmly into the firelight. Instinct takes over. Kem draws a dagger, her grief replaced by fierce protectiveness. Who are you? Rhodey raises his own blade, shielding the others. The stranger holds up a hand placatingly. Please do not be alarmed, I am a traveling doctor. The villagers remain suspicious. A doctor out here at this hour. Yoshi smirks at his screen. It's only natural that they'd suspect them. Thus right now here. At that exact moment, Kem's Bible, lying forgotten on the ground, erupts with a brilliant light. Its pages begin to flip wildly on their own, driven by an unseen force. Kem stares in disbelief. This late at night, a prophecy. The light from the book illuminates the entire camp. Kem's tears of despair become tears of overwhelming gratitude. She looks up, her voice filled with renewed faith. God, you have my heartfelt gratitude. The doctor watches unfazed. So this was the right place after all then, the doctor says. Could you let me take a look at that man? Kem looks up at the mysterious healer, her hesitation gone. This person was sent by God, they are her only hope. With all the desperation in her heart, she pleads, please. The villagers lower their weapons, watching as the doctor kneels beside Gams. Little Carol clasps her hands together, praying for her big brother Gams. The doctor quickly inspects the poisoned wound. Without a word, they reach into their satchel. Their expression is calm and focused. They produce a small vial containing a clear, bubbling liquid. First, they carefully pour some of the antidote into Gam's mouth. Then they pour the rest directly onto the festering wound. Everyone holds their breath, watching for any change. Slowly, the tension in Gam's face begins to relax. The sickly purple hue recedes, and healthy color returns to his skin. A wave of pure joy and relief washes over the group. Layla exclaims, Big Brother's face is. In his room, Yoshi slumps over his keyboard, completely drained but victorious. Phew, so it worked. I'm glad the doctor made it in time. He smiles faintly. I'll have to thank this female or male doctor. Back in the forest, the divine light from the Bible still lingers. Rhodey picks up the holy book, his eyes drawn to the newly appeared text. He reads the prophecy aloud. By the power of fate, I shall guide a doctor to your location. That man does not belong with me just yet. I will grant my benevolence to that brave warrior. Hardships will continue from now on, but do not forget that I am watching over you. Yoshi watches them, a little embarrassed. God, so that's it? I tried to write it sounding like a god, but I wonder how it went. The villagers are in awe, their faith completely restored. Yoshi leans back in his chair, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. You've done well, everyone, I can only observe from here on. His intervention was a success. For now, his villagers are safe. In the depths of the monster-infested Forbidden Forest, sunlight cuts through the dense canopy. While some stand guard, Layla and young Carol forage for anything that might help their fallen leader. Carol looks up from the berries she's gathered, her expression hopeful. Will Big Brother Gams get better after eating this? Layla smiles back, full of confidence. Yes, of course. Elsewhere, Rhodey stands on high alert, knife drawn. He steels his resolve, thinking, I must protect everyone now or else. Suddenly, a loud rustling from the bushes shatters the silence and Rhodey jumps back in alarm. Eek. From the undergrowth emerges the source of the noise. A massive, fluffy white rabbit, which hops right past a stunned Rhodey who has fallen flat on his butt in shock. Meanwhile, back at their makeshift camp, the situation is far more grim. Gams lies unconscious while the mysterious traveling doctor grinds herbs by the fire. Gams is sweating, his breathing shallow. He's clearly still fighting for his life. The doctor works diligently, focused entirely on preparing the medicine. Kem watches them, her face etched with worry. With practiced hands, the doctor crushes the life-saving herbs into a poultice. Kem finally breaks the silence. Doctor, why have you come this way? The doctor pauses, their expression calm as they prepare to answer. My family has been doctors for generations, they explain. This place is called the Forbidden Forest, and although there are many monsters, it is abundant with herbs. Last night, I had just finished gathering what I needed and was preparing to make camp. When I saw a pillar of light erupt from the forest, I was hesitant to check it out, but my chest felt unsettled, so here I am. Looking at the still unconscious Gams, Kem's eyes fill with tears of gratitude. It must have been God's guidance. The doctor looks towards the trees. We put Mother Nature above all, so we do not believe in any particular god. They turn back, adding, however, yesterday's incident may have been an act of a god. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi processes this. So the doctor's agnostic, he thinks. They recognize gods exist, but believing in them is a different story. He lets out a massive yawn, the long night of playing God finally catching up to him. Back in the game, Kem asks, will you be heading back soon, doctor? The doctor shakes their head. No, even though we've overcome the hard part, I still cannot abandon the patient. They look at Kem and make an offer. If you are fine with it, would you be willing to allow me to stay with you? Kem's face lights up with pure relief. But of course, please stay as long as you like. The doctor glances at the villager's small wagon. However, we do not have any dwelling right now. Are you fine with that? Yoshi leans back, analyzing the new problem. Having the doctor stay is a huge win, he thinks, but she's right. The issue is having a place to live. He calculates the numbers. The wagon's already full. If you add the doctor, somebody else would have to sleep outdoors. His thoughts darken as he remembers the black dogs. We got lucky this time, but that was just a band-aid. If they attack again, we'll be annihilated. And even though Gams was saved, he won't be able to move for a few days. Rhodey is trying his best, but what we need right now is a safe place to live. So how should I use my fate points? But just as Yoshi considers intervening, the doctor provides the solution themselves. About that, there is a mine ruin cave nearby. You can protect yourself from the wind and rain there and will likely find leftover tools. The villagers are overcome with joy. I'm truly thankful, Kem exclaims. Rhodey is amazed to think such a place was nearby. He turns to the doctor, beaming. Please show us the way there by all means. Without wasting a moment, they pack up and set off. The doctor sits beside Rhodey, guiding the wagon. In the back, the others tend to Gams. Rhodey thinks to himself, it's only about 5 minutes away. We can even come back for firewood later. The horse carefully pulls the wagon along a narrow cliffside trail. Their destination is just ahead. They arrive at a massive, reinforced wooden gate built into the rock face. This was the primary entrance, the doctor says, used for transporting goods. Rhodey looks around. It seems they used to mine here, but Yoshi watches, knowing the answer. They found a place with more precious ores nearby. So the miners repurposed this place for residence and storage, he concludes. The doctor and Rhodey put their shoulders to the heavy doors. As the doors creak open, they reveal a dark, cavernous space dotted with old lanterns. Well then, the doctor says, let us head inside. The doctor reaches up and lights one of the dusty lanterns. And with a flicker, light floods the abandoned mine. The interior is revealed to be a massive, furnished cavern, far grander than any of them could have imagined. The villagers stare in complete awe. Amazing Tilda, Carol shouts while Rhodey is left speechless. Even Yoshi is blown away. Oh, this is way larger than I imagined. Rhodey looks around at the dusty but sturdy furniture. It looks dirty all around, but compared to living in the wagon, this is a world of difference. He then spots a smaller wooden door set into the cavern wall. Oh, there's a room here. It seems the miners dug them out to have their own rooms to use, the doctor explains. The others are already celebrating, running through their new home. This is amazing, Rhodey's yells. Yoshi sighs, guess no one's listening to the doctor anymore. Inside one of the rooms, Kem gently takes Gam's hand. Big brother, we have safely arrived in a new land. She leans in close, whispering, get better soon. In another corner of the cavern, Layla and Carol make a discovery. It seems there's spring water flowing in here too. They find a stone furnace and cooking supplies. Yeah, Carol cheers. We can start with the housework. That's great to hear, Layla replies. The two of them cheer, ready to make this place a home. Woohoo, but before that let's all do a big cleanup. Yoshi smiles, feeling a sense of accomplishment. They managed to secure a safe place to stay. I'm eternally indebted to the doctor for this one. The villagers finally have a fortress to call their own. While the doctor watches over Gams in one of the private rooms and prepares another dose of medicine. Gams is finally able to rest peacefully. Out in the main hall, Rhodey takes charge of the cleaning effort. Everyone, be quiet so you don't wake Gams. Let's clean this place so well he'll be shocked when he wakes up. Yeah, they all shout in a hushed cheer. The group immediately gets to work, sweeping away years of dust and grime. Take out anything that looks useless, Rhodey directs. I'll leave anything broken but repairable in a corner. All right, Layla responds. As Carol sweeps near Gam's new room, she stops. A mischievous idea pops into her head. There are 4 rooms here, she says dreamily, so I think I'll make Big Brother Gam's room mine as well. 1 bed is enough. Perhaps he'll sleep with me. She giggles and skips away happily. But from the shadows of a doorway, Kem has heard everything and her glare is terrifying. Yoshi winces. Kem is pretty scary. Kem seethes, muttering under her breath. Geez, isn't it obvious Big Brother would share a room with me? She's just a child, but still. Big Brother spoils Carol-chan too much. Even if she is a child, he should refuse her if he doesn't like it. Layla and Rhodey notice the sudden, tense atmosphere between the two. Rhodey sighs internally. I'm a bit concerned about Kem and Carol's relationship, but, for now, they're getting along as villagers. Yoshi looks at his screen, satisfied. With a secure home base, they can finally start building a real village. A genuine smile spreads across his face. He stands up and stretches, the morning sun streaming through his window. So it's noon already, he thinks. My eyes are tired and I'm hungry. Maybe I'll eat something. He opens his bedroom door with a click. And immediately freezes in the hallway. Ah, Jay. His sister Sayuki stands there, running a hand through her messy hair and staring at him with pure, unadulterated disgust. Horrible. Yoshi can only think one thing as he sweats under her gaze. Sayuki. The tense silence in the hallway is broken by Yoshi's voice. He's just run into his sister Sayuki, who's home from a holiday. Sayuki, so you were on holiday, huh? But she just stares back, her expression completely unreadable. Yoshi, looking disheveled, tries to break the awkward standoff. I'd like to head down to eat. Could you move aside? He quickly adds, stammering, I have to head to the first floor as well. Sayuki must have said something because he awkwardly replies, Ah, is that right? But Sayuki isn't moving. She stands at the top of the stairs, blocking his path with an icy command. Make sure you don't use the bathroom on the first floor then. Yoshi is stunned by her hostility. You. His mind flashes back to a traumatic memory, a stalker with a knife, a moment of terror that seems to define their relationship now. Sayuki's sharp, what? Snaps him back to the present. He immediately backs down, unable to meet her gaze. Nothing. Defeated, Yoshi turns away. I won't use the bathroom on the first floor. Don't worry, he adds, as Sayuki watches him retreat with a cold, disappointed look. As he walks away, she mutters under her breath, frustrated by his weakness. How pathetic. You think I'm stupid, don't you? At least talk back a little. Yoshi slams his door shut, the sound echoing his frustration. Slumping into his computer chair, he replays the encounter in his head. That damn Sayuki. She was a lot more grumpy than usual, wasn't she? He stares at his monitor, lost in thought. Ever since that stalker incident, whenever I meet Sayuki, it always turns into a serious mood. A memory of a happier time surfaces, the two of them laughing, walking down the street with ice cream. We used to be so friendly. Now I can hardly believe this. But the good memory is quickly replaced by the horror of the attack, his own terrified face haunting him. If that incident didn't happen, would we still be close siblings now? A sharp pang of regret hits him. He shakes his head, trying to push the thoughts away. Even if I regret it now, nothing will come out of it anyway. Let's just move on. Deciding to escape his reality, he turns to his game. I think I'll check in on the villagers and then just call it a night. His cursor hovers over the entrance to the villagers' mine hideout and clicks. He navigates through the familiar stone corridors of the game. Inside the main cavern, things are looking much better. The area has been cleaned and organized. Layla sits at a table, satisfied. Phew, Tilda, it's pretty clean now, don't you think? Rhodey arrives with little Carol and looks around. Hey, where's Kem-san? Layla explains. She said she was going to check in on Gams. Carol's ears perk up. Ah, that's so sneaky. Carol will go to Big Brother Gams as well. Rhodey gently stops his daughter. No, just leave those two be for now. Carol looks up at her father, a little disappointed but understanding. He tries to cheer her up. Hey, stay with Papa instead for now, why don't we go on an expedition of the cave? Carol's face lights up. Okay. She's already making plans. Once Big Brother Gams is better, Carol will give him a tour. The scene shifts to Gams's room where he lies unconscious. Kem sits vigilantly by his side. The village doctor stands behind her. Doctor, Kem says, turning to her. She offers to take over. Please, you should take a rest, allow me to nurse my brother. The doctor looks at Gams, whose condition seems to have stabilized. Good idea, she agrees. The symptoms from his poison have settled down as well, so, very well, I will accept your offer. As the doctor leaves, she gives one last instruction. If anything unusual happens, please summon me immediately. Kem nods. Thank you very much. Alone with her brother, Kem gently takes his hand. Big brother, Kem is here for you. Back in his room, Yoshi watches the touching scene unfold on his screen. He smiles slightly, relieved. It seems Gam's condition is stable as well, so I think it should be fine to leave him be for a bit. Hello? Suddenly, a new button appears over the sleeping Gams labeled Dream. Yoshi leans in, intrigued. Dream? What's that? Since it's the word dream, I'm sure that's all it is. Right? His curiosity gets the better of him. I'm guessing I'll figure it out once I click it. He moves his mouse over the button and clicks. Instantly, the view on his monitor warps and changes. Yoshi stares in disbelief. Oh, the screen completely changed. He's now seeing through the eyes of a younger Gams who wakes up in a bustling adventurer's guild. What is this place? A younger, healthier Gams walks through the guild hall. A guild employee hands him a pouch of coins. Here's your reward for subjugating the monsters. Congratulations on completing your first mission, Gams. Yoshi realizes what's happening. Gams when he was younger, this must be the dream he's having right now. The young Gams smiles gratefully. Thank you. A group of fellow adventurers approaches him. Gams, we're going for drinks right now. They're on us, so come with us too. But Gams politely turns them down with a bright smile. Sorry man, my little sister's waiting for me at home, so I'll be heading there. Watching from his desk, Yoshi puts it all together. By little sister, he means Kem, right? He watches the younger Gams eagerly run through the streets, a stark contrast to the grizzled warrior he is now. So Gams had such an innocent period in the past, huh? Young Gams arrives at a small wooden house, calling out cheerfully, I'm home. The game screen dissolves into a grim flashback. A disheveled, bearded man chugs from a large bottle. As he drinks, he notices a young Gams standing in the doorway. Ah, it's just Gams, huh? He grumbles, unimpressed. Gams glares, his face a mask of weary anger. So you're drinking again. His father snaps back. What's with that attitude towards your father? Gams doesn't flinch. He reaches into his pouch. With a heavy thud, a bag of coins lands on the table, startling the old man. My promise to you, Gams says coldly, for watching over Kem while I was out working. His father's eyes light up with greed. Ooh, gold, now I can buy more alcohol. Gams ignores the pathetic display and asks the one question that matters. Where's Kem? His father's face falls. He has no answer. The silence is all Gams needs. He turns and heads for the basement stairs, his father passed out drunk on the floor. At the bottom of the stairs, a horrifying sight awaits him. His little sister Kem lies on the filthy floor, emaciated and weak. Kem, Gams cries out in shock. He rushes to her side, his voice trembling with rage and fear. Hang on, how many days have you starved? Kem barely stirs, whispering, Big brother. Watching this on his monitor, Yoshi is appalled. You're kidding me, right? Isn't this child abuse? Back in the memory, Gams is overcome with guilt. I'm sorry, if I could have just made the decision to leave here with you sooner. He gently lifts his sister into his arms. Now then, let's go. As he turns to leave, his father stumbles to the top of the stairs, pleading. Hey, wait, I was just careless since I was drunk. I'll be sure to abide by our promise from now on. Gams's voice drops to a lethal whisper. Move, unless you have a death wish. The sheer killing intent in his eyes makes his father recoil in absolute terror, letting out a pathetic scream. Without another word, Gams carries Kem up the stairs and out of that hell. They step out into the cold night of a snow-covered town. Their footsteps are the only sound in the quiet, snowy streets. Kem, weak in his arms, asks, Big brother, where are we going? Gams's resolve is unshakable. Anywhere that isn't here, Kem. Still trapped by fear, she whimpers. If we don't hurry back soon, he'll get really angry. Gams reassures her gently. We won't see him ever again, so don't worry, there's no need to be scared either. But the little girl's spirit is crushed. Big brother, maybe father and mother, hate Kem. Kem might have been a bad girl, since she was always scolded. Gams immediately shuts down her self-blame. That's not true, they're the bad ones. With tears in her eyes, Kem reveals the true depth of their cruelty. But they said, we're going to sell Kem as a slave since you're a bad girl. You're useless, so at least be of some use in the end. Yoshi watches, his own heart aching. Hey hey. He realizes these two were living in a far more horrific environment than I imagined. In the snow, Gam stops and kneels down, setting Kem on her feet to look her in the eye. Kem, don't think of those two as your parents anymore. Forget them. He looks at her with fierce devotion. Live with me from now on, or do you not want to, Kem? Her reply is quiet but certain. Okay, I love you, big brother. A small, tearful smile breaks through her sadness. No, Kem is content as long as big brother stays by her side. Gams pulls her into a tight hug, making a solemn vow. Let's have a ton of fun from now on and become happy. The flashback ends, returning Yoshi to the present. On his screen, Gams is awake with Kem by his side. Huh, the screen went back to normal. Yoshi processes what he just saw. I see, I now know how Kem got her brother complex. He muses, with such a cool older brother, I can understand her becoming dependent on him. In the game, Kem sits faithfully by Gams's bed, clutching his hand. Gams's eyes flutter open. He looks at her and gives a weak, reassuring smile. I must have worried you. The dam of her composure breaks. Kem throws herself onto him, sobbing with relief. Big brother, what a relief, what a relief. Outside their room, the other villagers who had been waiting anxiously celebrate the good news. The entire village is overjoyed that their hero has recovered. Yoshi leans back from his computer, stretching with a sigh of relief. Phew. Now I can take a breather, he thinks. All the villagers are happy too, since there isn't a man out there as dependable as Gams. He starts comparing the game character to himself. Gams is a hero, always fighting. While he, Yoshi, is just a slob lying around his messy room. This is a character who would naturally be popular. Unlike a certain someone, he's handsome, strong. A bitter, self-deprecating laugh escapes him. Haha. He thinks of how Gams always protects Kem. And how he failed to do the same for Sayuki. Unlike a certain someone, he will always risk his life to protect you. Yoshi looks at the perfect, unwavering bond of the siblings on screen, then at the memory of his own failure. I'm sure the bond between these siblings will never waver from now on. His laugh dies in his throat. He looks down at his hand, feeling a strange wetness. Haha, what the, this? He touches his face and his eyes widen in shock as he feels a tear. I'm crying. He turns away from the screen, unable to process the sudden wave of emotion. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. Why, if I'm regretting it so much that I'm even crying, have I up until now? He collapses over his desk, sobbing uncontrollably as the weight of his regret finally crushes him. A single, desperate desire echoes in his mind. God, I want to change. As the front door latches shut, Yoshi's mother calls out, we are heading off. From his window, Yoshi watches his father and sister, Sayuki, walk away. He overhears Sayuki ask, Father, is that the necktie I gave you a while back? Yoshi's expression is tired, distant. His father replies warmly, yeah, it suits me, don't you think? Turning away from the window, Yoshi shuffles over to his desk. He sits down, ready to escape into his other world. On screen, the world of Village of Fate loads up, showing the villager Layla preparing a meal. Inside their new cave dwelling, Layla is busy at the stove. Now then, she says, could you set the dishes, Carol? Gams and the doctor are out patrolling, so let's finish making their meals before they return. Little Carol cheers, yes. Yoshi leans in, observing his creation. He thinks to himself, 3 days have passed since the villagers moved into the cave. With the new equipment and furnishings, their lifestyle has dramatically improved. Rhodys is seen building chairs, while Layla adds homely touches with flowers. Looking at the before and after of their camp, Yoshi feels a sense of accomplishment. It seems like it was worthwhile to pay for a miracle to happen. However, he thinks, the greatest blessing from that miracle was. Out in the forest, the village's protector, Gams, faces off against a monstrous wild boar. The beast thunders towards him. With incredible speed, it closes the distance. But Gams is faster, sidestepping the deadly tusks and landing a deep slash across the boar's side. The momentum carries the beast past him. Wounded but enraged, the boar skids to a halt. Gams braces himself, gritting his teeth. The boar turns, kicking up dirt as it prepares for another deadly charge. But this time Gams isn't alone. From the trees, a figure takes aim. It's the doctor, Mulus, his expression calm as he draws his bow. He lets the arrow fly. The shot streaks through the air, perfectly aimed. It strikes the boar directly in the eye, stopping its charge cold. Mulus lowers his bow, his voice steady. Gams-san, do not force yourself while you are still recovering. Gams looks at his fallen foe, then back at his savior. Mulus-san, I am most grateful. Yoshi watches the scene, a small smile on his face. A doctor named Mulus, he recalls, who I summoned with the miracle, a traveling doctor shows up. Not only is he a skilled healer, he's a master with the bow, the perfect partner for Gams. Plus, Mulus can use plant magic. He dried the logs for their new home in an instant, a task that would have taken months. It was even Mulus who led them to this cave. He's just too capable. Yoshi sighs, if only he could join the village for good. But right now, Mulus is just being treated as a guest. Nothing is known about him, and the conditions for getting him to officially join are a complete secret. As Gams and Mulus drag their prize back, Yoshi laments, for him not to join even after I spent 30,000 yen worth of fate points. This game isn't that straightforward after all. The villagers rush to greet them at the cave entrance. Big brother Mulus-san, thank you for the patrol, Kem says while Carol waves excitedly, welcome home. Layla smiles relieved, glad you're back safely. The sight of the massive boar causes a stir. Is that a monster? Rhodey asks. Gams confirms, yeah, we just hunted it. Layla's eyes light up. Oh my, that means we'll be having meat for dinner, and Carol lets out a happy woohoo. But Layla's expression turns thoughtful. However, we don't have much seasoning or salt left, Kem adds. They're crucial for cooking and preserving meat. Watching from his screen, Yoshi nods grimly. That is certainly a concern. No matter how abundant the wild crops are, they can't rely on foraging forever. If they want a stable food source, they need seeds for crops and more seasoning. They have no choice but to start up a brand new farm. Should I call for a peddler then? Yoshi considers the options for establishing a farm. But, he thinks, his hand tightening on the mouse, there is a miracle I want to activate no matter what. The familiar, the golem. Yoshi picks up his controller, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've only been able to spectate until now, but with a golem, I'll be able to get involved for real. His excitement fades as he looks at the cost. The problem is, the points needed are stupidly expensive, 700 points. In real cash, that's 70,000 yen. I already spent 300 points on Mulus, which nearly bankrupted me. But thanks to the villagers' gratitude for saving Gams and my daily prophecies, I've recovered up to 160 points. He checks his point balance. I get about 10 points a day, which means it'll take nearly 2 months of saving. He leans back exhausted. What a long story that'll be. The grim reality sets in. If I want to gain fate points faster, I'd have to pay, but my savings are already gone. I poured everything, all the money I've saved since I was a kid, into this village of fate. He buries his face in his hands, completely broke and stressed out. On the screen, the villagers gather for their meal, completely unaware of their god's financial turmoil. They eat the fresh boar meat, a rare treat they owe to him. The mood is cheerful and full of life. Little Carol's happy face is a small comfort. Watching them, Yoshi can't help but manage a faint, tired smile. He gets up from his chair. Sigh, I think I'm gonna make myself some coffee. He takes a sip, trying to clear his head. As he looks back at the screen, a thought strikes him. That reminds me, Kem and Gams were working on something together a few days ago. What were they making? In the game, Kem stands before Gams and the others, looking nervous. It's more or less finished for now, she says. Big brother, is it not disrespectful for it to be made like this? She anxiously wipes her brow, awaiting his judgment. And there it is, a crude, hand-carved stone statue set in a small alcove. An idol with offerings of flowers placed before it. It's their very first shrine dedicated to their unknown, benevolent god. In the fledgling village, Gams gently pats Kem on the head. He reassures her, what matters is your feelings. This god is watching over us. I'm sure our thoughts are getting through to him. Later, Mulus and Kem approach a newly carved alcove in the rock wall. Is this an altar and a statue of God? Kem asks. Gams stands proudly beside it. Yes, Mulus-san, I apologize to God for this crude craftsmanship, but we needed a place to worship him. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi smirks. I see, so it was an altar, huh? He zooms in on the rough-hewn statue. So that means this statue is me, then, disregarding how it turned out. I'm pleased by their feelings. Yoshi leans back, pondering. Since it was carved so crudely, it's hard to tell if it's male or female. I was acting like a male god, but I wonder what the god of fate's gender actually is. Back in the game, Kem approaches the new altar, holding several large, reddish fruits. She places them gently on the stone slab. This is not much, but please accept it. The fruits begin to glow with a brilliant light. And in a flash, they completely vanish from the altar. The villagers, seeing this miracle, clasp their hands in prayer. God, thank you, Kem whispers. Yoshi observes the scene, trying to make sense of it. So because God naturally exists in this world, offerings that disappear isn't a particularly surprising phenomenon. Suddenly, his point counter ticks up from 160 to 161. Oh, my points went up. That must be a result of the offering. A notification pings on his screen, catching his attention. A new message appears. Fate points increase not only from feelings of gratitude, but also offerings made to you. Yoshi thinks, oh, well, no surprise there. The message continues with a very game-like tone. The more valuable they are, the more points you gain. Yoshi groans internally. I swear, the way this thing talks, it's not like it's a TV host or something. But the implication is huge. It's big news to know that my points increase from offerings as well. If that's the case, perhaps I should discuss with the villagers to have them offer me anything they don't need. Yoshi imagines priceless swords and jewels being offered. I'd probably make more points with valuable items, but I don't want to be a burden on the villagers. Let's avoid sounding forceful. He begins typing a new prophecy. In the game world, Kem's Bible begins to glow brightly. She gathers the villagers. Everyone, we have received a prophecy today as well. As the villagers listen intently, she begins to read. I have received your tribute. I am most delighted by your feelings of gratitude. Kem continues, however, there is no need to burden yourselves. You are free to offer me goods that are extra or unnecessary for living. I can convert both goods and thoughts into miracles. Yoshi leans back, sweating a little. Oh, how's that sound? Even though I was being humble, it doesn't seem like I'm begging, does it? The villagers are moved. Gam smiles, he is concerned about us. Another villager, Layla, exclaims, what a modest being. Yoshi watches their pure reactions with a wry smile. They're so pure, I'm a little worried about them. If it were modern Japan, they would probably get tricked by scams. Well, actually, I guess they are getting tricked by a dubious religion as it is. The next day, the villager Rhodys approaches Gams. Gams-san, please lend me a hand. Yoshi, watching his screen, perks up. What's going on? He sees Rhodys and Gams carrying a massive log. Thanks to Mula-san, we no longer have any concerns about wood, Rhodys says, so, how's this? They place the huge log before the altar, and Rhodys immediately kneels in prayer. Just like the fruit, the log vanishes in a flash of light. Yoshi is stunned. So you can even offer something that big, huh? He watches them pray with genuine happiness. The day passes in the real world. Yoshi wonders, are they planning to make offerings every day? Is making tributes to God such a happy event to them? The hours blur together. Yoshi finally looks away from the screen. It's already this hour, huh? He stretches, completely absorbed. Time flies when you play Village of Fate, doesn't it? Suddenly his mother's voice cuts through the quiet. Yashio, you've got a parcel. Yoshi sighs, even though she could just set it aside. She's pretty impatient, isn't she? He gets up and heads downstairs. Did I win something again? His mother hands him a cardboard box. He takes it, looking at it quizzically. Then his eyes lock onto the shipping label. The sender, the Village of Fate. His jaw drops. Who? He panics, I got a present from a virtual world. No, no, no. He tries to rationalize it, objectively thinking this must have come from the game company, I must have applied for some contest. He calms himself down. Maybe it's reference material or a manual they forgot to send. Phew, getting flustered over nothing. But before he can inspect it further, his mom starts ripping the box open. What are you mumbling about? Don't just freely open it. Yoshi's eyes widen in horror. Inside the box are piles of strange, reddish, pear-shaped fruits. Oh my, aren't these fruits? His mom exclaims. They look like pears, but they're red like apples. I've never seen such a fruit before. An image of Kem offering the exact same fruit flashes in Yoshi's mind. His blood runs cold. No way. His mom, oblivious, holds one up. Did you score some exotic fruit? Let's have them for dessert today. Stunned into silence, Yoshi just manages to reply, okay. He takes one of the fruits, his mind racing as his mom heads to the kitchen. He brings it close, giving it a tentative sniff. It's kind of like an apple, but it's mixed with a faint citrusy scent. He stares at it, remembering the villagers' reactions. This isn't artificial. They all thought these were delicious when they ate them, right? With a deep breath, he takes a bite. His eyes shoot open. An explosion of flavor hits him, delicious. He can't believe it. This is genuinely the best fruit he's ever tasted. He tries to find a logical explanation. Maybe this is just a thoughtful arrangement by the creators. Were they trying to surprise me? It must be an ordinary fruit in some foreign country, just novel to Japanese people. He looks out the window as dusk settles. In any case, I managed to get some delicious fruit, so I have no complaints. Having brushed off the strange coincidence, he returns to his room. Oh yeah, he thinks, sitting at his desk. Let's thank the villagers for yesterday. He begins typing a new, considerate prophecy. Thank you for your continued tribute. God can survive without food, but he does take pleasure in it. However, do not force yourselves. In the game, Kem reads the words aloud. Food is precious to you. If you do not have a surplus, I am content with extra items aside from food. The villagers listen, moved by their god's kindness. There is no need to make daily offerings either. Put yourselves first. Yoshi thinks, this should be good. He looks at the screen with renewed determination. Once I save up enough points to obtain a golem, I'll definitely be of assistance to everyone. In the village, life goes on peacefully. Kem tends to the altar, grateful for their benevolent god. But Yoshi's peace is shattered by a frantic shout from downstairs. Yoshio. It's his mother and she sounds terrified. Come down here for a sec, hurry. Yoshi gets up confused. What is it? She seems a bit pissed off. He heads downstairs to find her pointing frantically into their yard. She screams, what are you planning to use this for? Yoshi looks and his heart stops. Lying in his backyard is a massive log, identical to the one offered in the game, complete with a Village of Fate shipping label. He stares, utterly speechless. The image of Kem happily touching the log offering in the game flashes in his mind. But in the real world, Yoshi's face is a mask of pure terror as the impossible truth dawns on him. This joke's going too far. In his backyard, Yoshi strains against the weight of a massive log, grunting as he realizes, this is heavy. So wood was actually this heavy. Suddenly, his mother appears at the door. What are you planning to do with that? She demands. Caught, Yoshi scrambles for an excuse. I'm gonna move it to the garden for now. He continues to struggle, sweat dripping from his brow. His mom sighs, unimpressed. Do something about it with that absurdly trained body of yours, she calls out before leaving him to it. After a grueling effort, Yoshi finally gets the log into the garden and collapses, completely exhausted. He thinks back to the prophecy he casually wrote, "Start by lumbering trees," realizing now that Gams and roadies must have been doing some serious hard labor. But he shakes his head trying to ground himself in reality. No, that's just something happening in a game. Even if it's game design, I can't take this seriously at all, he thinks, still baffled that a real log was actually delivered to him. Fed up, he decides, I'm gonna file a complaint with the game company. Back inside, he pulls out the shipping label, searching for a way to contact them. Let's see, the contact number is, it isn't on here, then the address. His eyes land on the sender's location, and he freezes. Hokkaido, he thinks in disbelief. They went out of their way to send something like that all the way from Hokkaido. He immediately jumps on his computer, but searching the address yields no information about the company at all. Looking it up on a map, he finds a building that seems to match the sender's address, but it only deepens the mystery. Yoshi is stumped. It's hard to think that such a small company produced a game of this quality. Perhaps development was done elsewhere. His frustration grows. Ah, God, this company, just how secretive are they? He slumps in his chair, defeated. He can't afford a trip to Hokkaido to investigate, and even if he could, he doesn't have the guts to do it. Which leaves him staring at the massive log in his garden, with no answers and a very real problem. The next day, the doorbell rings again. It's another delivery. Yoshi accepts the package, a strange sense of dread washing over him. It's a cooler box. His bad feeling intensifies. He takes it to the kitchen, hesitating for a moment before placing it on the counter. With a deep breath, he pops open the lid. His eyes widen in sheer shock. Inside is a massive, fresh slab of meat. You really did it this time, you damn sons of bitches, he screams internally. There's no doubt in his mind, and it's probably a monster's. His mind flashes back to the game, remembering the giant boar the villagers had just hunted down. He recalls Kem and Gams offering the meat at the altar, with Carol cheering, "This time, let the god of fate eat as well." The meat was placed as a tribute, an offering to their god. Back in reality, Yoshi is freaking out. Hold on a sec, monster meat, you're kidding me. Just then, his mother walks into the kitchen, spotting the strange cooler. You that this is, she starts confused. Her expression shifts to suspicion. The fruits and log recently, you aren't spending money on something dubious, are you? Yoshi's mind races. How should I explain this to Mom? Thinking on his feet, he pulls out his phone. The truth is, there's a place online taking in ideas on how to revitalize a village, and mine was approved. Therefore, I'm currently talking with the villagers, and they're sending me their local specialities every so often as gifts now. To his absolute astonishment, she buys it completely. Oh my, is that so? Well, isn't that wonderful? He can't believe she fell for that. Yoshi bows deeply, trying to hide his relief. Well, I'm not lying, he rationalizes. I'm actually sending prophecies to help revitalize a village after all. He hands the package to his mother. Here, it seems to be wild boar meat they hunted over there. Go ahead and use it in your cooking. As she wonders aloud how to prepare it, Yoshi silently prays, "It's safe to eat, right? This is definitely just wild boar meat that was designed as monster meat." After that, the deliveries became a daily occurrence. He was constantly getting something sent from the village of fate. The packages contained various kinds of exotic fruits, and what he hoped was just regular monster meat. Recently, he even received a strange crystal that illuminates when stimulated, which the villagers apparently use for lighting. He figures it must just have a light bulb or something built inside it. And to his dismay, he kept getting more logs. He was already on his third one. His mother's patience is wearing thin. You once again, she says, exasperated. I know, I'll deal with it now, Yoshi promises hastily. As he prepares to move yet another log, he wonders if he could sell them somewhere. The sheer weight of it is a constant, grueling reminder of his bizarre situation. And as he struggles, seeing all these tributes pile up, Yoshi starts to form a hypothesis. Maybe the entire point of the Village of Fate game is to develop the village in-game. And in return, high-value items are sent to the player as real-life tributes. He wonders, does that mean this game was made for the wealthy? And I, out of some mistake, was selected as a test player. That night, the family gathers for dinner. Yoshi's mother brings a steaming plate to the table. Okay, for today, I tried sautéing the meat I got from Yashio. She takes the first bite and her eyes light up. Delicious. Yoshi watches as his usually quiet father tries the meat. He eats silently, a nervous sweat beating on Yoshi's forehead. His mother turns to him, looking energized. Hey, Yashio, do you think we'll be able to get those fruits again? I feel like I've gotten healthier after eating them. Sure, Yoshi replies, still a bit stunned. I'll try asking the villagers. His sister Sayuki chimes in. Koyuki gobbled down on this meat too, saying it was delicious, before asking their mom for a second helping. Then his father speaks. This meat is certainly delectable, he says, surprising everyone. It's got a more natural flavor than the meat you get in stores. It has a consistency and taste that feels like you're truly eating meat. Yoshi is floored. It's been ages since he's heard his father say so much at once. He can't believe how pleased his dad is with the monster meat. Later that night, inspired, Yoshi heads outside with a saw. Well, now that I have some lumber on hand, I may as well try various woodwork, since I might be able to teach the villagers something. He quickly finds it's much harder than he thought. Huh, this is a lot tougher than I thought, isn't it? A voice cuts through the night. What are you doing? It's his father. It would be a waste not to use the wood I received, Yoshi explains, asking, sorry, but I'll be borrowing your spare DIY tools. His father simply nods, I don't mind. Yoshi tries to saw the log again, putting all his weight into it. His father watches him struggle. Yoshi grits his teeth, but he's getting nowhere. Finally, he gives up. Oh, it got stuck, he mutters, defeated. Let me have that for a sec, his father says, stepping forward. He takes the saw from Yoshi and positions himself over the log. With a smooth, powerful motion, he slices cleanly through the wood, leaving Yoshi speechless. Oh wow. His father turns back to him. You're not handling the saw properly. Yoshi understands. His dad is just trying to avoid embarrassing him in front of the neighbors. He smiles slightly. Despite everything, they were still a family. From that point on, things began to change. His father started giving him advice, teaching him the basics of woodworking. Last weekend, the two of them worked together, using the logs to make planks and repair their garden fence. Inspired to help the villagers with their food, Yoshi asked his mother to teach him how to cook, and she patiently guided him. He eventually got good enough to cook on his own, and it became a new routine for him to eat lunch while playing, sharing his recipes with the villagers. In the game, the villagers praised his cooking, telling him, your meat offerings are delicious. But while some relationships were healing, others remained fractured. His younger sister, Sayuki, comes home from work, her face a mask of indifference. When it came to her, things were still complicated. Yoshi tries to break the ice. We welcome home. She barely glances at him, offering a cold, glad to be back as she walks past. Yoshi watches her go, then looks out the window. He knows the only reason he's able to talk to his family this much now is all because of the Village of Fate. He smiles softly. Now I don't even know whether I've been helping the villagers lately or whether it's the villagers helping me. But as he sits back down at his computer, a single concern lingers in his mind. He looks at the game screen where the villagers have built a wooden fence. It looks exactly like the one he and his father just built. Back in the game, Gams and Layla stand before the newly constructed palisade, a massive wall of sharpened logs meant to protect their new home. Layla looks at the fence, a hint of doubt in her voice. Do you think monsters won't just jump over? Gams, ever the warrior, is confident. Don't worry, as long as we can stop it for a second, even if it gets over, I or Mulasan can take it down. Layla tries to brush it off, but Gams's face hardens. The real problem isn't a single monster, but their numbers, especially if it's anything like last time. As they head inside, Yoshi reflects that the wall has at least given them some peace of mind. But as Yoshi observes life inside the cave, he can't shake the feeling that something is off. On the surface, everything seems peaceful. Rhodys and Carol work together at a table. But even as they go about their chores, the villagers seem to be forcing their calm, a restless energy simmering just beneath. Even young Carol seems to sense the strange atmosphere, a question mark practically hanging over her head. Yoshi nails it down. Even their everyday conversations are kind of awkward, they're kind of boring. He notices a pattern. Everyone lets out a heavy sigh whenever they look at the wooden calendar hanging on the cave wall. His eyes zoom in on the final day of the month, marked with a huge, ominous X. Is something special happening on that marked day, he wonders. Later, the villagers are gathered around a table, the mood heavy and silent. Finally, Carol breaks the tension, asking the question on Yoshi's mind. Say, everyone, why do you all look so gloomy? Gams is startled by the direct question. The other adults are visibly flustered, caught completely off guard. Gams and Layla exchange a tense, silent glance. Rhodys and his wife try to play it cool, putting on an awkward, overly cheerful act. Papa and Mama are doing great together, we're always lovey-dovey, you know. But Carol sees right through it. It can't be, she insists. Everyone tenses up and sighs whenever they look at the calendar. Their forced smiles crumble, the act is up. The adults look defeated, unable to hide their anxiety any longer. Rhodey sighs, gently patting Carol's head. You see, we just didn't want you to worry. He decides it's time for the truth. Do you remember what we always told you back in the village? To never leave the house on the last day of the month and to go to sleep early. Carol remembers perfectly. Yep, you said we must never leave the village, right? And the adults would have really scary faces and get angry easily on that day. Yoshi realizes their strange behavior was all to protect the children. Layla then asks Carol what she knows about this world's calendar. Carol beams, proud of her knowledge. Yep, every month one of the 7 gods is in charge of the world, right? Yoshi's screen displays the 7 chief gods of this world, the gods of earth, thunder, nature, water, moon, fire, and light. This is some serious lore, and he makes a mental note. The adults praise Carol for remembering so well. But the clever girl isn't done. But Papa, if there are lots more gods, why only the 7 gods? A year has 12 months, so that's 5 gods missing. Impressed, Rhodys begins to explain the world's history. You're quite aware, aren't you? The 7 gods were originally only in charge of a week, the days of light, moon, fire, water, nature, lightning, and earth. Yoshi smirks, so that's their version of the days of the week. Interesting. Rhodys continues, explaining these are the chief gods who rule over many lesser gods, including the god of fate who watches over them. A light bulb goes off for Yoshi. So I'm one of the gods who follows one of the 7 chief gods. I've come to understand my position a little more now. Rhodys' story takes a dark turn. In the beginning, those 7 days would repeat, but there were conflicts amongst the gods, a massive battle. He describes a cataclysmic war that raged for 365 days, a chaotic clash where different gods held dominion over different periods of the year. The faction that ultimately won came to rule the world, becoming the 7 chief gods, in charge of both the days of the week and the seasons they conquered. It took a full year for the fighting to finally stop. Carol leans in, her eyes wide with anticipation. Then, what happened to the gods who lost? Rhodys' expression becomes grim. Well, that's the important part of this tale. He tells her the gods who lost were branded evil gods and were banished, chained in the depths of the earth. But their influence lingers. They continue to build their strength, and once a month they try to reappear in this world, lending their powers to monsters. That occurs on a day at the end of the month called the Evil God's Temptation. Layla finishes the explanation with a warning. Thus, it is dangerous to go outside on the final day of the month. It's the day the monsters' powers grow, turning them wicked. Back in his room, it all clicks for Yoshi. The tension, the fear, it was all because the Evil God's Temptation was approaching. He checks the in-game calendar on his monitor. Then he compares it to a calendar from his own world. The number of days matches perfectly. He does the math. Today is November 20. November has 30 days, which means there's 10 days left. The night feels heavy outside his window. Yoshi stares at his screen, a sense of dread washing over him. With the amount of fate points I can spend right now, I probably don't have any way to protect the villagers. He glances at the clock. It's almost 2 a.m. Just as he's about to log off, he notices movement on the screen. It's Rhodys, sitting alone at the table in the dead of night. Yoshi leans in, concerned. It's rare to see him up this late. Suddenly, Layla appears behind her husband. Hey you. She sits across from him, her voice soft with worry. What's wrong? You haven't been sleeping lately. Rhodys lets out a pained gasp. He clutches his head, his voice trembling. I can't get the last Evil God's Temptation out of my head. A horrifying flashback floods his mind. A burning village, swarmed by a horde of grotesque monsters. We were lucky and everyone was unhurt that time, but considering a monster attack of the same caliber. An image of Carol sleeping peacefully flashes in his thoughts. That I might lose my family this time, I can't help but be worried. Layla looks at her husband, her heart aching for him. From his monitor, Yoshi watches as she reaches out to comfort the trembling Rhodys. Yoshi is stunned by the raw terror he's witnessing. Layla holds her husband, trying to soothe his deep-seated trauma. As a vision of their burning hometown fills the screen, Yoshi is left with a chilling question. For Rhodys to tremble this much, what in the world happened during the last Evil God's Temptation? Our story rewinds to a seemingly peaceful day, roughly 3 weeks ago. In a quiet room, a young girl named Carol sleeps soundly, a picture book of fairy tales resting on her chest. As the morning sun streams in, she begins to stir. Carol sits up, rubbing her eyes. Huh, where's Papa and Mama? She hops out of bed and clambers onto a chair to reach the mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she gives herself an enthusiastic seal of approval. Yep, I'm adorable today as well. Bursting into the kitchen, she finds her parents, Rhodys and Layla, already preparing breakfast. Papa, Mama, good morning, Tilda. Her mother Layla smiles warmly. Morning, Carol, you're finally awake. Her father Rhodys adds with a grin, Sleeping Beauty Carol, would you please go and wash your face? Carol gives a playful laugh. Oh ho ho ho, understood, and dashes out the door. Humming a little tune, she makes her way outside. She heads straight for the town well in the courtyard. She splashes the cold well water onto her face. Piwa Tilda, it's a bit chilly, but it's quite refreshing. She suddenly realizes her mistake. I forgot to bring a towel. Undeterred, she decides to fix her hair in the reflection of the water. Oh yeah, let's fix my bed hair, Carol is a good girl, oh my. A voice calls down from a balcony above. Did you wake up just now? Carol looks up to see a familiar face. Ah, Kem, big sister, she says before her mind jumps to someone else. Where's Big Brother Gams? Kem replies flatly. Big Brother is keeping watch at the village gates. Carol waves her hand dismissively. Why at Tilda, if Big Brother Gams isn't here, then I don't really care. A vein pops on Kem's forehead. Hey Carol CHAN, she yells, but Carol is already sprinting away. The little girl ducks back inside, cheekily shouting, hold ON. Back at the breakfast table, Layla looks up. Wasn't that Kem's voice just now? Carol, playing innocent, just shrugs. With the argument forgotten, she happily digs into her breakfast. Time to feast, Tilda. Her parents, Rhodys and Layla, watch her with gentle smiles. It's a peaceful morning in their cozy home. Having finished her meal, Carol jumps up. That was a splendid meal, I will be back later. Layla quickly stands to stop her. Hold on, where are you going? Carol beams to big brother Gams. But it's too late, as Layla shouts, hey, you can't do that today, the day is. Carol is already out the door. She runs through the bustling town streets where a villager calls out, oh, Carol-chan, you seem full of energy, don't cha? She waves to everyone she passes, soaking in the friendly morning greetings. A vendor offers her some fruit, and she happily chats with him. Are Rhodey-san and Layla-san at home? He asks. Yep, I think they're still there, Tilda, she replies before continuing on her way. She stops in her tracks, looking up in awe at the massive stone wall that encircles her entire town. It's as big as always, isn't it, Tilda? Her eyes scan the area near the main gate until she spots him. Gam, standing guard with the other soldiers, notices her immediately. Ah, I found you. With a cry of Big Brother Gams, Carol runs and leaps into his arms. Gams catches her, his expression serious. Carol, you mustn't go outside today. She squirms in his arms, confused. Why not? Today is a special day, he explains gravely. Take a look around you. There isn't a single child outside besides you, Carol. She looks down the empty cobblestone street and realizes he's right. You're right. The other guards stand by, their faces grim and ready. Looking back at the wall, Carol asks, hey, did Big Brother Gams and the others build this wall? Gams shakes his head. No. There was a massive war here several decades ago, and this site served as one of the strongholds. After the war, he continues, refugees moved in, setting their sights on these solid walls to build a new life and prosper in this town. Carol tilts her head. Tilda, I don't really get it, but these walls protect everyone from any kind of enemy, right? Gams nods. Yeah, but just as he's about to say more, he's cut off. Carol. Her mother Layla has finally caught up, looking exasperated. Drats, so this is where you were after all. She snatches Carol up. Hey, stop running away, I have you now. As Carol protests, another guard turns to Gams. Gams, do you know them? Yeah, Gams replies, a hint of warmth in his voice. They're my next-door neighbors, and they've been really kind to wanderers like my younger sister and I. The guard scratches his head. Geez, they haven't the slightest fear, do they? Layla hugs Carol tightly, laughing. Well, ever since this town was established, it's a fact that these walls have never been penetrated after all. Gams watches them, his expression unreadable. Layla turns back to Gams. I apologize for my daughter's interruption. I'll be sure to thoroughly scold her afterwards. Gams simply says, Layla-san, be moderate. As she's carried away, Carol waves over her mother's shoulder. Big Brother Gams, I'll see you again later. Gams raises a hand in a half-hearted wave. But as they disappear, his hand falls and his smile vanishes. He looks up at the sky, his face a mask of grim certainty. He thinks to himself, sure, if there is a later. On the way home, Carol notices the townsmen rushing about. Mama, is there something happening today, like a festival? Back at home, Layla keeps her hands busy, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. It'd be nice if it was a festival, she says with a forced smile. Nonetheless, we can have a feast tomorrow. Carol's eyes light up. A feast, woohoo. Rhodey watches them, the worry evident on his face. Outside, the mood is anything but festive. Men are shouting orders, frantically reinforcing the main gate with heavy wooden planks. Inside, the parents speak in hushed tones. For the time being, I've packed everything we need into the wagon, Layla says, just in case it comes down to it. Rhodey stares out the window. It'd be great if nothing happens, but... Later, the parents pray together, their heads bowed. Please, I pray that we can get through this day without issue. Carol, blissfully unaware, joins in with her own prayer. I pray for everything to stay the same and that we can welcome tomorrow's arrival. But tomorrow brings only darkness. As night falls, a command echoes from the ramparts, release the arrows. Below, a horrifying sea of monsters crashes against the stone walls. The guards cry out in disbelief. 10-20, no, there's more than that. We've never seen this many monsters before. A commander takes charge, his voice cutting through the chaos. A lot of different species have formed a faction and are attacking us at once. Either way, harden the gate's defenses. As long as we defend the gate to the end, they'll probably get exhausted without making any progress. The defenders fight back desperately, their spears finding their mark. A monster lets out a final, agonizing shriek as it's skewered and thrown back from the gate. And there, standing firm atop the wall, is Gams. Naginata in hand, he stares down the endless horde, his face set like stone, ready for the battle of his life. The flashback continues, throwing us into the heart of the invasion. A hulking, shadowy beast and its orc minions stand before the town gates. On the walls, the guards rally. Everyone, follow Gam's lead. We must not let these guys into our town, no matter what. The monster lets out a guttural snort, its maw a nightmare of jagged teeth. The battle erupts in a clash of steel and flesh. Monsters swarm the walls, met by the desperate town guard. But their defenses are no match for the sheer power of the beasts. In a shocking move, one of the monsters leaps clean over the wall, landing right in the middle of the defenders. Panic spreads like wildfire. No way, we're getting penetrated from within. The guard's formation is instantly shattered. One of the men can only scream in disbelief. What? Suddenly, they're fighting a war on two fronts. A massive ogre-like creature joins the fray, crushing the last of their hopes. Chaos reigns, the guards are cut down one by one. A defender cries out in his last moments, how did things end up like this? The monsters roar in victory as they pour into the defenseless town. Meanwhile, huddled inside their home, Layla and Rhodys try to shield their daughter Carol from the sounds of destruction. The house trembles around them as Carol whimpers, Papa, Mama. Rhodys pulls his family close, praying through gritted teeth, God please, spare this child at least. But their prayers are met with the splintering of wood. With a deafening crash, their front door is smashed to pieces. Just as they brace for the worst, two figures burst in. It's Gams and his sister Kem, both covered in blood. Everyone, are you all right? Gams shouts. Relief washes over the family. Gams-kun, Kem-san, Rhodys manages to say somehow, more importantly, are you two okay? Gams tries to put on a brave face. There is no need to worry, this is just blood from the enemies and the blood on my little sister is from the people she healed. But Layla can see the truth in his eyes. Gams-kun, how is the fight coming along? She asks, while Kem quietly insists, Big brother, allow me to continue mending you. As Kem's hand glows over a wound on his arm, Layla presses him. This is not the time to be ambiguous, is it? Gams finally breaks. No, it is not favorable. His voice drops to a grim whisper, it is hopeless. The gates were penetrated and a ton of monsters are invading town. The majority of able forces have perished. He looks down, ashamed. I pathetically abandon the front, wondering whether I could at least get your family and my little sister out. Gams looks them dead in the eye, his expression hard as stone. Unfortunately, this is now out of our control. We should flee right now. The weight of his words hits Rhodys like a physical blow. Layla holds Carol tighter, her face a mask of despair. But Rhodys quickly shakes off the shock. Understood, we have already prepared the wagon. We have also loaded it with several boxes of goods just in case. Let us leave. Without another word, the group rushes out of the ruined house. Gams takes point, sword at the ready, scanning for threats. They reach the prepared wagon. Now then, get on, Gams urges, helping Layla and Carol aboard. He and Rhodys take the front, the wagon's setting off now. But as they exit the barn, their path is blocked by a hulking ogre. Rhodys' face pales. They found us. Gams doesn't hesitate for a second. Get on the wagon, Rhodys-san, he yells, charging forward. I'll finish them off in a flash. He meets the first monster head-on, his blade a blur. The beast doesn't even have time to react. Another one swings a crude club at him. Gams easily parries the blow. He spins past its guard and cuts the creature down with a single clean strike. With the path clear, Gams turns back to the wagon. All right, let's go, he shouts, leaping aboard as Rhodys whips the reins. The wagon lurches forward, speeding through the ravaged streets. Inside, Layla and Kem can only pray as the cart rattles violently. Gams points ahead. The gates won't work. A portion of the town's northwestern wall collapsed though. We might be able to manage from there. All right, Rhodys yells back, steering the horses toward their only hope. But as they race through their hometown, Rhodys is forced to witness the true horror of the attack. His eyes widen in terror. He sees his neighbors, his friends, being slaughtered in the streets. The entire town is burning. Monsters feast on the fallen, their cries for help echoing through the inferno. Nu wuo, Rhodys screams, helpless. They navigate a path through the dead and dying, the screams of somebody, and help me, haunting them. Rhodys can't bear to look, while Gams remains grimly focused on the road ahead. Suddenly, a shape lunges from the side. A monster leaps onto the wagon. It's a scene of pure carnage everywhere they look. Tears stream down Rhodys' face. But before the creature can attack, Gams cuts it down without even turning his full attention from their escape. He points again, Rhodys-san over there. Through the smoke and fire, they see the collapsed section of the wall. The wagon bursts through the opening, leaving the nightmare of their burning town behind. The monsters continue their rampage, unopposed. Back in Carol's home, the flames consume everything. The last thing to burn is her favorite picture book, a symbol of the life and innocence they've lost forever. Sometime later, deep in a dark forest, the wagon comes to a stop. Gams sits guard, exhausted but vigilant, while Rhodys tries to compose himself. Inside, Kem prays for the souls they lost, while Layla strokes the hair of a sleeping Carol. The young girl stirs, her eyes fluttering open. Say, Mama. Can we not return home anymore? Layla's heart breaks, but she forces a gentle smile. Yes, however, surely. There will be many new experiences awaiting us elsewhere. Carol looks up, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Really? Of course, Layla insists. She looks to the heavens, her faith unshaken. I have no doubt that we survived because of God's divine protection. The God of fate is guiding us. And with that, the memory fades, snapping us back to the present day. A doorbell rings in a quiet, modern suburb. A delivery person speaks into the intercom, you have a parcel. The door opens. Please sign or stamp here, the delivery person says, handing a box and a form to Yoshi. As Yoshi takes the pen, his eyes fall on the sender's address. It's from a place in Hokkaido called the Village of Fate. In the world of the game, the warrior Gams is training Rhodys. He watches a clumsy spear thrust and yells, "No, that kind of thrust wouldn't even scathe a monster." Rhodys tries again, putting all his strength into it as Gams barks, "Yes." But even with the encouragement, Rhodys is sweating, clearly struggling. Gams watches with a critical, unimpressed eye. From his desk in the real world, Yoshi watches the scene play out on his monitor. The training ends with Rhodys on his hands and knees, completely out of breath. Gams looks down at him, his judgment delivered bluntly. "Rhodys-san, I think you aren't cut out for battle after all. Leave the front lines to me and Mula-san." He tells the defeated Rhodys, "Please assist us from behind when the day comes." Rhodys looks down, ashamed. "It seems I did not know my place. I thought every bit of strength would help, but I apologize that you had to spare time for me." As Yoshi watches, he thinks to himself, Gams is pretty strict, isn't he? Later, the villagers gather for a meal. Rhodys is still quiet and dejected from his earlier failure. Layla turns to Gams with a request. "Say, Gams, we're short on fruit right now, so if you find some during your patrols, could you harvest them for us?" Gams agrees easily. Hearing this, little Carol's eyes light up. "Ah, in that case Carol will join you and help." Rhodys immediately looks alarmed. Carol pouts, "I haven't been able to go outside at all since we came to this cave." Rhodys stands up, his voice filled with worry. "I already told you before. When that day approaches, the monsters grow violent and it becomes much more dangerous than usual outside." But Carol isn't listening, beaming with excitement. I'll be fine with Big Brother Gams." Rhodys tries to protest, but Carol. She cuts him off, dreaming of her adventure. "I'll harvest a ton of tasty fruit." That's the last straw for Rhodys. He slams his fist on the table, shouting, "No." Losing his composure entirely, he screams, "It is dangerous outside. Listen to what Papa says." The sudden outburst shocks everyone at the table into silence. Gams and the others can only watch, stunned. The meal is forgotten. Carol stares at her father, her excitement instantly gone. Her face crumples as tears well up in her eyes. Layla tries to calm her husband down, whispering, "Dear." Carol pushes her plate away, her day ruined. She jumps up from her seat, crying and screaming directly at Rhodys, "I hate you, Papa." Before anyone can stop her, she runs away from the table. Layla calls after her, "Ah, Carol." Rhodys reaches out, but it's too late. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by stress and regret. Back in his room, Yoshi sighs, watching the family drama. "Rhodys, you're being driven up the wall pretty hard, aren't you?" But that wouldn't be a fundamental solution to the problem, he thinks. "Right now, all I can do is try to give the villagers courage through a prophecy. As a result of their tributes, my fate points have been building up fairly nicely, so..." He checks his total, 214 points. He considers using a miracle, like summoning a group of hunters to stay for 3 days. But he quickly dismisses the idea. "No matter how much you boost your ranks, if the hunters turn out to be savages who would harm the villagers, we'd lose everything. If this were an ordinary game, I'd be fretting over something not worth fretting over. In the end, the ideal miracle for this situation is to summon a golem. I'll be able to control the golem and it wouldn't be harmful to the villagers. Even if something unforeseen occurs, I can adapt to deal with it." He leans back, frustrated. "The problem is, I don't think I'll get the 700 points required over the next 10 days. He starts brainstorming. "Could I plead my parents to lend me money?" He immediately shuts that down. "If I were to borrow money because I wanted to spend it in a game, I'll get kicked out of the house. Borrowing it from my younger sister, that's even more impossible." He glances at the pile of virtual tributes. "What about selling these? Could I even sell them? They're pretty dubious, and there's no certainty I'd be able to cash out within 10 days either." He slumps over his desk in defeat. "Sigh, I guess this is a stalemate." But then a new thought cuts through his despair. No, there is a way. He sits up straight. He quickly opens his laptop. With a decisive click, he types into the search bar, "part-time job openings." Yes, it's the simplest solution for people, he thinks, but a wave of anxiety hits him. "But I've never worked before." His mind flashes back to a failed interview during university. "I was too nervous to speak properly and quickly blew it." He remembers the feeling of failure. "Now that I think about it, that wasn't the only reason. A strange sense of pride was affecting me, and I only wanted positions with high hourly wages and good perks. I should have learned my lesson, but when I started looking for full-time work, I made the same mistake again. I applied to a corporation targeting graduates from first-class universities, and the result was obvious. My father couldn't turn a blind eye to it anymore, so he used his connections to refer me to several companies. And yet, I did something that brought disgrace to my father. Somewhere in my heart, I had this naive thought that if I failed the interview, it would give me a reason not to work anymore." He sits in his messy room 10 years later. I have considered working many times. I don't mind if it's part-time. I figured I'll give it a shot. But I'm scared. I know I'm pathetic and old enough to know better. I'm just spoiled with everything and scared." He remembers the feeling of rejection, of putting in effort and getting denied. The imagined faces of his disappointed family flash in his mind. "I don't want anyone to be disappointed in me anymore." He stares at the job listings on his screen. However, if I don't work now, people would make fun of me for this, wouldn't they? To think that my motive for trying to get a job would be for a game. He clutches his shirt, a desperate look on his face. I feel like chances are, I'll never change for the rest of my life like this. If I can't help the villagers this way, I'd be putting the cart before the horse. It'd be nice if there was a job that ends by this month and lets me earn what I need, but... He considers physical labor but doubts himself. Could I even work at places like those that rely on strength? He thinks about retail. Short-term employment at convenience stores take months, and since I've never normally spoken with people outside of my family, dealing with customers is an insanely high hurdle. He sighs, looking back at his monitor. So the side effect of doing nothing up until now is even for something like this. On the screen, Rhodys is trying to approach Carol. He tries to apologize, Carol, about what happened earlier, but she just turns her back to him, giving him the silent treatment. Layla gently pulls Rhodys back. Let's just leave her be for now. Watching their pain, Yoshi's own anxieties fade away. His hand tightens into a fist. He stands up, filled with a new resolve. Just you wait, I will be of help to everyone. If you want to find a part-time job without using the internet, it would probably be through the job listings inside of free magazines. He grabs his jacket and runs out of the house, hopping on his bike and pedaling furiously. Move, 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 don't think, don't worry. Sometime later, he returns home. His mother sees him enter, surprised. Oh my, you went out. She notices the plastic bag in his hand. He places the bag, containing a Citywork magazine, on the floor. His mother smiles warmly, if a bit confused. Welcome home, Tilda. The magazine holds his new purpose. Back in his room, without a moment's rest, he spreads the magazine on his desk. He immediately begins circling potential job listings with a pen. He grabs a resume form, ready to finally take action. Just then his door opens. It's his mother, food's ready, Tilda. Yoshi joins his family at the dinner table, a silent determination burning within him. At home, Sayuki is met with a lukewarm greeting from her brother, Yoshi. So you're back. Confused by the atmosphere, she turns to her father. What was I not supposed to be? Yoshi quickly corrects himself. Welcome home, great going at work, but their mother bluntly answers Sayuki's question. No. Taken aback, Sayuki awkwardly announces her arrival. Yes, I'm home. The family sits down for dinner, but the tension is thick, and the meal is unusually fancy. Sayuki eyes the extravagant spread suspiciously. Say, mother, did something nice happen? This meal's way better than usual. Her mother beams, dropping a bombshell. It seems Yashio's interested in getting a job now. The news makes Yoshi choke on his food. Sayuki smirks at her brother. So you finally have the motivation then. Yoshi avoids eye contact, mumbling his excuse. I'm just in need of a little cash. It's only a part-time job to start though. To everyone's surprise, their father speaks up with unexpected support. The motive isn't important, it's a good thing that you're motivated now. Yoshi flinches, not used to this kind of encouragement. His father continues, considering my personality, I thought you'd only accept full-time work, but... Sayuki decides to tease him. Big brother, you've changed, could it be? Did you get a girlfriend? Their mother immediately shuts it down. No way, Yashio isn't that popular, is he? But then a sly smile creeps across the mother's face as she realizes, wait, did she just call him Big Brother? Sayuki presses on, connecting the dots. Is this related to that village that's been sending us all those goods lately? Yoshi breaks out in a cold sweat thinking, she's sharp. He scrambles for a half-truth. Well, I'm helping them revitalize their village and it feels wrong to just keep taking things. I want to give something back. He adds internally, I haven't lied, yet. Now Sayuki is completely lost. Village revitalization, I'm the only one out of the loop, but her mother waves her off. Manners, we'll talk after we eat. Later that evening, Yoshi sits alone on the veranda, lost in thought. He hears footsteps behind him. It's his father who gets straight to the point. Have you found a job yet? Yoshi turns, looking serious. I've found 3 potential places. I'm going to call them tomorrow. A quiet moment passes between them. His father clarifies, you said it's just short-term, right? Yoshi nods. Yeah, I have some business in the village at the end of the month, so I can only work until then. His father seems surprised by his son's proactivity. From today, huh? He points out the sudden change. You used to always put things off until tomorrow. Yoshi thinks to himself, I know, right, even I'm surprised. Any other requirements? His father asks. Yoshi explains, I plan to give it my all, but I'm not great with customer service. I'm looking for physical labor. He quickly adds, flustered, not that I'm looking down on it, it just fits my situation right now. His father's gaze is intense and calculating. I understand, I see. He then makes an unexpected offer. If you're truly motivated, I'll ask a friend of mine to help. He speaks with a rare gentleness. No matter how old you are, I'm still your father. It's not embarrassing for a child to get help. This isn't about being spoiled, Yashio. Yoshi is stunned into silence. He hesitates, his old fears resurfacing. I'm grateful, but if I rely on him now, won't I just throw this chance away like all the others? But his father's next words cut through his doubt. If you want to accomplish something, you use every tool you have, even your family. That's what it means to be an adult. The determination in his father's eyes is unwavering. And in that moment, something clicks for Yoshi. He suddenly sees a reflection of his in-game friend, Rhodys, in his own father. He remembers how Rhodys would always encourage the fiercely independent Carol to lean on him for support. Looking at his dad, he understands. He's not judging me, he's trying to convince me to rely on him for help. He thinks back on all the times he might have misunderstood his father's intentions. Perhaps all this time, his father was just waiting for him to ask. With newfound resolve, Yoshi makes his decision. He bows his head to the floor. In that case, please. A flicker of relief crosses his father's face. Wasting no time, his father pulls out his phone and starts dialing. Give me a moment. Yoshi watches, the reality of the situation sinking in. As his father speaks into the phone, a tremor runs through Yoshi's hand. I wasn't even sure about this, but now I'm trembling, there's no way out. His father turns back to him, still on the call. Yoshio, can you get changed into something you can work in? Yoshi stammers, sure, I have a tracksuit, but I haven't even written my resume. His father dismisses his concerns. It's fine, he's a friend, get changed and be down here in 30 minutes. In the bathroom, Yoshi begins to shave, symbolically scraping away his old self. He gets ready, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Staring at his clean-shaven reflection, his eyes are filled with pure anxiety. Now in his tracksuit, he stands frozen in front of the mirror. As he zips up the jacket, the familiar voice of doubt whispers in his mind. Starting now, I'm really going to work, huh? The fear of failure paralyses him. I'm just going to disappoint him again, aren't I? He clenches his fists, furious at his own weakness. Is this all the resolve I had? I'm already hesitating. Desperate for a sliver of courage, he turns to the one place he knows he can find it, his computer. He sits down, logging into the game that has become his entire world. On screen, the character Rhodys is mired in his own moment of doubt. Sigh, what am I even doing? But Rhodys quickly shakes it off, slamming the table with renewed purpose. This won't do. He immediately seeks out Layla. Layla, I'm free, is there anything I can help with? Layla considers his offer. She tells him, actually, I think Carol has already taken care of everything for today. Rhodys is shocked. Layla explains how Carol has been taking the initiative to help with chores around the village. She smiles warmly. In her own way, that girl is trying her best to help everyone. The words hit Rhodys hard. Layla muses, kids really do grow up fast, don't they? When she turns back, Rhodys is already gone. He's rushed to the stables, calling out to his daughter, Carol. She turns, surprised to see him, Papa. Before she can speak, Rhodys bows his head. Papa, I'm sorry. Carol is completely confused. She tries to explain what she's learned from the others. Well, everyone has been telling me that Papa treasures me more than anything in the world. And you only got angry because you wanted to protect me. The other villagers watch the tender moment unfold. Rhodys is overcome with emotion. Carol promises, I won't ask to go outside anymore. But Rhodys gently stops her, no. He takes full responsibility. It was Papa who was wrong. I was so afraid of the evil god's temptation that I forgot what was truly important. His voice booms with conviction as he looks out at their new home. We came to this new land with our friends. And we made the decision to live here together. His words echo in Yoshi's room, striking a deep chord within him. We cannot stay in fear forever and seclude ourselves. Rhodys kneels before his daughter, his voice full of pride. Carol is a splendid member of our village. Papa trusts you. You can do whatever you wish. With tears in her eyes, Carol gives him a brilliant, happy smile. Okay. The villagers applaud, moved by the father-daughter reconciliation. Back in the real world, Yoshi trembles, not with fear, but with a powerful surge of inspiration. With a sharp crack, he slaps his own cheeks, forcing the doubt out. The sting clears his mind. A determined, genuine grin spreads across his face. Thank you, he whispers to the screen. I have the courage now. He stands, turning to his monitor one last time. He says goodbye to his virtual family. All right, everyone, I'll be back. With a decisive click, the screen goes black. In the silent game world, Rhodys lifts a joyous Carol into the air, a perfect image of the community and courage he's leaving behind to face his own reality. Driving through the city late at night, Yoshi sits in the passenger seat, his mind racing with questions about his destination. The job I'm headed to right now, what kind of work does it entail? His father, focused on the road, explains the situation. Cleaning duty. It seems there's a lack of cleaning staff for the night shift at his supermarket. One of his part-timers quit recently. Yoshi listens with a stoic expression as his father finishes, so he is thrilled that you fit right in. As the car continues on, Yoshi quietly mulls over the news. Cleaning duty, huh? Will it be suitable for me? They finally pull into the parking lot of a large, modern-looking supermarket, the building quiet under the night sky. As Yoshi and his father step out of the car, a man with a beard and a friendly smile waves them over. Hey, so you've arrived. The man, clearly the manager, greets them warmly. I'm glad you're here, you're a lifesaver. He then gives Yoshi an enthusiastic pat on the chest, getting a bit too close for comfort. You've got quite a nice body, don't you? Yoshi flinches, stammering, I hope we can get along well. While his mind screams, what was that? I almost backed away like a kid. Watching his father walk back towards the car, Yoshi is hit with a sudden realization. I'm the one who's working from here on out, you're leaving already. The moment happens in a flash. His father simply states, so with that said, I'll leave the rest to you. The manager agrees, but Yoshi can only let out a stunned, eh. A wave of panic washes over Yoshi's face as he realizes he's been left alone. He instinctively clenches his hand, trying to ground himself in the awkward situation. Sensing his anxiety, the manager leads him towards the entrance. No need to be so nervous, he says reassuringly. You just need to do what you're told. If there's anything you can't do or don't understand, either ask me or the two employees over there for help. Inside the empty supermarket, the manager calls out to his other two night shift workers. You two have a new coworker, don't bully him or give him any weird ideas. A woman with reddish-brown hair and a friendly smile turns from her floor polisher. There's no way we would, you're just here for a short while, right? Nice to meet you. Her blonde male coworker leans on his mop with a sly grin. Oh, you're pretty tall, aren't cha? With you being that tall, cleaning the fluorescent lamps and so on should be easy. Yoshi quietly observes his new, outgoing colleagues, thinking to himself, unlike me, these two seem to have excellent social skills, huh? He takes a moment to steel his resolve, clenching his fist. I am just a typical newbie here. I am going to throw away my worthless pride and accept that I will be incompetent. I am going to do my best modestly. With a determined, if slightly nervous, expression, Yoshi prepares to introduce himself properly. He then bows deeply to the manager and his two new coworkers, declaring, I hope we all get along well. After his first real day of work in years, Yoshi's shift finally comes to an end. Outside, one of his coworkers takes a smoke break. You can check in tomorrow as well, right? Yoshi nods. Yes, that is not an issue. The night is quiet as they wrap things up. The bearded manager confirms the schedule. Well, I guess it's technically yesterday now, huh? It'll be a late night shift tomorrow as well, so I'll come pick you up at 8 p.m. From the van, his other coworkers wave him off. Great work, see you tomorrow, let's get along tomorrow as well. Yoshi watches as the van's headlights disappear down the street, the sound of its engine rumbling in the darkness. A small, genuine smile forms on his face. For the first time in a long time, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Arriving home, he quietly lets himself in. I'm home, he whispers, thinking to himself, there's no way anyone would be awake at this hour though. As he takes off his shoes, he reflects on the day. Everyone treated me kindly and cordially today, so I managed to calm my nerves and fulfill all of my duties. He remembers the main task he was given, operating a massive industrial vacuum to suck up dirty, foaming water. I wonder how many years it has been since I last pushed my body like this. He also had to move equipment and wash the cleaning tools. I think the manager got the wrong impression, he muses, and entrusted me with the most comfortable work. Exhausted but satisfied, he heads inside. I want to take a bath as soon as possible, but before that, I'm thirsty. He walks into the kitchen and stops, noticing something left for him on the table. It's a plate of food covered in plastic wrap with a small note tucked beside it. Great work, you must be hungry, right? He can almost hear his mother's voice, a warm vision of her appearing in his mind. You must be hungry, right? Go ahead and eat up. Yoshi sits down, unwraps the food, and prepares to eat. He takes a large, hungry bite. A single thought fills his mind, yummy. The simple meal tastes incredible. So meals you eat after a day of hard work, he thinks with tears in his eyes, actually tasted this good then. He finishes the plate and puts his hands together in gratitude. Thanks for the meal. As he pulls off his tracksuit top, ready for a bath, a question pops into his head. What was I so afraid of when it came to working? He slides open the bathroom door and freezes, surprised by what he sees. The bathroom is warm, he realizes, stepping into the steam-filled room. There is hot water prepared, and the tub is clean. A wave of warmth washes over him, and it's not just from the steam. Mom must have taken me into consideration, cleaned up the bath, and had it reserved for me. Sinking into the hot water, Yoshi lets out a relaxed sigh. Thank you, Mom. Later that night, the clock on the wall reads 3:15 a.m. Despite the hour, Yoshi sits down at his computer. I guess I should check and see how the villagers are doing. He boots up the game, the screen glowing in the dark room. In the village of Fate, all is quiet under the moonlight. The settlement is peaceful, with not a soul in sight. He checks in on each of his villagers, finding Kem and Gam sound asleep. Rhodey's, Layla, and little Carol are also resting peacefully. Well, he thinks, seeing the last of them, it seems everyone's asleep. A fond smile spreads across his face. The reason why I could persist until the end today was because of all you villagers. He thinks of their tireless efforts day in and day out. Watching you all work so hard, I naturally managed to put in my all. Feeling his own exhaustion, he shuts down the computer. I suppose I'll get some shut-eye too. He climbs into bed, whispering to the screen, sweet dreams, everyone. The night passes. But as morning dawns, a pained cry echoes from the house. Yoshi is writhing in his bed, every muscle screaming in protest. Ghhhh, this is definitely muscle pain. He struggles just to get to his feet. My ass is particularly bad. Just then his mother opens the door. Looks like you're awake. Wincing with every step, Yoshi makes his way downstairs. And I have work today too, will I be all right like this? In the kitchen, his mom offers to help. I'll heat you up lunch, so just give me a moment. But Yoshi insists, no need, I can handle that myself. He heats up the food himself, trying to act normal. They sit down together and his mom asks the inevitable question, how was work? Putting on a brave face, Yoshi lies through his teeth. Everyone was nice to me and the work was a breeze. I have to go to work at the same time tonight as well. His mother beams with pride. Oh my, is that so? You're really giving it your all, aren't you? She then asks, how was yesterday's dinner? It was delicious, Yoshi replies, adding, thanks for going out of your way to make it. His mom just chuckles, foo-foo, you've turned incredibly obedient, haven't you? Yoshi just continues eating, a slight blush on his cheeks. After finishing, he clears his plate. Thank you for the meal. His mom suddenly remembers something. Ah, that reminds me, you got another parcel from the village of fate again. She hands him a small white box. Yoshi takes the package and heads to his room. The size of this parcel must mean it came from Carol then. At his desk, he carefully begins to open it. Inside is a lumpy, round object. He smiles warmly. Haha, she put in all her effort to choose this, didn't she? He thinks about the game's tribute system. The villagers are convinced that they can only pay tribute to me once per day, but the truth is actually different. In reality, they can send up to 2 tributes per day. But there's a catch, and her name is Carol. Every day, the little girl mimics the adults she sees praying at the idol. And every day, she leaves her own special offering. Because Carol sends me things arbitrarily, Yoshi explains to himself, the number of times the villagers can pay tribute effectively becomes 1. Her gift started simple, misshapen stones from the riverside. But lately, she's been trying to carve wooden figures, just like the big statue of the god of fate. Small white flowers and even shiny Doridango dirt balls. Her carving skills are slowly improving. Quantity is leading to quality, so I'm actually quite looking forward to what she makes. Though watching her carve with a knife in hand still keeps me in suspense. On his screen, he sees the moment Carol finished her latest masterpiece, shouting, "It's done." Yoshi smiles. It seems she made something new today as well. In the game, Carol rushes to find Mulus, who is busy writing. Hey Mulus-san, hey, she calls out, trying to get his attention. Mulus looks up, surprised to see the little girl beside him. What is the matter? He asks kindly, as Carol presents her creation. She holds up the wooden figure. What do you see? Mulus examines the crudely carved piece of wood. He looks from the carving to the actual stone idol of their god. And back again, his eyes welling up with emotion at her earnest effort. That is the god of fate, correct? Carol asks eagerly. Mulus beams, yep, correct. Back in the real world, Yoshi gets up to add the new gift to his collection. He carefully places the round dirt ball on a small cloth, and there we go. It sits proudly next to her wooden carvings. These may seem like worthless trinkets to others, but for Carol and me, these are treasures. He can't help but smile at the thought. Leaning back in his chair, he considers the reality of it all. Well, these were sent to me from a game world, so I'm not sure if they are actually just being handmade by some employees at the game company. But I clearly know that's impossible. He chooses to believe. Even so, there is a guy here who wants to be deluded that these tributes were actually sent by Carol, no matter how ridiculous it might look to others. The day's exhaustion finally catches up to him as he lets out a huge yawn. He gets into bed, his muscles still aching. Let's just get some sleep. It'd be great if this muscle pain heals a bit. As he drifts off, he's filled with a newfound sense of purpose. I never fathomed Mom would be so happy just to see me working. Plus, I'm thankful that I can make money by being helpful to others. At Yoshi's new part-time job, his manager calls out to him. While Yoshi is vacuuming the supermarket floor, his manager praises him. Oh, you've gotten the hang of this, haven't cha? Yoshi shyly replies. Perhaps. The manager insists. It's true, and there's no need to be so tense. Nonetheless, there's no way you get used to things in just 2 days now, is there? The manager then points to their blonde coworker diligently mopping the floor. My staff are all good people, you see, he tells Yoshi. He may seem pretentious, but he's actually a pretty hard worker, you know. The blonde coworker continues his work with a serious, focused expression. Yoshi watches him, taking in the manager's words. He thinks to himself, pretentious was the first impression I had of him too. However, he is serious when he works and he does his job quickly and skillfully. I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. With his arms crossed, the manager gives Yoshi some final advice. What matters most on the job is being diligent. With that in mind, you are an excellent worker. That is the most crucial factor. Yoshi beams, thank you very much. He feels a genuine sense of happiness from the praise, even if the manager was just being considerate to the new guy. Suddenly, their female coworker calls out from across the store, Manager, stop goofing around with the newcomer and please get to work. She and the blonde coworker approach. The blonde guy smirks, well aren't you lively, how nice. The woman continues her rant, manager if you're going to slack off increase our wages and reduce yours. The blonde coworker then turns to Yoshi, adding, and Yashio-kun, try not to get too enthusiastic about this. Yoshi tries to intervene but the manager just stammers, alright sorry. But then he spins around, pointing a finger indignantly, I'm the one who decides your wages. The friendly banter makes everyone laugh, creating a warm atmosphere. Watching them, Yoshi smiles, he thinks, this workplace, I'll probably be able to put in my all here, I'm glad this was the first place I worked at. Later that day, after his shift ends, Yoshi waves goodbye to his coworkers as their van drives off. Great work everyone, great work Tilda. Back at home, his thoughts turn to his other life. There is close to another week until the evil god's temptation. I'll have to motivate myself for the sake of the villagers as well. He settles in at his desk, ready to log into the game. Looking at the screen, he thinks, I've been getting less time to look at the game, so I'll definitely need to check the day's conversation log. With a click of the mouse, he pulls up the chat history. The log opens to a scene in the village compound, where Carol and Kem are with Gams. Kem is kneeling beside Gams, asking gently, Big brother, are you not tired? She suggests, why not take a short break? But before Gams can answer, little Carol pops up, full of energy. It's nice and warm out today and it feels super pleasant. Big brother GAMS, let's take a nap together. Kem gets annoyed. Please do not interrupt. Hey, I am talking to Big brother right now. But Carol presses on, Big brother GAMS wants to nap with me, right? Having had enough of their bickering, Gams abruptly stands up and starts to walk away. Both girls call out after him in confusion, wait, Big brother, where are you going? Yoshi chuckles at the familiar scene. Even though I'm only reading text, I can picture it in my mind. Well, this must be a conversation between Rhodys and Layla then. The next log shows Rhodys grinding herbs as Layla watches. She asks, what are you making? Rhodys explains, Mula-san has been teaching me about antidote mixtures. He continues grinding, admitting, I can't guarantee the effects just yet though. Rhodys' determination is clear as he thinks back on his training. I cannot fight on the front lines like Gams-kun or Mula-san, so I wondered whether I could help everyone out some other way. Touched by his words, Layla approaches him from behind. She wraps her arms around him in a warm hug, exclaiming, honey, you are a super reliable man. Rhodys is flustered but happy. Yoshi smiles, feeling proud of his villagers. Everyone bears uncertainty towards the evil god's temptation, but they live optimistically every day, don't they? Next is. He scrolls further down the log, but his smile vanishes. His hand tightens on the mouse as he reads the next entry. What's this? On the screen is a chat log he doesn't recognize. What is this chat? The conversation is between two unknown speakers, their names hidden. One asks, who is the other party? The other replies, I have no doubt that they are ordinary refugees. There has yet to be any suspicious activity from them. There does not appear to be much risk as well. Yes, I shall return after a little more observation. Yoshi realizes their names are hidden because they aren't villagers. The conversation takes a dark turn. Even if we do not make a move, they may perish from the evil god's temptation. Even in the past, the humans who resided here and the filthy dwarves were annihilated. The second speaker voices a single major issue. The only concern is, they are being blessed by the god of fate. Yoshi's blood runs cold as he stares at the screen, the words hitting far too close to home. The log continues over a dramatic image of a figure in a storm. If we were to make a move, we risk incurring the god's wrath. Yoshi is in utter shock. No way, so you were a spy. The first speaker agrees with the cautious approach. Thus, as I mentioned not long ago as well, I believe we should observe, not act. Yes, understood, the second speaker concedes. Their final message is a chilling threat. For those who have set foot on our holy land, we shall give them nature's judgment. And in that horrifying moment, Yoshi realizes who the spy is. The one observing his villagers, the one calling them invaders, is Mulus. Staring at his monitor, Yoshi's discovery sends a jolt through him. Mulus, so you were a spy. He reflects on the recent events. I thought he would be a reliable doctor, but then this happened, I can now understand why he was treated as a guest character instead of an ally, but... Yoshi pieces it together. Mulus is part of a local tribe, cautiously observing the villagers who have settled in his forest. However, Mulus knows the villagers are under the protection of a higher power, the god of fate, which is Yoshi himself. A small sense of relief washes over Yoshi. It seems that the setting of them being protected by the god of fate has helped. He cracks a slight, proud smile. I guess my existence can be of some contribution to the villagers then, that point kind of makes me happy. But a new problem arises. Without Mulus's help, Gams is the only one strong enough to fight the monsters during the upcoming evil god's temptation. What should I do? Yoshi glances at the time. Well, it's getting late for now, so I will give a prophecy tomorrow as soon as I get up. He formulates a plan. I'll need to give a warning that hints towards my awareness of Mulus's true identity so that he changes his mind and doesn't try anything strange. The next day, in the world of the game. The sun shines down on the humble village. The villagers have gathered for a meal. Everyone is present, including the watchful Mulus. He eats quietly, observing the others. Back in his room, Yoshi sees the perfect opportunity. All right, it seems everyone has gathered. With a decisive click, he sends his divine message. Suddenly, a divine light emanates from the offering box, startling the villagers. Kem the Oracle quickly understands. MMGH, everyone, we have today's prophecy. Sorry to interrupt you while you're eating. She opens her book, her tone serious. But this is an emergency. Well then, you may bear concerns towards the evil god's temptation at the end of the month, but please bear with it somehow. The prophecy continues, offering a glimmer of hope. I will invoke my miraculous powers to assist you a little as well. Gams and the others listen intently. Do not forget that you are under my divine protection. Then comes the final, pointed message, delivered as the scene focuses on Mulus. Should anyone pose a danger to you, they will incur the god of fate's judgment. The words hit their mark. Mulus flinches as the very stone wall behind him cracks under the divine pressure. Kem notices his reaction. Mulus-san, is something the matter? He repeats the god's words in his mind, a cold sweat on his brow. You must never forget, that is what he said. He forces a strained smile, trying to play it off. No, nothing. Watching from his screen, Yoshi smirks. The message was received loud and clear. It seems that Mulus truly fears the god of fate's power. Gams, ever the pragmatist, rallies the group. With God's assistance, we may be able to get through this somehow. However, we should still do what we can. God despises the idle. Rhodey sighs. Gams, those words pierce me, so stop. Yoshi feels a sense of accomplishment. Anyhow, I think I've managed to stop Mulus from unnecessary interference now. With the spy neutralized, he turns to the next issue, their lack of firepower. His cursor hovers over a promising option, Golem. His imagination runs wild at the thought of a golem he can control fighting alongside Gams. I'm getting hyped now. But his excitement is tempered by reality. He needs more fate points to make it happen, and with only 350, he'll have to work for another week to afford it. And so, it's back to his part-time cleaning job. The day begins. In the work van, his coworker is cheerful. Let's get along nicely, Tilda, his manager agrees, yeah. Yoshi looks around, noticing someone's absence. Where's Yamamoto-san? His coworker explains, yeah, Yamamoto-kun is not feeling well, so he said he would take the day off today. Yoshi nods, is that so? The manager turns to him. That's why the three of us will be working today. We'll be cleaning a store that's smaller than the usual, so it shouldn't take that much time. Yoshi buckles his seatbelt, feeling a bit of pressure. Gee, got it. As they drive off, the manager adds, man, Yoshio-kun is seriously a lifesaver for coming with us. I'll be counting on you. The day passes quickly. Evening falls. The streetlights flicker on as Yoshi heads home. He walks through the door. I'm home, Tilda. In the kitchen, his mother greets him while his father quietly reads, Oh my, welcome home. Geez, if you were going to be back at this time, at least give me a heads up. We could have eaten together, she says, though not unkindly. No, it's fine, he replies. Yoshi explains, plus, the finishing time varies. Today's job started in the evening, so I managed to return quickly. Is that so? That's too bad, she says, but her expression quickly changes. You must be hungry. I'll reheat something for you right now. As his mother hums happily while preparing his food, Yoshi can't help but notice. She's in an awfully good mood today, isn't she? He feels a bead of sweat. He glances at his father. If I ask Dad, I'll find out why Mom is in a good mood, but... The silence at the table feels heavy. His own insecurity holds him back. Even though I could just ask, I can't bring myself to speak. It isn't that easy to get rid of your lack of confidence, is it? He steels himself. Still, I gotta thank him for the job as well, so I'll just bite the bullet. But just as he's about to speak, his mother places a plate in front of him. Food's ready, his courage vanishes. Dad. He looks down, defeated. Let's just eat. The three of them sit in a familiar, awkward silence. But his mother's beaming smile is impossible to ignore. Yoshi feels the pressure mounting. She's giving off this massive aura like she wants me to ask what happened. Finally he breaks. Mom, what happened? She giggles, thrilled. Fufu, you want to know? Oh, what should I do? She leans in conspiratorially. The truth is, today, you're Dad. But before she can finish, his father lets out a sharp ahem. His parents quickly change the subject to a TV show, leaving Yoshi utterly bewildered. That just now simply looked like Dad got flustered. What happened? Later that night, Yoshi is back at his sanctuary. He takes a long drink, exhausted. Phew, work didn't last long, but I'm totally beat today, huh? He figures, being told by my boss that he'd be counting on me must have got me a bit too enthusiastic. He lets out a massive yawn. If I were to dive into my futon like this, I'm sure I'd fall asleep instantly. But I gotta check in on the villagers at least once. He logs in and sees that little Carol is already fast asleep. Gams and Kem appear to be turning in for the night as well. He pans over to Rhodey's and his wife. They're sharing a tender moment. Yoshi smiles. Well, yeah, they are still young after all, I'll let them have their privacy. His gaze then shifts, looking for one person in particular. He finds Mulus, lying awake in the cave. I thought he would ditch the villagers and disappear, but he's still staying in the cave. Yoshi wonders, what is he thinking? Maybe he's planning to observe and see whether the villagers will leave before the evil god's temptation. The villagers probably feel safer with him around, so I can't force him away right now. Let's just watch him carefully. The hours tick by, and it's now almost 3 a.m. Yoshi can barely keep his eyes open. Fwa, not good, I might as well just go to sleep then. But just as he's about to log off, something on the screen catches his attention, snapping him awake. What's this? A new, strange icon has appeared over the village gate. It's the kanji for real, surrounded by a square. At his desk, Yoshi stares at his monitor, recalling the strange dream feature he'd used before. When I clicked that, I saw Gam's dream. Maybe this is another secret element. A new button appears, real, he's exhausted. My fatigue's at its limit, I'll just check this out and then go to sleep. With a click, he dives in. Just as he thought, the screen flickers and changes, displaying a modern house at night. Yoshi leans in, intrigued by the new interface. The view pans over a quiet suburban home. Looks like a pretty normal house, he thinks. His hand moves to the mouse, scrolling the wheel. Oh, I can zoom in and look around, just like in the game. He explores the digital space, moving through the entrance. Down the hall, past the bathroom, and into the kitchen, but then a thought stops him cold. Wait a second. A jolt of shock runs through him. This room layout, it's not just familiar, this is MY house. He clutches his head, his mind reeling. My brain can't process this. Panicked, he fumbles with the mouse. How do I get back to the game screen? But the view keeps moving, zooming into the bathroom. There's someone in there. The camera pushes closer, focusing on the figure in the shower. The person turns and Yoshi's heart stops. It's his sister, Sayuki. Sayuki, he gasps as she sighs, man, I'm dead tired, and my skin feels so rough lately. She looks down, sighing again. Just a little more, please get bigger. She thinks to herself, I've been doing my exercises every day, haven't I? Yoshi recoils from the screen, a cold sweat breaking out. If this was real, if Sayuki found out I was peeping, she would absolutely murder me. Then a wave of relief washes over him as he leans back in his chair, a knowing smile spreading across his face. I get it now, this has to be a dream. I must have fallen asleep playing Village of Fate, that's the only explanation. Now comfortable in his dream, he explores further, moving the camera to the living room where his parents are sitting on the sofa. Dad and Mom are here too, huh? Well, if I'm dreaming, I guess it's okay to eavesdrop a little. His father looks uncomfortable. Mom, stop trying to bring it up in front of our son. But his mother is beaming, showing off a gift box. Dad gave me a wedding anniversary present for the first time in 10 years, I'm allowed to brag a little. She smiles warmly, there's no issue with that, is there? Watching from his room, Yoshi is taken aback. So today was their wedding anniversary, I had no idea. It's good that they're getting along, he thinks, but it's still kind of embarrassing to see it firsthand. The mood suddenly shifts, his father looks down, his voice heavy. If you're pleased, then I'm honored, and I'm sorry. For the past 10 years, I've been constantly out of it. Yoshi's casual expression fades, replaced by a serious focus. His mother's smile softens. You stopped smiling ever since that day, haven't you? She looks at him with knowing eyes. That worry, it's about Yashio, right? His father's lips form a tight line. Yeah, he says quietly, that's right. Yoshi stares at the screen, the words hitting him hard. I see, he thinks, his own heart aching. Even in a dream, hearing that from my father feels like a thorn in my heart. A memory surfaces, a happy family photo from years ago. Thinking back, before I became a NEET, he was a much calmer person. He remembers his father's easy smile. He was always quiet, but he put his all into everything. I remember he got so into a father-son relay race once that he pulled a muscle. More memories return, his father patiently helping him with difficult homework. His father secretly giving him ice cream after his mom had scolded him. His father staying by his side, comforting him until he stopped crying. Why did I forget all these treasured moments? He realizes with a sickening feeling, all this time I thought my father was just a strict, cold person. I was just telling myself that. The truth crashes down on him. I didn't want to accept that it was my fault our family turned sour, so I twisted my own memories to fit my narrative. Even as I continued being a NEET, those biased memories got buried deep inside me. Yoshi hangs his head, his fists clenched in regret on his desk. Back in the dream, his mother's face brightens. Now that he has a job, Yashio looks so much brighter, doesn't he? His father agrees, yeah, I'm truly relieved. Then his father says something that stuns Yoshi. I've always wanted to apologize to Yashio since that day. Yoshi stares, confused. Father wants to apologize to me, but why? I'm the one who should be apologizing. His mother nods grimly. You're talking about the argument back then. I've never forgotten what you said that day. Yoshi's eyes widen in recollection. A painful memory flashes back, his father yelling at him in the kitchen. I shouted at him, "You're not putting in enough effort. Anyone can find a job as long as they're serious about it." Yoshi winces. Those words, they really hit me hard, especially since I thought I was trying my best. His mother chuckles softly. "That was a bit much. After all, back in your university days, you were what they call a chill guy, a party-goer even." His father looks away, ashamed. "I kept fooling around in school and my grades barely made it." Yoshi can't believe it. An image of a young, ridiculously dressed version of his dad appears. A chill guy, that's the complete opposite of him. Even for a dream, this is insane. His father continues his confession. "If the me from back then were here now, I would have ended up far worse than Yashio." The economy was booming back then. Companies were practically begging us to work for them. Yashio was a more diligent student than I ever was, and he tried his best to find a job. And yet, someone like me who just fooled around, I overlooked my own faults and patronized him. The weight of his father's regret hangs in the air. I had no right to say such things. Yoshi's world is tilting on its axis. "I tried to be a father," his dad says, his voice cracking, "but I lived carrying a burden greater than I could handle. I thought I'd become some upstanding person, and then I preached to him without any regard for my own past. I'm a terrible person." Yoshi can only whisper, "Dad." His father's confession goes deeper. "You see, my own mother would force me to study, telling me I couldn't become a proper man otherwise. I couldn't stand it. So I swore I'd never bother my own kids about studying. I thought I'd kept that promise. But I haven't changed at all, I'm just like her." From his own room, Yoshi cries out, "Wrong." Tears stream down his face as the raw emotion pours out of him. "You're wrong, Dad. Even if you were like that in school, you were the one I always looked up to. The only reason I was so serious was because I was desperately trying to catch up to you, my diligent father who put his all into everything." In the dream, his mother gently takes his father's hand. "Dad, you've been wonderful both now and in the past. However, maybe it's time to release some of that tension from your shoulders. We may have grown children, but parents are just older people with a little more experience. Becoming a parent doesn't automatically make you perfect." His father listens, the lines on his face softening. He takes off his glasses, rubbing his tired eyes. "When I was a kid, I thought adults and parents were these amazing, respectable people." His mother smiles. "I thought so too, so let's just agree that we're both still growing." Her words resonate deep within Yoshi's soul. Like how Yashio is trying his best to change, we simply need to change from here on as well. As his parents hold hands, finding solace in each other, Yoshi is completely broken, sobbing uncontrollably at his desk. He wipes away the tears, a bittersweet smile forming. "Even though I know this is a dream, I'm glad. My parents see adults the same way I do. They weren't perfect, they were worried and burdened just like me. Knowing that, the weight on my heart feels so much lighter now." As the sun rises over the quiet neighborhood, Yoshi slowly wakes up, his head resting on his keyboard. He groans, lifting his head. His eyes fall on the monitor. The screen is back to the village of fate. A gentle, genuine smile spreads across his face. "I knew it." He stands up, feeling a profound sense of peace. "That dream was definitely catered just for me," he thinks as he walks down the stairs, "but I don't feel bad about it." A new resolve fills him. "Starting today, I feel like I can finally talk to my parents honestly." He reaches for the kitchen door handle. Inside, his entire family is gathered for breakfast. His mother turns, her face lighting up as she sees him. "Good morning." November 30th. A figure sprints through the deserted streets, his breath ragged in the cold night air. This is Yoshi, and he's running late. He glances at his watch, his heart pounding in his chest. The time reads 1:32 a.m. "Ah, the day of the evil god's temptation," he gasps. "Damn it. Why, how did it end up like this?" To understand, we have to go back 2 days, to November 28th. Here we find Yoshi in his element, glued to his computer screen, meticulously observing the world of his favorite game. "I'll have to watch them carefully until it's time for work," he thinks, his focus absolute. Inside the game, the villagers are in full prep mode, gathering supplies and food. Yoshi watches them intently. Everyone seems to be steadily getting prepared for the evil god's temptation. He zooms in on their handiwork, noting their improved defenses. They've rebuilt the fence to remove any gaps, and this, a newly installed watchtower. It's simple, but from his perch on that very tower, the archer Mulus keeps a vigilant watch. Suddenly, a shadow emerges from the tree line. A massive, snarling wolf, its fangs dripping, has wandered too close to the village. The beast stalks through the underbrush, completely unaware it's being watched. Yoshi's eyes are locked on the screen, anticipating the next move. Mulus doesn't hesitate. He draws his bow, the string creaking with tension, and lets an arrow fly with deadly precision. A perfect shot, the wolf drops dead instantly. Yoshi thinks it's a perfect match for Mulus's bow, though. Down below, Gams watches the exchange with a quiet, unreadable expression. But Rhodys is more vocal, shouting up his gratitude. "Thanks, Mulus-san." Yoshi starts strategizing, knowing Mulus isn't a permanent fixture in the village. He's still staying at the cave for now, but I can't imagine he plans to stick around for the raid. I bet he'll use the chaos of the monster attack to make his escape. For Yoshi, this isn't just any event. This is the first major raid he'll experience in this game. In a normal game, this would be a simple tutorial with a lower difficulty. But this game, the Village of Fate, isn't ordinary, is it? He knows it's a hardcore game where failure is not an option. That's why he's relieved to see the villagers taking it so seriously, eagerly reinforcing their defenses. The stakes are intensely personal for Yoshi. He remembers his past life as a shut-in, a listless existence he fought hard to escape. He clenches his jaw, the memory fueling his determination. That cannot happen. This game has helped him get his life back on track, even reconnecting with his family. The growth of the village is one thing, but I don't want to let the progress I'm making in my life slip either. He refocuses on the screen, a plan forming in his mind. He checks his current resources. I have 540 points right now. With the wages from my part-time job, I'll soon have enough to perform the golem summoning that costs 700 points. It's the perfect backup plan for when Mulus inevitably leaves the villagers to fend for themselves. And the best part, the fact that I can control it myself is the biggest factor. I'm not trying to boast, Yoshi thinks with a smirk, but after grinding games for over a decade, I'm confident I can handle any controls. He glances at his calendar. The 30th is circled, the day of the raid. My work for this month will be over late in the night today. I'll be preparing for the evil god's temptation tomorrow, so I must diligently get ready. Meanwhile, back in the Village of Fate, the day wears on. Gams sits and sharpens his blade for the coming battle. Little Carol approaches him timidly. Big brother Gams. Kem tugs on his arm, her voice filled with worry. Will we be all right during the evil god's whatever it was? Gams offers a reassuring smile. We've reinforced the defenses so that even if monsters do show up, we will be fine, don't worry. Carol hugs Gams, but a dark aura suddenly appears behind them. It's Layla. And if it really comes down to it, protect me, big brother, she coos, shoving Carol aside. I keep telling you he is not your big brother, he is mine. As Layla seethes, Kem just whispers to herself, stepsister is scary. But Layla quickly drops the act, her expression turning serious. Anyway, let's return to the main topic. Will we be able to weather this in our current state? There is the incident of our previous village to consider, after all. The heavy question hangs in the air, silencing the small group. Mulus, who had been listening quietly, finally speaks up. I have mentioned this several times in the past, but this place is called the Forbidden Forest. It is home to many different species of monsters and is considerably dangerous. I too try to stay away on the day of the evil god's temptation. So frankly, in terms of what may happen, I am sorry. Layla is quick to reassure him. No, it is more than enough that you are lending your strength to us like this. Mulus-san has truly been a great help. Watching this, Yoshi thinks, I too would have admired him as a kind and reliable doctor if I hadn't known anything about him, but it is truly unfortunate. Gams then points out their biggest problem. Even if we choose to leave, the wagon's wheels are at their breaking point, and we don't have any skill in repairing wagons. Plus, it's impossible to leave the forest on foot. Mulus nods grimly. If I were alone, or if I were together with Gams-san, then it could be possible for us to leave the forest. He looks at the others, his expression pained. However, if the others were to be with us, I would not be confident. Hearing this, Gams stands tall, his resolve hardening. Then we will stave them off here somehow, he roars. That is our only chance to live. I'll be putting in everything I've got, so let us all survive together. His passionate speech ignites their spirits. Carol lets out a cheer, her fear replaced by determination. Only Mulus remains silent, his expression unreadable. From his screen, Yoshi smiles. Gams, you truly are a reliable man. Gams then turns his attention to the quiet archer, Mulus-san. He places a hand over his heart. Thank you for everything up until now. Frankly, a part of me wishes that you would fight with us as well, but I wouldn't want to get you involved against your will. Mulus is completely taken aback by the directness and understanding. The other villagers bow their heads, showing their gratitude and acceptance. They knew this day was coming. I see, Kem whispers, her head bowed. A faint smile plays on Mulus's lips. So everyone had a feeling that the day would eventually come when I would leave the village then. He raises a hand. Please raise your heads. The truth is, I should have been the one to break the ice first. I indeed desire to help everyone. However, I too have family and someone important waiting for me. I had planned on leaving this place tonight. I will prepare you all some herbs, so please use them whenever you deem fit. Little Carol looks up at him, her eyes wide with sadness. Mulus-san, are you going to leave? He pats her head gently, a tear rolling down her cheek. I'm sorry, Carol-chan. She holds his hand tightly. Yes, surely, it'll be lonely, but please come by again to play. Yoshi watches the tender moment unfold on his screen. Mulus. As Mulus shakes hands and says his goodbyes, Yoshi reevaluates him. I couldn't get a read on him, but maybe he isn't such a bad guy. He was only watching them because his village mandated it, not because he wanted to. I'd like to believe he never meant them any harm. As the emotional farewell concludes, Yoshi stretches, satisfied with the village's progress. But a glance at the clock sends him into a panic. Shit, it's almost time for work. He grabs his jacket and rushes out the door. I'll be back. In the quiet of the night, a supermarket stands closed to the public. But inside, the work is far from over. Yoshi and his cleaning crew move through the aisles, a well-oiled machine restoring order. Yoshi is on wet vac duty. He muses, this thing is light when it's empty, but as it fills with grime and water, it gets heavier and heavier. The whole team is in sync. His boss handles the heavy-duty floor polisher. His coworker, Misaki-san, scrapes away any stubborn residue. And Yoshi follows right behind, sucking up all the dirty liquid. Finally, Yamamoto-san mops and waxes, leaving the floor with a perfect gleam. After a long stretch of work, the manager finally calls it. Right then, 10-minute break. Yoshi makes his way to the vending machines to grab a drink. With a loud clunk, a can of milk tea drops into the slot. As he picks it up, his coworker Yamamoto approaches him with a friendly grin. Oh, Yashio likes milk tea, huh? Yoshi's mind races, trying to find the right thing to say. He's talking to me, I need to give a normal reply. The pressure of a simple conversation makes him anxious. He fumbles his words, blurting out, ordinary tea sounds great too, huh? And immediately regrets his awkwardness. But Yamamoto just laughs it off. Dude, we're the same age, you can just talk to me casually. Despite the invitation, Yoshi remains formal. No, you are my senior after all. Yamamoto tells him not to force it, and Yoshi awkwardly promises to try his best to be casual. Suddenly, Yamamoto checks his phone. Shit, sorry for chatting you up, I forgot about the free gacha I gotta do today. As they take their break, Yoshi observes his coworker, realizing this man is actually quite the gamer. Yamamoto turns to him, phone in hand. Yashio, don't you play any smartphone games? Yoshi shakes his head. I don't have a smartphone, I was a shut-in so it was never necessary. Yamamoto doesn't even blink at the confession. I see. Well, if you've got a PC you can use anytime, that's way better anyway, wouldn't you say? Yoshi is quietly surprised by his accepting attitude. Even after finding out I was a shut-in NEET, he treats me exactly the same, Yoshi thinks, as Yamamoto complains about getting only rare drops in his game. He then learns that Yamamoto himself had a shut-in period, and his openness about it causes Yoshi's respect for him to jump immensely. Feeling more at ease, Yoshi asks, have there been any interesting games lately? Yamamoto's face lights up. Oh, I thought you'd never ask. I'm seriously addicted to this one game right now, the graphics are insane. Just as he's about to say the name, I'm pretty sure it was Destruct, their manager cuts him off. Break time's over, work. Yoshi sighs, I missed the name. Oh well, I don't have time for anything besides Village of Fate right now anyway. The night shift continues under the streetlights. As they finish up, the manager makes plans for the future. Great work, Yashio-kun, you're free for the end of November, right? We'll need you for the year-end cleanup rush. Yoshi smiles politely. Thanks, you all did a great job too, I hope we can work together again. From the passenger seat of the van, Yamamoto gives him a friendly wave goodbye. Yoshi waves back as the van disappears down the dark road. The moment he's home, he's back in his world, sitting before the glow of his monitor. He logs into Village of Fate, his eyes scanning the screen for any changes. He checks on Mulis's cave, and sees that the mysterious hunter has already departed. However, Mulis left behind a gift, several vials of different medicinal concoctions neatly arranged on the table. Beside them are detailed notes, carefully explaining the effects and dosages for each one. A faint, genuine smile appears on Yoshi's face. He wasn't a bad guy after all, he thinks, watching Mulis's character disappear into the moonlit woods. He feels a sense of hope. Somehow I get the feeling he'll be back. No, that's what I want to happen. The in-game date clicks over to November 29th, the day before the evil god's temptation. Atop the watchtower, Gams stands guard, his expression grim. A heavy, anxious silence falls over the village. Gams's gaze is sharp, scanning the horizon for the first sign of danger. The other villagers try to go about their day, but the tension is unbearable. Rhodys and Layla quietly look after young Carol. Elsewhere, Layla kneels with her holy book, deep in desperate prayer for their survival. Watching from his screen, Yoshi can feel their despair. This atmosphere is bad, can I do something to ease their worries? He contemplates sending a divine message, maybe something like, God shall lend you his strength should anything happen. But just as he's about to act, Layla's eyes shoot open in shock. A divine light pours from her book as she exclaims, everyone, please gather around, we have been bestowed a prophecy. As the villagers rush to her side, Yoshi begins typing, feeding them the words of hope they so desperately need. My devout villagers, forget not my protection. Should you ever encounter true danger, I shall lend you my hand. He leans back, satisfied with his phrasing. This should give them courage without making them complacent, he thinks, and it perfectly sets the stage for the golem's arrival. Yoshi's message is a masterstroke. Not only does it boost morale, but it also lays the groundwork for his secret weapon. He thinks, plus, with these lines, even when the golem appears, they'll easily figure out that it is an ally. And the effect is immediate. Layla rallies the villagers, her voice filled with newfound hope. Everyone, we have the god of fate's divine protection. Gams grins, his fear replaced by determination. Yeah, let's just stop being all gloomy. The wave of relief washes over the entire village. Kem, roadies, and the others are fired up, their spirits completely lifted by the divine message. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi lets out a quiet, satisfied sigh. He leans back in his chair, a smirk on his face. Ooh, okay Tilda, that settles one problem, he thinks. The truth is, I wanted to test drive Summon Golem for once, but... He glances at his 700 fate points. I'm still unclear about how the golem is controlled or what the conditions are, so I should only activate when it's truly a do-or-die situation. With the villagers' morale secured, Yoshi figures his work is done for the moment. And this means, there's nothing else for me to do today. He considers his options. Should I take a nap to prepare for a late night? But I'm not sleepy yet. That's it, let's have some lunch. He heads to the kitchen and throws some meat into a sizzling pan. As he cooks, he muses, I'll grill some mysterious meat and have some mysterious fruit for dessert. Sitting down to eat, he's genuinely happy. This is truly delicious, isn't it? Plus, ever since we started eating the things we've been given, my family's condition has improved a lot too. But his peaceful meal is interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He answers it, yes, hello. A familiar voice replies, oh, well, if it isn't Yashio-kun. Yoshi's heart sinks, immediately worried he's in trouble. Boss, did I do something? No, you're all good, the manager says. Do you have any plans today? We got ourselves a somewhat impromptu job and we need more hands on deck. Yoshi thinks for a second. Well, I do have some plans, but all that's left for today is to watch over the villagers, so. He asks the crucial question, when will the job finish? I have some business to tend to tomorrow. The manager assures him it'll be over by 9 p.m. at the latest, and Yoshi agrees. His boss is ecstatic. Oh, you're a lifesaver, that damned Yama suddenly took the day off today. I'll pick you up, so I'll be counting on you, I owe you one big time. After hanging up, Yoshi wonders, what happened to Yamamoto-san? He pictures his coworker out with friends. He seems like a perfectly normal guy, so maybe he suddenly went to chill with his friends or something. Finishing his meal, he rationalizes the decision. It's good to build up favors with his coworkers. Thanks for the meal. Later that night, the job hits a snag. A difficult client is arguing with the manager over the contract. As his boss tries to negotiate, Yoshi and Misaki stand by, waiting for the dispute to end. Misaki sighs, whispering to Yoshi, from time to time we get people like him who try to negotiate cleaning extensions. Yoshi glances nervously at his watch. It's 9:15 p.m., they're already running late. Noticing his anxiety, the manager tells him, you're free to go home, Yashio-kun, you have some business to tend to, right? But Yoshi shakes his head, determined to see it through. No, I will keep going until it is over. I think we'll finish in an hour if the three of us work together, so it'll be fine. Finally, the job is done and they're in the work van, heading home. But their path is blocked. A police officer flags them down. The date on the screen reads November 30th. I apologize for the inconvenience, the officer says, but there has been an accident ahead, so the road is closed. Please turn back. A cold dread washes over Yoshi as he checks the time, 12:37 a.m. His eyes widen in horror. Shit, it's already the day of the evil god's temptation. His mind floods with terrible images. The monsters would probably not wreak havoc the instant the day changes, right? If the monsters have already invaded, he thinks, his panic rising, and the villagers get annihilated. Without a second thought, he unbuckles his seatbelt. Boss, we would need to take a detour to reach my house by car, so I will just return on foot from here. His boss apologizes for the delay, but Yoshi quickly brushes it off. He gives a hasty goodbye to his coworkers, his mind already miles away. The moment his feet hit the pavement, he's off, sprinting through the dead of night with everything he's got. As he runs, a single thought consumes him. I've heard stories that bad luck begets bad luck, but of every possible day, you didn't have to happen today. The world becomes a blur of motion and desperation. By 1:23 a.m., his body starts to give out. He stumbles to a halt, gasping for air. His lungs burn, every breath a ragged gasp. Oh, I wonder how many years it's been since I last had a serious run. I'm at my limit, he wheezes, sweat pouring down his face. But then an image of his villagers, battered but standing their ground, flashes in his mind. He can't give up on them. Gritting his teeth, he pushes off the ground. Fueled by pure adrenaline and willpower, he forces his exhausted body to run again. His entire world narrows to a single, desperate goal, the glowing computer screen waiting in his room. Please make it in time. Yoshi sprints through the quiet streets, his breath coming in ragged pants. He practically flies up the stairs to his room, his face a mask of pure urgency. Fumbling with the key, he throws the door open. He kicks his shoes off without a second thought, not even bothering to untie them. Bursting towards his computer, he yells out, "Is everyone all right?" His eyes scan the monitor, still trying to catch his breath. On screen, the village seems peaceful. Gams is standing watch, completely unaware of Yoshi's panic. The others, roadies Carol and Kem, are all sleeping soundly. Layla is also fast asleep. Yoshi thinks to himself, there doesn't seem to be any traces of a monster attack, is there? He slumps over his desk, a wave of relief washing over him. Phew, that's a relief, but a sudden voice makes him jump. Hey. It's his sister, Sayuki, leaning against his doorframe. You're being pretty noisy in the middle of the night. Startled, Yoshi turns to her. You were awake, sorry about that, there's something I was in a bit of a rush to do. He tries to wave her off. I'll keep it down now, so go to sleep. But Sayuki isn't buying it. If that's true, then great, but... Her eyes narrow with suspicion. She takes a step closer, sniffing the air. You reek of sweat, plus your work uniform's dirty. Why don't you take a shower? You'll catch a cold looking like that. Yoshi's eyes dart to the side as he stammers. Yeah, I'll take one in a bit, so. Sayuki immediately sees through it. Lies. She points a finger at him, completely calling him out. Ever since back then, whenever you'd lie, you'd glance to the left. Yoshi flinches, cornered. He remembers how, even as kids, his little sister could always read him like a book. Sayuki crosses her arms, getting straight to the point. You've constantly left your PC on lately and have just been playing that game, huh? What's going on? Is there a game event or something? Yoshi is shocked. How did you know about the event? Sayuki explains. Mom told me about the game. She told me strictly not to turn off the PC. Yoshi realizes his mom must have mentioned it to her after he warned her not to touch his setup. He flashes back to the strict non-disclosure agreement for the game's alpha test, a game with revolutionary AI that mimics human thought. Leaking any info would be disastrous. Deciding to tell her a partial truth, Yoshi explains, look, it's a beta test for a game that's still in development. I'm getting paid, but if I share any details, I'll lose the job and have to pay a huge penalty. So please don't tell anyone about it. He forces a nervous smile. Sayuki listens, her expression unreadable. She mutters under her breath, how sneaky. When Yoshi asks what she said, she quickly changes the subject. Not at all. If you're so worried, I'll watch the game for you. Now go take a shower before you get sick. Realizing it's a waste of time to argue, Yoshi gives in. All right, he says, raising his hands in surrender. I'll be back from the shower in no time. Watch over the game for me. He points to the screen, giving her strict instructions. There's some kind of outbreak event, but I don't know when it starts, so you absolutely cannot take your eyes off it. If any monsters attack the characters, let me know immediately. Sayuki just rolls her eyes. Yeah, you really like this game, don't you? Hurry and go. Yoshi heads out, leaving Sayuki at his desk. In the shower, he thinks, a brief rinse should be fine. But he can practically hear his sister's voice in his head, complaining that he still stinks. With a sigh, he grabs the shampoo. He scrubs furiously, determined to get it over with. Shower like the wind. He returns moments later, towel draped around his neck. Sorry about that, and thanks for the help. Sayuki looks up, surprised. Isn't that a bit too quick? Well, the sweat's gone, so it's all good. Did anything happen in the game? He asks. Nope, she replies, still focused on the screen. She continues, but say, that character practically hasn't budged an inch either. She gestures to Gams on the watchtower. Aren't the visuals in this game insane? Yoshi sweats, trying to figure out what to say. He turns his back to her, stretching casually. That's because the game's state-of-the-art. I hear they invested an insane amount into its production. But Sayuki sees right through his body language. Hey, you're hiding something, aren't you? You're always guilty about something when you talk with your back towards someone. Yoshi can't believe it. She really knows me well. Defeated, he turns around and confesses. I do have something I'm hiding, but that doesn't mean it's anything bad, that's the truth. Sayuki's tone softens. Is it something you can't tell me, or even our family? Yoshi looks at her earnestly. For now, yeah. Sayuki looks down, disappointed but understanding. She gets up from his chair as Yoshi quietly agrees. As she heads for the door, she says, Big brother, in that case I'm going to sleep then. The door clicks shut, leaving Yoshi alone with his thoughts. He sits down, a small smile on his face. How many years has it been since we talked this much? I guess I'm happy things are back to how they were. Shaking off the nostalgia, he gets back to business. And now, it's time for the village. His eyes focus intently on the screen. He uses the mouse to pan around the village perimeter. I've surveyed the area, but I haven't found any sign of monsters. Leaning back, he sighs, maybe I didn't need to rush home after all. Well, I'm glad nothing happened. A glance at the clock reminds him the night is still young. There are 22 hours left, time to give it my all. Hours pass and dawn breaks over the city. Yoshi's desk is now a graveyard of empty snacks and energy drinks. He lets out a massive, bone-tired yawn. Back when I was a NEET, I could pull all-nighters no problem, he thinks, but after a day of hard work, this really hurts. He stares at the unchanging screen. So they didn't attack during the night after all, huh? The thought of his bed is tempting. Should I take a little nap? No. If something happens while I'm asleep, all this effort will be for nothing. He stands up to stretch. I'll take a quick break. I'm pretty sure there was canned coffee in the fridge. He shuffles out of his room, mumbling, good morning. In the kitchen, his parents are already having breakfast. Oh my, you're up early, his mother says, even though you got back so late. Yoshi quickly spins a lie. Well, I have some end-of-month business. I have to coordinate with the villagers online, make some preparations. His father looks up from his newspaper, impressed. Is that so? You're working hard, aren't you? Yoshi just gives a weak smile and grabs his coffee. Yeah, well. Back at his desk, the endless waiting is starting to get to him. It's great that nothing's happening, but it makes you wonder about the game, doesn't it? There's been no change at all. The clock on the wall seems to mock him as time drags on. He starts to question the game's mechanics. Isn't it a bit much to have them on lookout all day long? He decides to check in on his villagers. Inside the game, Rhodys walks up to the watchtower. Gams-kun, it's time to change shifts. Gams nods. Yeah, counting on you. Yoshi watches as they swap places, so Gams and Rhodys are taking turns on lookout. He pans his view to the center of the village. I wonder how the girls are doing. Carol sits at a table, looking bored out of her mind. Can it be tomorrow already? Nearby, Layla sweeps the ground, though her thoughts are clearly on Yoshi. I wonder if that man's overdoing it. Meanwhile, Kem kneels before a crude statue, deep in prayer. God, I pray we can all welcome the morning sun together tomorrow. I beg of you, lend us your support. She closes her eyes, her face etched with worry. Everyone's so nervous. Watching them, Yoshi feels conflicted. Part of him wants the day to end peacefully, but another, more excited part of him wants the monsters to finally show up. The hours continue to crawl by. Finally, the exhaustion becomes too much. Yoshi's head starts to droop. He's just about to fall asleep at his desk, when he jolts awake, slapping his cheeks. Yikes, yikes, maybe I should get more coffee. But he stops mid-thought, his eyes catching a flicker of movement on the screen. Something is moving in the forest at the edge of the village. Just now, something was. In the game, Gams spots it too, his hand shooting up to shield his eyes as he stares into the woods. His eye widens in shock. He leaps to his feet, his body tense and ready for a fight. At the same time, a piercing alarm blares from Yoshi's speakers. Yoshi's face lights up with a mix of terror and exhilaration. It's here. A massive notification flashes across the screen, confirming his fears. Evil God's temptation begin. Inside the game, the first line of defense is Gams, patrolling the newly constructed perimeter. His expression is grim and focused, his senses on high alert. Peering through a small hole in the fence, his eyes lock onto movement in the forest. Through the peephole, he sees them, glowing eyes cutting through the darkness. A pack of 5 massive, dark-furred wolves emerges from the trees. Gams thinks to himself, so these guys are the first wave, huh? And 5 of them at once. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi recalls Layla tending to a wounded Gams, a reminder of the real danger. He thinks, I believe some have poisonous fangs. The wolves reach the outer fence, a barrier of sharpened stakes. Yoshi continues his thought, however, I doubt they'll be able to get in that easily. One wolf foolishly rams into the stakes and is instantly impaled. The others hesitate. Will they just give up and retreat? Yoshi wonders. But the pack doesn't back down. They're assessing the obstacle. The first wolf's life ends gruesomely on the sharpened wood. Another wolf digs its claws into the earth, building momentum. It breaks into a full sprint. Yoshi realizes their strategy, so they're going to do a running leap over it then. The beast launches itself into the air. It soars towards the fence line, aiming to clear the first wall of spikes. But Yoshi's defenses were layered. The wolf is brutally impaled midair by a second, taller row of stakes placed just inside the fence. As the creature's body slides down the spike, Gam stands ready, his resolve unshaken. The second wolf falls lifelessly to the ground. The remaining wolves watch, their packmate's demise fueling their rage. Yoshi pumps his fist, ecstatic. Hell yeah, that's when to start. The remaining 4 wolves snarl, their fangs dripping. A sense of dread hits Yoshi. Wait, they're not thinking of charging him all at once, are they? They are. The entire pack explodes into a coordinated charge. 4 demonic beasts rush Gams at once. Gams plants his feet, bracing for the onslaught. The wolves close the distance in an instant. They leap, aiming to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Gams' eyes narrow, tracking their every move. With a powerful grunt, he swings his massive sword in a wide, defensive arc. But 2 of the wolves are agile enough to leap over his attack. Yoshi screams at his screen, watch out Gams. 2 of them got in. An enemy is now inside the walls, its eyes glowing with malice. Gams reacts instantly, twisting his body and raising his sword high. He brings the blade down with devastating force, cleaving the first intruder in 2. The other wolf that breached the wall sprints deeper into the village compound. Gams yanks his sword free, his eyes already locked on the next target. Now it's a one-on-one duel inside the village. Gams focuses as the final wolf prepares to lunge. The beast opens its jaws, going for the kill. It lunges forward with a ferocious roar. But Gams is faster, sidestepping the attack with ease. He counters with a clean, powerful slice, ending the fight. As the last wolf falls, Yoshi cheers from his room. You're amazing as always, Gams. Panting and bloodied, Gams looks in the direction of the village. He thinks, he's stronger than I expected, isn't he? I knew he was strong, but... Suddenly, Kim and Carol burst out from a nearby building. Wow, big brother Gams is so cool. Carol shouts while Kim proudly adds, I'd expect no less from my personal big brother. Gams, still in combat mode, immediately warns them. There might be more monsters, stay back you two. Rhodys appears on the walkway above, having scanned the area. I do not detect any sign of monsters, I think we will be all right. Layla rushes out, grabbing Kim. Hey, don't lean forward too much, don't be rash. Seeing everyone gathered, Gams lets out a tired chuckle. Haha, in the end everyone showed up, huh? He turns to the two young girls who idolize him. Well, I guess I'll have you two help out then. They immediately light up with excitement, both vying for the job. Carol will help you with anything. Big brother, allow me. Gams points a thumb towards the gruesome scene. I just needed a hand, actually. Could you help me toss those monster corpses past the fence? Their faces are alight with pure, innocent eagerness, which instantly vanishes, replaced by sheer horror and disgust. Rhodey smiles, stepping in to spare them. The two of you are getting too excited, I will handle this with Gams Kun. Layla gathers the girls for a different task. In that case, shall we do what we can then, ladies? Come help me over here. Okay, they reply, relieved. As Gams and Rhodys begin the grim task of clearing the bodies, Yoshi watches the display of teamwork. A confident smile spreads across his face. So they thwarted the first wave. This means they might not even need the golem to win. In the quiet of the evening, the city settles down for the night. The clock ticks past 5:30 p.m. But for Yoshi, the night is just getting started. It's been over 4 hours since the Evil God's Temptation event began. Inside his game world, the lone warrior Gams has somehow managed to repel every wave of monsters thrown at him. Kim, one of the villagers, brings the exhausted hero a cup of water. Big brother, have some water. Gams takes it, a fresh scratch on his cheek. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi can't help but smile at his champion's success. He thinks back on his strategy. The village had been attacked by wolf-like black dogs and massive, ferocious boars, but a simple fence built according to his prophecy had saved them. The plan was genius in its simplicity. The ferocious boars were too heavy and brutish to jump the fence like the agile black dogs. And for their one move, a head-on charge, Yoshi had them install sharpened stakes at the perfect height. The result was brutal. The boars would just impale themselves, turning their own strength against them. Yoshi analyzes the attack logs, noticing a clear pattern. He realizes new enemies spawn 30 or 60 minutes after a wave is cleared. I guess this is like an hourly event then, that figures. But as he watches Kim bandage Gams's arm, a wave of concern hits him. For now, he survived with minimal injuries, but no matter how good Gams is, if the attacks keep coming non-stop, his stamina will eventually run out, won't it? Yoshi makes a mental note. Once they survive the Evil God's Temptation, I'll prioritize adding more fighters. While Gams rests, the other villagers do their part. Rhodey stands guard on the fence. While Layla prepares a meal, bring this food to Gams, she tells a young Carol who happily agrees. All this intense management has made Yoshi hungry too. Phew, I guess I'll grab some food and drink as well. He heads to the kitchen where his sister Sayuki asks, you're not going to eat with us? Yoshi shakes his head, already grabbing a drink. I can't leave my PC right now, so I'm going to eat in my room upstairs. His mom tries to tempt him. I'm making your favorite fried chicken today though, are you really sure? But Yoshi is resolute. Sorry, I can't let my eyes off the screen at all. As he heads back upstairs, he thinks, fried chicken, huh? They're best when they've just been fried. I guess I'll try to find time to bring some up to my room once they're done. Time passes and the clock now reads 7:00 p.m. Back in the game, Rhodey stands watch on the tower when he suddenly senses movement. His eyes widen in panic as he screams, enemy attack. From the darkness of the woods, a new wave emerges, 4 black dogs and 3 ferocious boars. Yoshi's eyes go wide. This is my first time seeing both species attacking at once. Gams is on his feet in an instant, grabbing his spear. Thank you very much, Rhodey-san. Hurry and retreat into the cave. From the safety of the watchtower, Rhodey shouts, we will be counting on you from here. Don't push yourself too hard. Gams plants his spear firmly in the ground. With grim determination, he replies, we will not be able to defeat them unless I go all out. The attack begins. As expected, one of the charging boars meets its end on the sharpened stakes. But the black dogs simply leap over the wall. Gams becomes a whirlwind of motion, his spear cutting down the agile beasts as they land. His focus is absolute. He masterfully dispatches the dogs that breach their defenses. But just as he finishes, he hears a terrifying sound behind him. The remaining ferocious boars have smashed right through the wooden fence. Yoshi slams his desk in frustration. Fuck, so they have finally broken through. He panics, wondering if he should summon his powerful golem. Wait, but there's still 5 hours left until the day ends. What should I do? Inside the breached walls, Gams is forced to drop his spear, now facing 2 enraged boars. He's surrounded, outnumbered, and his primary weapon is gone. But Gams is far from helpless. He uses the spear's shaft like a vaulting pole, launching himself into the air. He twists midair, dodging their tusks and landing between them. Drawing his sword, he prepares for close-quarters combat. When one boar charges, Gams doesn't even use his blade. He meets it with a devastating bare-knuckle punch to the face. The blow sends the massive beast reeling. With one boar stunned, Gams turns his attention to the other. The final boar charges forward with a furious roar. It's a terrifying sight, a mountain of muscle and tusk. Gams stands his ground, weapon ready. With perfect timing, he sidesteps the charge and thrusts his broken spear shaft deep into the monster's side. The beast collapses, defeated. Gams stands victorious over them both. Yoshi pumps his fist, ecstatic. All right, Gams won flawlessly. That was so cool even men would swoon for him. Gams wipes the sweat from his brow, panting. He thinks of the girls he's protecting. His first thought isn't rest but duty. I must hurry and repair the fence. But before he can move, the other villagers rush out. Rhodys grabs a hammer. Let's make it quick, Gams, you take a break. Layla chimes in. Everyone would die if you were to collapse, after all. Hey Carol, give Big Brother a big fat hug so he doesn't move. Carol happily obliges, tackling Gams in a hug. Tuo tilde take a rest tilde. Rhodys immediately takes command of the repairs. Kemsan, could you bring me the string and nails? She eagerly agrees. He then turns to Layla. Layla, could you help me out over here? Yeah, just tell me what you need, she replies. Yoshi watches the display of teamwork with a proud smile. Yep, Rhodys is a good, reliable man as well. Under the light of the full moon, Gams finally gets a moment's rest while Kem prays nearby. The entire village works tirelessly to patch the broken wall. Back in his room, Yoshi keeps a close eye on the game clock. Judging from the time, the next attack should come soon. But then, something appears on his screen that makes his blood run cold. His hand freezes on the mouse. Wah! From the tree line emerges not a wave but an army, a massive horde of monsters led by a hulking, axe-wielding goblin. What's with this massive group? There's at least 20 of them, isn't there? Gams's head snaps up, his warrior instinct screaming. He turns to the others, his voice booming with urgency. I sense quite a lot of monsters coming our way, get in the cave. At the same time, a massive banner flashes across Yoshi's monitor. Evil Gods Temptation, Final Attack. Yoshi's fear instantly turns into pure hype, a wide grin spreads across his face. So this is the last battle of the event then. Gams mirrors his god's excitement. Standing alone against the approaching horde, he readies his weapon, a fire in his eyes. I'm getting fired up too now. A massive horde of monsters, green goblins, black dogs, and ferocious boars, erupts from the forest, charging straight for the village. Watching the chaos unfold on his screen, Yoshi recognizes the creatures instantly. So the monsters that attacked the wagon at the start of the game are showing up here, huh? He inspects one with his mouse, a bit underwhelmed. Their name, it's literally just Green Goblin, huh? In the game, the assault on the village's flimsy defenses begins. Goblins smash against the wooden gate, some getting impaled on the sharpened stakes. But one goblin is smarter than the rest, using a massive log to systematically destroy their fortifications. Yoshi watches, a grim realization dawning on him. This thing is dealing with those stakes first. It's got working intelligence just like a human. With the stakes clear, the fence is breached. Gams stands as the last line of defense, his face grim but determined. A tide of ferocious boars and black dogs pours through the gap. The monsters swarm towards him, their eyes glowing with feral hunger. Gams braces himself for the impact, sweat dripping down his face. But his courage isn't enough. A ferocious boar charges, sending Gams flying through the air as Kem screams in horror, Big Brotherer. Gams lies on the ground, injured and surrounded by the snarling beasts. Kem tries to rush to his side, screaming his name. Get up, Big Brother Gams, but Rhodys holds her back, pleading, stop, please calm down, Kem-san. Layla joins in, her voice filled with distress. I understand how you feel, but you can't do anything if you go out there. The other villagers, including young Carol, can only watch in terror. Seeing the villagers' despair and Gams on the brink of death, Yoshi can't just watch anymore. This isn't the time for me to just be a spectator, activate miracle. He slams his mouse down on the golem option. His monitor erupts in a blinding flash of white light. When the light fades, Yoshi's entire world has changed. He's no longer just looking at a screen. His perspective has shifted. It looks like I got summoned into the cave, my view changed to the golem's perspective. Back in reality, he fumbles for a controller, trying to figure out how to move his new avatar. The controls, I'm pretty sure the exit's this way. A controller map appears on screen, guiding him. He pushes the stick forward. All right, it's moving, he thinks, seeing a stone sword in his right hand. I guess I'm holding a sword then. He guides the stone giant towards the light of the cave exit. As he approaches the doorway, he sees the terrified villagers huddled together. Oh, there's the villagers. As the massive golem steps out of the cave, Kem, Layla, Carol, and Rhodys look up in absolute shock. The golem takes a heavy step forward. From within the stone giant, Yoshi's voice echoes out, just wait, I'm gonna save you now, Gams. Kem stares in awe as the towering figure emerges. The golem's silhouette is reflected in her wide, hopeful eyes. In this moment she sees not a monster but a savior, the god of fate. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gams makes his last stand. Surrounded by monster corpses, his blade broken, he glares at the remaining horde. I cannot allow you to pass through here, even if it costs me this life. A goblin lunges, and Gams barely manages to block with his arm. He grunts in pain, his strength failing. He counters with a desperate punch, but he's exhausted. Just as another goblin moves in for the kill from behind. It's met with an unstoppable force. A massive stone figure appears out of nowhere, smashing the monster to pieces in an instant. The goblin is utterly annihilated. The golem now stands before Gams, a living shield between him and the horde. Gams looks on, stunned and exhausted. Yoshi smiles, filled with confidence. You've really worked hard, Gams. From here on out, leave it to me. Two black dogs leap towards the golem. With a single, effortless swing of its stone sword, the golem slices them both clean in half. Yoshi is blown away by the power he wields. Wow, I sliced them in half with one slash. I really scored with this. I'm glad I saved up my fate points. The golem becomes a whirlwind of destruction, facing down the last of the boars and wolves. I've observed and memorized all their attack patterns from watching the battles today, Yoshi thinks. So dealing with them is easy. He effortlessly cuts down the remaining monsters while Gams can only watch. Now getting the hang of it, Yoshi has a thought. I'm used to the controls, but it'd be easier in third person where I can see my own character. He quickly finds the perspective change option on his screen. Ah, so you can change your perspective then. With a click, the camera pulls back, switching to a third-person view, revealing the golem in all its glory. The stone warrior lunges forward, a figure of immense power and divine wrath. But as Yoshi gets a good look at his character model, his excitement turns to confusion. He zooms in on the golem's face. It's identical to the stone statue from the cave. What's this? On screen, the hulking golem tears through monsters. Yoshi, controller in hand, thinks, this looks way different than I imagined. But as he sits in his room, a strange feeling of familiarity washes over him. However, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Then it clicks. A wide grin spreads across Yoshi's face as the realization dawns on him. Oh yeah, it's the wooden statue that Gams and Kem carved for the village altar. His eyes widen as he connects the dots, which means this is the god of fate unleashed. The wooden guardian becomes a whirlwind of destruction, tearing apart every beast that threatens the village. In an instant, the battle is over. The golem stands triumphant over a field of slain monsters, the last wisps of battle smoke rising around it. The villagers, battered but alive, stare in absolute awe at their savior. Yoshi watches them through his monitor, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he processes what just happened. A massive alert flashes across his screen. The event is over. No more enemy attacks for the day. He throws his hands up in victory, leaning back in his chair with a triumphant roar. Allo-Reite. In the game world, the villagers shower their new god with praise. Gams, wounded but grateful, thanks the golem, while Kem looks on with starry-eyed admiration. The other villagers celebrate their miraculous rescue. Little Carol cheers about the statue moving, as Rhodys thanks the god of fate for keeping his family safe. Watching them from his screen, Yoshi can't help but feel a little embarrassed by all the praise. I know it's just how the game is designed, but still. He leans forward, ready to make his move. Alright, as their god, I should probably respond to them. But when he tries to move the golem, nothing happens. It's completely frozen. Huh, it won't move, don't tell me it's broken. Suddenly, a notification sound pings from his computer. 2 alerts pop up explaining everything. Operating the golem consumes fate points every second, and once they're gone, it becomes immobilized. Worse, it can only be activated once per day. Yoshi's face drains of color as he does the mental math. It burned through a few dozen thousand yen in such a short time. He slumps over his desk, defeated. I thought I could be their golem protector from now on, but this game is a bigger cash grab than any mobile gacha I've ever seen. But then his screen shows Rhodys' family, safe and smiling. He sees Kem tending to Gams' wounds, the immediate danger having passed. A small, determined smile forms on Yoshi's face. He throws his hands up again, this time with renewed purpose. Well, I did manage to protect the village, so ban fucking Zai, that's right, be happier, me. With his spirits lifted, he has an idea. I should let them know there won't be any more attacks today. His fingers fly across the keyboard. Back in the village, Kem's holy book suddenly begins to glow with a divine light. As the villagers celebrate around the now inactive golem, Kem reads the new prophecy aloud. The villagers carefully carry their stone savior back towards the altar. They gently place the statue back in its shrine, a new reverence in their eyes. Gathered before it, they hear the words of their god, everyone, you have done well, rest peacefully. They bow their heads in prayer, truly believing they've been saved. Back in his room, Yoshi decides to do a little recon. I suppose I should at least inspect the area. He pans the in-game camera away from the village and towards the dark forest. The ground is littered with the corpses of the defeated monsters. Even in a game, these bodies don't just disappear, he muses. Whoever has to clean this up is gonna have a bad time. As he scans the carnage, something catches his eye, an arrow, lodged in the hide of a ferocious boar. His camera zooms out, revealing a lone archer perched silently in the trees. A small smile plays on Yoshi's lips. So you were helping out, weren't you? Under the light of the full moon, he recognizes the hidden guardian, Mulus. The knight remains silent, holding its secrets. Outside Yoshi's workplace, his break takes an unexpected turn. His blonde coworker approaches, bowing deeply. I'm so sorry about what happened late last month. You seriously saved me, really. Standing by the vending machines, the coworker explains, something suddenly came up, you see. But Yoshi just waves it off, that's all right. Yoshi clarifies, I also had business on the very last day of the month, so it wouldn't have been possible anyway. Relieved, his coworker insists, then great, want to drink something? Let me treat you at the very least. Yoshi accepts, in that case could I get some hot milk tea then? With a drink in hand, Yoshi's curiosity gets the better of him. By the way, what was that something of yours that suddenly came up? His coworker gets a shifty look in his eye. Tilda about that, could you keep it a secret from the boss? Yoshi agrees without a second thought, assuming the obvious. Sure, I had no intention of telling anyone anyway. He thinks to himself, it was probably a date. But the truth is far from what he expected. If you're a gamer like me, you'd understand, right? The coworker grins. There was a limited-time game event. Yoshi is completely blindsided. What an unexpected response. Trying to relate, Yoshi says, well, to be honest, I get it. Was it some rare event? His coworker lights up. Oh, so you do get it then. I was afraid that you'd get pissed at me. He explains that a game he's addicted to had a sudden event at the end of the month, and he'd been grinding for days in preparation. Yoshi's heart skips a beat. An event at the end of the month, his mind immediately jumps to his own secret. It can't be Village of Fate. He cautiously asks, that game of yours, does it involve town building or role-playing? But his coworker scoffs, nah, I'm not into that sort of thing. I purely devote myself to PvP games. Yoshi breathes an internal sigh of relief. Based on what he's saying, it has nothing to do with Village of Fate then. He adds aloud, I see. Even though I kill to protect the village, my enemies are monsters. I've tried those kinds of games a few times before, Yoshi admits, but I'm bad at them. His coworker looks a bit dejected. I see. I would have recommended some if you were into them, but I guess it's pointless, huh? Yoshi takes a sip of his tea, thinking it's nice to just chill and talk about games during a break. Later that night, Yoshi returns home. He immediately logs into his game, checking on his villagers. Oh, it seems they're done cleaning up the monster corpses and are progressing nicely with repairing the fence too. He pulls up the conversation logs and sees Roadies telling the injured but relentless Gams, Gams-kun, please take a break. Roadies insists, no matter how much you've recovered with Kemsan's magic, you were seriously injured. But Gams refuses to stop. I can't do that, I'm in charge of the hard labor after all, I'll be fine. His sister Kem rushes to his side, pleading, big brother, you absolutely must not push yourself, okay? Gams just reassures her, I know, don't worry. Suddenly, little Carol runs up, offering her services. Big bro, let me know if you're tired, okay? I'll give you a massage. Kem gets territorial. Carol-chan, could you stop getting in the way? Right now, Big Brother and I are talking. Carol fires back. Big bro would enjoy talking to Carol more, right? She puts Gams on the spot. That can't possibly be true, right, Big Brother? Thankfully, Layla steps in to de-escalate. You shouldn't get in Gams' way. Come help me out over here, you two. As the girls retreat, Yoshi watches from his screen with a fond smile. These villagers are truly hard workers, aren't they? And their hard work pays off for him. After being drained by the golem summon, his fate points are back up to 97, all thanks to the villagers' gratitude. He sees they're also preparing to send him monster meat as a tribute. This sparks an idea for his own dinner. Well then, shall we have meat for dinner? I have to clear out the fridge anyway. Yoshi gets to work in the kitchen, the sound of sizzling meat filling the air. Just then the front door opens. His sister Sayuki is home. I'm home tilde, what a nice smell, she exclaims. Yoshi notes her late return and asks, would you like some too, Sayuki? She happily accepts, big brother, yeah, please. Yoshi smiles, all right, just a moment. The clock on the wall shows just how late it's gotten. He places a freshly cooked plate in front of her. Done tilde, Sayuki's eyes sparkle. You a tilde, it looks delicious. Big brother, thank you, she says, beaming. Then she suddenly leans in close. Let me kiss you to express my gratitude. Yoshi recoils in shock. Wow, what's this all of a sudden? As he pushes her away, he catches a distinct scent. Wait, you smell like alcohol. Are you drunk? He asks. Her goofy, flushed grin is all the answer he needs. After the commotion dies down, they sit at the table to eat. Sayuki digs in enthusiastically. Tilde meat is the bomb when you're beat. Yoshi watches her. You were pretty late today as well, huh? Are you feeling okay? She gives him a thumbs up. I'm fine, the job's fun, a piece of cake. For a moment her smile seems genuine. But then her expression darkens as she trails off. It's just. Sensing a shift in the mood, Yoshi offers a listening ear. I may be a hopeless older brother, but if there's anything going on, I'll hear you out. Sayuki hesitates, looking down at the table. Finally she looks up, her eyes filled with fear. Well, lately I feel like I'm being tailed by someone, or maybe that I'm being watched. A flashback shows her in a convenience store, a feeling of unease washing over her. She nervously glances over her shoulder, feeling a presence. And there he is, a shadowy figure standing in the aisle behind her. I thought it was just my imagination, but she trails off. The image of the stalker merges with a dark memory in Yoshi's mind, an attacker with a knife. His blood runs cold. No way, is it that guy again? A stalker, huh? He thinks aloud, there is that past incident, and I've been worried since you've been returning home late these days. Sayuki looks up surprised by his words. You've been worried. Well, of course, Yoshi insists. Despite how I am now, I'm still your older brother, you know. Sayuki fidgets with her hands, confessing, I thought that you hated me, because of how I was. Yoshi's expression is pained. It's natural for you to hate me, it's shameful for me to even admit it. Sayuki looks at him, really looks at him. A small, genuine smile forms on her lips. Big brother, you're returning back to the way you were before, aren't you? You're a tiny bit more decent. And cooler now, she finishes. She blushes slightly, a little embarrassed by her own heartfelt compliment. Yoshi, flustered, changes the subject. So you're happy, right? Oh yeah. Whenever you're returning late, contact me, I'll come pick you up. They both take out their phones. So I can ask you for help when I'm in trouble, Sayuki asks. Of course, Yoshi replies, but I won't be able to help while I'm busy cleaning late at night. She saves his number under Big Brother and simply says thanks. Then her expression turns serious, but don't be reckless like you were before, okay? The memory of that day hangs heavy in the air. Right, Yoshi agrees. As Sayuki smiles down at her phone, Yoshi's face hardens. He knows she's just putting on a brave face. She's absolutely terrified on the inside. His resolve solidifies. I must do something. A flash of the past, the glint of a blade, the searing pain fuels his determination. He clenches his fist, making a silent vow. This time for sure, I will protect her. In the work van, Yoshi's boss breaks the evening silence. We finished up with work today earlier than usual, didn't we? Yoshi, lost in thought, replies with a simple, yeah, tilde. He then turns to his boss. Boss, I have to drop by the convenience store on my way back, so I'll be getting off here. The boss smiles. Oh, is that so? Yoshi hops out of the van, waving goodbye. See ya, great work today, tilde. He stands on the pavement as the van drives off into the night. Walking along the street, the city lights blur around him. His mind is clearly elsewhere, not even noticing the shady figures in the alleyways. He finally arrives at the convenience store, the automatic doors sliding open. Inside, while grabbing some items, his thoughts drift to a more pressing matter. It disturbs me to think that Sayuki's stalker might be close by. He frowns, worried. Sayuki must be stressed out about this as well, huh? His mind flashes back to the aftermath of the last incident. After the incident, I was hospitalized. Luckily, there weren't any irregularities with my body, but I remember Sayuki crying nonstop, he recalls, the image of her clinging to him still vivid. He remembers the culprit being led away by officials. It seems the culprit was sent off to reform school for the assault. And the so-called apologies that followed. Sayuki and I have received apology letters several times, but they all contained stereotypical sentences with no real substance to them. Back in the present, he pays for his items, his thoughts continuing. As for what happened to the culprit after his release from reform school, I've never heard a word about it, nor did I want to know. And yet, why, at this point in time, is this happening once again? Leaving the store, Yoshi walks under the tangle of power lines that crisscross the night sky. He heads down a quiet, dark residential street, his groceries in hand. Suddenly he stops. Up ahead, a shadowy figure is collapsed on the ground. As he gets closer, he sees a woman with glasses struggling to get up, a crutch by her side. Geez, she mutters in frustration. He notices her leg is in a cast. She's reaching for a set of keys that have fallen just out of her grasp. A flicker of recognition hits him. He knows that face. Seika, he thinks to himself. Without a second thought, he rushes forward. I'll pick that up for you. She looks up startled. Thank you very much. As he hands her the keys with a gentle smile, she finally recognizes him. Yoshiai, he replies. Long time no see, huh? A flood of memories washes over Yoshi. Seika's my childhood friend who lived next door to me. We've been together since we were born, and that's persisted from elementary school to university. But their paths diverged sharply after that. But since then, Seika got a job at the company she dreamed of while I became a NEET. Even after I became a recluse, she would still email me and visit my house during the first few years, but I was too ashamed of my situation at the time, so I never tried to respond to Seika's kindness. The weight of that shame still lingers. But Seika just smiles, seemingly happy to see him. Yoshi can't help but feel the distance between them. It's our first time seeing each other for real again, in 10 years. They stand in front of her gate, an awkward silence stretching between them. Yoshi breaks the tension, gesturing to her injury. That leg, is it all right? Seika explains, yes, I wasn't paying attention when taking the stairs and missed a step, and it seems I got quite the awful sprain. My coworker drove me back home too just now, she adds. Yoshi manages a small smile. I see. Well, be careful then, there's a surprisingly clumsy side to you after all. He teases her, jogging an old memory. When we were kids, you once tried to climb a tree like me and got hurt by falling, remember? Seika blushes furiously, yelling, Geez, remind me of something that happened so long ago. She lets out a small laugh, composing herself. Her eyes land on his work clothes. Yoshi, that outfit, she says, curious. I've been working a stint at a cleaning company for almost a month now from a referral by Dad, he explains, a little self-consciously. He expects judgment, but her expression is kind. Although it's at this point in life, that's not a problem at all, she exclaims with genuine warmth. Looking him straight in the eye, she says earnestly, I will always support you. Her words hit him right in the chest. He's so moved he can barely manage a quiet, thanks. Seika suddenly seems flustered by the emotional moment. It's cold out here, isn't it? She says quickly. Sorry for the long talk, hurry on inside. She turns to leave but pauses at her door with a smile. Not at all, I'm glad we could talk again after so long. Yoshi waves, feeling a bit lighter. Yeah, and I hope your injury gets better soon. With a final thanks, well see you, Yoshi, she disappears inside. The gate clicks shut, leaving Yoshi alone on the street. He turns and starts walking home. At first, he's feeling pretty good. Considering how it was our first time in 10 years, we were talking quite smoothly, weren't we? A smile spreads across his face. Seika hasn't changed at all. He walks with a newfound spring in his step. But then reality crashes down and he stops dead in his tracks. Wait, that couldn't be possible. The smile vanishes, replaced by doubt. She was only speaking on my level. He pictures her life, a successful career woman out with colleagues, respected at work. It's been 10 years since she went into the world. She's experienced both the good and the bad, a fine adult woman. Compared to me, who just started working recently, she has far more experience in life. The gap between them feels like an impossible chasm, and I can no longer bridge the difference in that gap. His brief moment of happiness is gone. Just then, a voice cuts through his thoughts. Yoshi. He turns, shocked to see Seika has come back out. What's up? She looks nervous, fidgeting as she tries to find her words. Say. A new sweets cafe opened up in front of the station. And the customers are all young people, making it hard for me to go alone or how should I say it? She takes a breath and blurts it out. So yeah, once my leg heals, if you're up to it, Yoshi, I'd like you to go with me to that sweets cafe. She looks at him expectantly. What do you think? Yoshi's heart leaps, he can't hide his excitement. Yeah, sure, I like sweet things too, after all. Seika beams, relieved. Really? Thanks, I'll send you an email later so. Yoshi eagerly replies, yeah, I'll be looking forward to it. She gives a final wave and goes back inside. Yoshi stands there, his mind racing as he replays the invitation. A single electrifying thought pops into his head, a sweets cafe with the two of us. Is this a date? He starts walking home, trying to get a grip. No, what am I getting excited over? All she did was ask me to be her escort. But why me? We just stumbled upon each other by chance. He covers his face, trying to cool his racing thoughts. Not good, even though there is the issue with Sayuki's stalker too. What's the use of being in such a frivolous mood? He finally gets to his front door. I'm home. His mother greets him from the kitchen. Welcome back, you're pretty early, aren't you? I do have food ready, but, She stops when she sees the massive, goofy grin plastered on his face. What's with the sinister smile? It feels out of place. A few days later. Yoshi sits down at his computer, ready to unwind. I have the entire day off today, so that means I can play the game as much as I wish then. In the real world, Yoshi reflects on the recent chaos. There hasn't been any sign of Sayuki's stalker since then, he thinks, a sliver of hope in his mind. Maybe she was just imagining it. At the same time, Sayuki herself wonders, was I just overthinking it? But Yoshi's problems are far from over. He glances at his calendar, his schedule packed with tension. First, he has to act as Sayuki's escort to a sweets cafe, a mission to protect her. Then there's his actual date with Seika next Sunday. He shakes his head, focusing on the game. Crap, right now I have to figure out how to handle the next evil god's temptation. He recalls the last battle, the sheer power of the golem he summoned. The previous battle proved its power, but it has too many limitations. I can only use it as a last resort. Back in the game, the warrior Gam stands guard, the village's sole protector. Yoshi watches, a sense of unease creeping in. It's way too risky having Gams as the only military force. He considers his options. I should spend some fate points to get more fighters, but which miracle is the best? Suddenly, his train of thought is broken by movement on the screen. Gam's eyes narrow. He spotted someone approaching the village. A lone figure emerges from the forest, a bow slung over their back. As the figure gets closer, they raise a hand in greeting. Gams instantly recognizes him. Mulus-san, Yoshi leans in. So Mulus has shown up again. It'd be perfect if he joined them, but... Before anyone else can react, little Carol bursts out from the gate, her face lit up with joy. Mulus-san, welcome back. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug. Yes, I am back, Carol-chan, Mulus says, his voice soft. But his expression is heavy with guilt. Facing the other villagers, he bows his head. I'm glad to see everyone is all right. I truly apologize. I fled alone. I have shamelessly. But Layla cuts him off. What are you saying? You only stuck around out of goodwill. We could never complain. Rhodys nods in agreement. Exactly. It's wonderful just to see you again. Kem clasps her hands together, seeing this reunion as a divine event. This must be a sign from the god of fate as well, Watching from his monitor, Yoshi can't help but smile. This is one thing about the villagers that I adore. He muses, there are many selling points to this game, but one of them is that there isn't a single character in the village you could hate. Gams gives Mulus a nod of respect. Thank you for supporting us from the shadows. Yoshi smirks. I noticed his presence, so I figured Gams would have as well. Mulus had been providing cover fire from a distance during the last attack. Mulus looks down, dismissing the praise. Nay, that was all I could contribute. His demeanor suddenly shifts. He falls to his knees, his voice cracking with desperation. I know I'm in no place to ask this, but I need everyone's help. He struggles to get the words out. I must sincerely apologize. Kem rushes to his side. Please raise your head, Mulus-sama, you've helped us so much. If there's anything we can do, just ask. Gam steps forward, his expression firm. Yeah, kindness should be repaid, tell us what's wrong. Mulus takes a deep breath. Please allow me to begin by apologizing to everyone. He reaches up and pulls back his long hair, revealing long, pointed ears. My real identity is not a doctor who showed up here, but someone from a race that lives in the Forbidden Forest. The villagers stare in shock as he continues. I have been observing you all since you came into the forest. Carol just looks on, confused by the sudden tension. Yoshi's eyes widen in realization. Those ears, like in fantasy stories, he's an elf, right? But Kem's expression darkens. Is that so? Her voice is cold as she confronts him. Does that mean you already knew how threatening the evil god's temptation was in this forest? Yoshi notes her sharp tone, a rare sight. But he understands. She's thinking of her brother Gams and how badly he was injured in the last attack. Gams looks over at his sister, sensing her protective anger. Mulus doesn't deny it. I truly apologize, I did have an inkling of it, however, this last attack felt systematic unlike the usual. The monster's actions were peculiar. Gams nods grimly. I felt that too. The monsters are always ferocious, but they've never attacked with coordination like that. Rhodys, the well-traveled merchant, chimes in. In all my days peddling, I've never heard of a village attack having a precedent. Gams cuts through the speculation, turning back to Mulus. Let's put that aside for now. What is it that you wanted? Mulus's eyes burn with a story of tragedy and loss. A flashback hits a desolate, burning landscape. My village, he says, his voice hollow, was decimated by the evil god's temptation. The villagers gasp, their faces etched with horror. Even Gams and Kem are stunned into silence by the devastating news. Yoshi is floored. Well, this is unexpected. He thinks logically. Mulus said his race lived there for generations. They should have had the knowledge and preparations to fend off monster raids, and yet they were crushed. Mulus explains the horror. It was a massive attack unlike any I've ever seen. Many different kinds of monsters attacked together. And a villager, with his dying breath, told me it seemed like someone was leading them. Gams asks the practical question. Are there any survivors? If there are, you should bring them here. The memory is painful for Mulus. No, that man was the last. The village was decimated, leaving no survivors. However, he adds, a new, chilling detail emerging, the number of corpses didn't match the number of villagers. The children, about 10 of them, are missing. He looks at them, a desperate hope in his eyes. There's a chance they were taken away to a monster nest. Carol clutches her mother's dress, her eyes wide with fear for the missing kids. Yoshi's heart aches for Mulus. His home was destroyed and he had to walk through the ruins, counting the dead. I can't even imagine how painful that must have been. Mulus's gaze is fixed, his plea unspoken. Kem meets his eyes, her own expression shifting from suspicion to resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, she declares, if there's a chance they're alive, then standing here worrying is just wasting time. Gams immediately backs her up. Let's go. Mulus is stunned by their immediate, unwavering support. The village instantly mobilizes. Big brother, I'll go get weapons, Rhodys shouts, already running. We need to prepare food and flasks too. Overwhelmed, Mulus can only whisper, doing this for someone like me, thank you. As Yoshi watches, a wave of pride washes over him. My villagers are the best. I don't really get it, but I'll help, Carol cheers. Layla quickly gives orders, can I count on you for the water? Sure thing. Yoshi leans back, wanting to intervene but feeling powerless. They've all decided to help, so I won't stop them. But what can I do? My prophecy is a once-a-day skill, I need to save it. He considers his trump card. Even if I activate the golem, my fate points will run out before it even gets there. He dismisses another idea. Should I have Gams carry the statue? No, there's no time for that. As the rescue party prepares, Gams takes charge. All of you stay inside the cave. Mulus-san and I will handle the rescue, Yoshi sighs. Does this mean I can only watch? But Kem steps forward holding her sacred book. No, I am going with you too. If the abducted children are injured, how will you treat them? Rhodes tries to protest, it's dangerous, but Kem is firm, I am perfectly aware of that. She plays her final card. Besides, we have the divine protection of the god of fate. This catches Yoshi's attention. Yeah, if she brings that Bible, I can give instructions through prophecies. He decides to trust his warrior's judgment. I'll leave it to Gams to decide. Gams sighs in defeat, knowing his sister's stubbornness. As your older brother, I don't want to bring you, but I guess it would be futile to try and stop you. Kem gives a triumphant little smile. Just as they're about to leave, Carol runs up. Big brother Gams. She presses a small, carved piece of wood into his hand. Think of this as Carol and keep it with you like a charm. Gams smiles warmly, examining the charm. This is the best one you've ever made. I'll take good care of it. With their final goodbyes, Kem turns to the others. Well then, we will be back. Please be careful, everyone. Rhodes, Layla, and Carol wave them off from the gate, shouting promises to keep the village safe and have a warm meal waiting. Gams and Mulus exchange a determined glance, their resolve hardened. And with that, the three heroes Gams, Kem, and Mulus run out of the village gates and into the dangerous forest, their rescue mission officially underway. In the hyper-realistic world of his favorite game, Yoshi watches his party venture deep into a misty forest. The elf Mulus leads the way, followed by the priestess Kem and the warrior Gams. They're closing in on the monster's nest. But back in his room, Yoshi feels a familiar frustration. It pisses me off just watching things pan out, he thinks, feeling powerless as a mere observer. The path is brutal. The terrain is so steep that Gams and Mulus have to help Kem navigate the treacherous decline. The journey is clearly taking its toll on the young priestess. Finally, they reach a small stream, a brief respite from the harsh wilderness. The group stops, knowing they need to conserve their energy for the fight ahead. Let's take a rest here, Gams suggests, and no one objects. They settle down by the water, the forest quiet around them. Kem gratefully takes a bite of bread, trying to regain her strength. Yoshi observes from his desk. It's been over an hour since they left the village. This path is probably a little too much for Kem. While they rest, Mulus begins to strategize. I'm not sure how many monsters are left at their base, but there were countless corpses besides the villagers. My comrades should have repelled many of them, he recalls, referencing a past battle, so I don't believe there are too many remaining. Gams nods in agreement. I'm guessing there aren't many unscathed monsters either. Mulus continues his analysis with a grim expression. There are 3 types of monsters here, black dogs, ferocious boars, and green goblins. The first 2 don't take their prey alive, so it has to be the goblins. The word prey hangs in the air and Yoshi's focus sharpens. A chill runs down Yoshi's spine. I've been treating this like a simple hostage rescue, but are those kids okay? He takes a drag from his cigarette, a dark thought consuming him. In a game this realistic, a cruel ending wouldn't be strange at all. As his anxiety peaks, Mulus gets to his feet. We should be going now. With their short break over, the party presses on. Suddenly Mulus throws up a hand, halting the group in their tracks. He brings a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence. They've arrived. Peeking through the dense foliage, they finally lay eyes on their destination. Below them, nestled against a cliff face, is a crude goblin settlement. Several goblins mill about, while a massive, ogre-like beast stands guard with a club. The creatures are completely oblivious, tending to a fire and sharpening their weapons. Their primitive huts are scattered across the clearing. And a dark cave entrance looms at the back of the camp, likely where the children are being held. From his godlike view, Yoshi does a quick head count. I can already see 9 green goblins. He leans back, worried. Taking on this many at once would be dangerous, no matter how good Gams and Mulus are. The party remains hidden, watching the sentries and weighing their options. The tension is palpable. A frontal assault would be suicide. Yoshi thinks if only it wasn't a clear sky, we could sneak in and close the distance. A bright, sunny day like this is the worst possible weather for a surprise attack. He sighs, it would be nice if I could just make it rain, but he stops. A sudden realization hits him. Wait a minute, there isn't there. His eyes dart across the screen as he remembers a feature from the game's tutorial. His cursor flies towards an option, weather control. A grin spreads across his face. If rain falls, it'll mask their footsteps and obscure visibility. If they run inside to take cover, attacking them would be a cinch. He opens the menu and is blown away by the options. Clear sky, cloudy, rain, snow, torrential rain, blizzard, even typhoon. He assumes the cost in fate point scales with the intensity. He scratches his head, filled with regret. I shouldn't have cheaped out. I should have tested this at least once. It hurts not knowing how heavy the rain will be. Should I just go all out with torrential rain here? With no other choice, he clicks the riskiest option. But instead of instantly activating, a new interface pops up. What's this? He murmurs, so I can designate the exact area for the miracle. A top-down map of the goblin camp appears. With a circular reticle, he can move with his mouse and resize with the scroll wheel. I figure the bigger the radius, the more fate points it'll cost. And I guess clicking puts it into action. With his target set directly over the goblin camp, he clicks the mouse. Yoshi stares intently at the screen, his command sent to the heavens. Back in the game world, the clear sky begins to darken in an instant. The first few drops of rain begin to fall from the suddenly overcast sky. Mulus, Kem, and Gams look up, completely bewildered by the abrupt change in weather. In the camp below, the goblins are equally confused as a light drizzle turns into a torrential downpour. The monsters roar in frustration, caught off guard by the sudden storm. Just as Yoshi predicted, they abandon their posts and scramble for the shelter of their huts. Within seconds, the once bustling camp is empty, pounded by the heavy rain. Mulus watches the scene unfold, his mind racing, for the weather to change so conveniently. But Kem is beaming with excitement. It happened just now, the faintest sparkle shine from the Bible. I'm only guessing, but could this be assistance from the god of fate? He must be guiding us. Under the cover of a torrential downpour, Gams prepares for the infiltration. He hands his heavy gear to Kem, stating, "We should be able to ambush their habitat now." "Kem, hold onto my gear, I want to move as light as possible." Kem nods, her voice laced with worry. "Understood. I beg of you, please be careful." With daggers drawn, Gams and Mulus are ready to move. "I'll go this way," Mulus says, pointing. Gams gives a sharp nod. "Right." The two warriors split up, melting into the rain-soaked woods. They move like ghosts through the storm, the rain masking their approach. Their footsteps are silent splashes in the muddy terrain of the goblin camp. Gams and Mulus weave between the crude, straw-thatched huts, daggers at the ready. Gams cautiously checks the first hut, finding it empty. His expression is grim, a mixture of focus and frustration. Any goblin that stands in their way is cut down with silent, ruthless efficiency. His eyes scan every shadow, searching for any sign of the missing children. The only sounds are the rain and the dying gasps of the goblin sentries. Gams stands over another fallen goblin, his resolve hardening with each kill. But hut after hut, they find nothing. The children are nowhere to be seen. The two warriors regroup in a clearing, the rain plastering their hair to their faces. Gams gets straight to the point. "Did you find the children?" Mulus gives a slow, frustrated shake of his head. "No luck." "Let's keep going," Gams says, his determination unshaken. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi murmurs to himself, impressed. They're managing to do this without being detected. He recalls the flawless stealth takedowns he's been witnessing, a testament to their skill. Yoshi thinks all that's left is for them to find the children and rescue them. Back in the game, the systematic search of the goblin camp continues. After clearing the entire village and finding no trace of the children, their search leads them to a dark, ominous cave carved into the cliffside at the back of the camp. They meet back up with Kem. "Did you find them?" Gams asks, already knowing the answer. Mulus confirms their fears. "No." Gams's gaze hardens as he stares at the cave entrance. That means that is the only place left. Taking charge, Gams declares, "I'll head in first." Without a moment's hesitation, he charges into the suffocating darkness of the cave. But he stops dead in his tracks, his face frozen in shock. Something inside sends him leaping backward out of the entrance. Kem calls out in confusion, "Big brother, what is the matter?" But Mulus senses the danger instantly. "Kem-san, get back." A hulking, monstrous shadow emerges from the cave, its sheer size blocking out the light. Gams lands in a defensive stance, bracing for whatever is coming. It's a monster beyond their expectations, a massive, red-skinned cyclops. It effortlessly catches Gams's blade in its bare hand, halting his attack completely. Its single, malevolent eye glares down at him with raw fury. Gams can't believe it. "You're kidding me, a red cyclops in a place like this?" The beast doesn't give him time to process, already swinging a colossal wooden club. The cyclops brings its weapon down with terrifying force. Gams raises his sword to block, steel screaming against wood. "Big brother," Kem screams in terror. Watching the screen, Yoshi shouts in panic, "Gams." The impact is immense, sending Gams flying backward like a ragdoll. The red cyclops looms over him, ready to finish the job. Mulus reacts in a split second, drawing his bow and letting an arrow fly. The shot is perfect, striking the monster directly in the chest. But as the arrowhead makes contact, it bounces off the cyclops' rock-hard skin, completely useless. Yoshi stares at his screen, his mind reeling. It repelled Mulus' arrow so damned easily. His voice rises in disbelief. Just how fucking tough is this thing's skin? As the monster towers over the party, a description flashes on Yoshi's screen. He reads the grim stats: a wild, ferocious species that eats human flesh, a creature that ordinary hunters are no match for. He thinks, his hope dwindling, can they even defeat a monster like this? The battle rages. On one side, the colossal red cyclops, its club raised high, ready to smash everything in its path. On the other, the lone swordsman Gams, standing his ground against a monster that towers over him. The beast's single eye glares down with pure malice, promising a brutal end. But Gams is no pushover. He weaves and dodges, his blade a blur as he parries the Cyclops' relentless, earth-shattering strikes. Again and again the club comes crashing down, but Gams meets it with steel, refusing to give an inch. He deflects another crushing blow, the impact sending shockwaves through the clearing. The Cyclops roars in frustration, its power immense. Gams grunts, the strain showing on his face. He's holding on, but the sheer force is taking its toll. From the tree line, Mulus lets an arrow fly, aiming for a weak spot. But it's useless. The arrow just sparks off the Cyclops' rock-hard skin, completely ineffective. Mulus grits his teeth in frustration, while Kem watches in horror. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi can't believe what he's seeing. For Gams and Mulus to still be no match for it together, this red Cyclops. It's the most powerful monster I've ever seen so far. Gams is evading it by the skin of his teeth at the moment, but if he were to take even one direct hit, he would turn into a sitting duck. Kem cries out, Mulus-san, at this rate Big Brother will, but Mulus is silent, his mind racing. He makes a decision. If ordinary arrows won't work on it, I have no choice but to use poisoned ones. Mulus reveals a small vial. This is a secret poison passed down within my family. They say that no one has ever survived it. We might have a chance of winning if I pierce it with a poisoned arrowhead, he admits. However, whether or not I'm strong enough to get it to penetrate that tough skin is. Kem gasps, you're kidding. Yoshi watches, his heart sinking, so they're out of options. He buries his face in his hands. If this was the case, I should have told them to bring the wooden statue all the way here, even if it would have been awkward. Yoshi considers the tools at his disposal. All I can do now is either send a message to them through a prophecy or use a miracle's power. The instruments at their disposal are the poison, the Bible, and the pouch that Gams gave Kem. He thinks of the most logical yet brutal strategy. Should I tell them to flee in a prophecy, the most certain method would be to leave Gams behind while Kem and Mulus escape themselves. It's a horrifying thought, sacrificing one to save two. I can't imagine them escaping from the red Cyclops unharmed. Once those two escape, this wise Gams should quickly catch on, and with some gaudy movements, grab the enemy's attention and serve as a decoy. He tries to distance himself, to think of it like just a game. They are all characters in a game at the end of the day, mere NPCs. Even if they die, that is just a part of the game. It is not real death. But he can't. If only I could convince myself of that, I wouldn't be so worried. No, everyone must return alive. He stares at his screen, desperate. There must be a way. A game that cannot be beaten is not a game. Something, anything. Images of the villagers flash through his mind, their lives hanging in the balance. He racks his brain for a way to turn this impossible situation around. And then it hits him, a spark of inspiration. Could it work? He doesn't hesitate, never mind, it's now or never. His fingers fly across the keyboard, inputting the commands for a new prophecy. Back in the game world, the Bible in Kem's hands begins to glow with a divine light. There is light coming from the Bible, she exclaims. Mulus looks over, stunned. Could it be enlightenment from the god of fate? The pouch Gams gave her also begins to glow, confirming the divine intervention. Yoshi watches, his plan in motion. I've told those two my strategy. What I should do now is activate Thunderstorm via weather control. On his screen, he drags the cursor, shrinking the storm's radius to a precise circle around the battlefield. Gams is on his last legs, using his sword to prop himself up. The shadow of the Cyclops looms over him, ready to deliver the final blow. Yoshi narrows the target zone as much as possible, focusing all the power on the monster. The Cyclops raises its club one last time. A bolt of pure energy splits the sky. Yoshi slams his hand down. Now. He clicks the mouse, unleashing the miracle. The heavens open up. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down, striking the red Cyclops head-on. The monster is engulfed in the blast, its body charred and smoking. Gams looks on, completely shocked by the sudden turn of events. But Yoshi's face falls. The Cyclops is still standing. It stumbles, dazed and wounded, but not dead. So even a direct lightning bolt isn't enough to kill it, Yoshi thinks still. This is the opening they needed. It's up to you now, Mulus. Mulus draws his bow, his expression one of intense focus. The Cyclops roars in agony, its mouth wide open, a perfect target. Mulus releases the arrow. It flies straight and true. Yoshi screams at his screen, Gyo. The arrow sails directly into the monster's gaping maw. A direct hit, but the fight isn't over. The Cyclops, in a shocking move, grabs a log from its back and shoves it into its own mouth, plugging the wound. It seems to have countered their attack. Yoshi curses, fuck. But a sly grin spreads across his face, is what one would normally think, right? This was all part of the plan. He activates his next miracle, Summon Golem. On the tip of the arrow lodged in the Cyclops' throat, the tiny wooden statue tied there begins to glow. In a flash of light, the golem springs to life, sword in hand, inside the beast. It lands on the log, ready for action. Yoshi grabs his controller, taking direct control of the miniature warrior. The golem charges down the Cyclops' throat. The monster has no idea what's happening inside its own body. It gags and chokes, confused by the strange sensation. The red Cyclops roars, a hulking beast of pure muscle and rage. But Gams and Mulus stand their ground, ready for the fight of their lives. The battle was a desperate one, but it all came down to a single, insane plan. Yoshi recalls the strategy he sent them. In a flashback, Kem prepares to read the new prophecy. I will read out the prophecy. She begins, I will now summon a thunderstorm around the red cyclops. Once it is over, fire an arrow into its mouth. But simply firing the arrow is not enough. The prophecy shows them the small wooden golem. Poison the little one, Mulus understands, drawing a vial of his family's secret poison. And then fire it while tied to the arrow. He carefully lashes the poisoned golem to an arrowhead, creating a Trojan horse on a microscopic scale. Back in the present, the red cyclops gags, its massive throat constricting. Deep inside, the tiny wooden golem, now activated, lands in the monster's gullet. At his desk, Yoshi grips his controller, a manic grin on his face. This is game over for you. He triggers the miracle, and the golem inside the cyclops begins to expand rapidly. It grows and grows, shattering the beast from the inside out. The cyclops' head explodes in a shower of black viscera. A gaping, steaming maw is all that remains of its face. The colossal, headless body teeters for a moment. Before crashing to the ground, the monster is finally defeated. Boo Woya, Yoshi throws his fist in the air ecstatic. Well done, yeah. But on the battlefield, the mood is far from celebratory. Gams looks past the corpse of their foe. He turns to Kem. My prophecy's over for today. I'd like to thank the three of them and celebrate together, but now the rescue of the children awaits. Their true mission lies within the dark cave ahead. Gams takes charge. There might be more enemies. I will go and take a look first. Mulus, his face tense with anticipation, nods. Please do. Gams vanishes into the oppressive darkness of the cave, leaving the others to wait. Mulus watches nervously. Yoshi too stares at his screen, the triumphant feeling replaced by a knot of dread. A few tense moments pass. Then Gams emerges from the darkness. Kim calls out to him, Big Bro. But the look on his face stops her cold. His expression is grim, utterly defeated. He turns his back to them, his silence speaking volumes. Finally he speaks, his voice heavy. Mulus-san, please go in and confirm, and Kem, stay here. Kem panics, Big Brother, I am ready for this as well. Moreover, they may still be breathing. Gams's voice is firm, filled with a pain he wants to spare her. This is my decision as your older brother, I don't want you to see it. Kem is left speechless, understanding the terrible finality in his words. She can only watch as Gams and Mulus disappear back into the cave. The entrance seems to swallow them whole. They step out of the darkness. Kem waits, her heart pounding. Suddenly Mulus stumbles out and collapses, his body racked with grief. Mulus-san, Kem cries, rushing to his side. On his knees, Mulus can barely look at them. You too, thank you very much for coming to my aid. His voice breaks. I'm truly sorry that we could not be of help. Gams clenches his jaw, telling him, please raise your head. Watching from his room, Yoshi can't hold back his own tears. I can't. It is already heart-wrenching just to see them like this. The raw pain of his characters feels all too real. Kem, her own eyes wet with tears, places a hand on Mulus' shoulder. Mulus-san, will you not allow me to make a prayer for the deceased so they can rest peacefully? Broken, Mulus whispers, please, do. The screen fades to black. Yoshi narrates, after that. I watched as the three of them buried the children. He reflects on the game's brutal reality. In a typical game, scenes like these would be cut out. And the idea would be to begin with them, finally arriving back in the village they were in before. However, this village of fate isn't like that. In this game, people live, and people die. The three heroes stand before three small graves, a silent, heartbreaking testament to their failure. Breaking the somber silence, Kem turns to Mulus. Mulus-san, why not return to our village for now? Would you not agree, Big Brother? Gams quickly agrees. Yeah, everyone in the village is worried about you too. Mulus looks up, considering their offer. He bows his head slightly. Very well, I shall kindly oblige. Gams lets out a quiet sigh of relief. And so the trio begins their long, somber journey back to the village. As they approach the gates, they see the villagers waiting for them. Little Carol's voice rings out, Big Brother, Mulus-san, and sister-in-law. Welcome back, Tilda, she cries, running towards them. She throws her arms around a stunned Mulus, hugging him tightly. The unexpected warmth and kindness catch him completely off guard. Gams and Rhodys watch the touching scene. Layla gently comforts Carol, who has burst into tears. The weight of their journey is felt by everyone. Rhodys steps forward with a kind smile. Everyone, you all have worked hard. I take it you all have not eaten anything. I will prepare you all meals now, so please rest yourselves after eating. Yoshi watches, his heart swelling with emotion. You all did your best. You've all done very well. Later, Layla approaches Mulus. Mulus-san, you're free to stay as long as you wish. He can only manage a quiet, thank you very much. Yoshi contemplates the future. What will Mulus do from here? For me, I'd like him to become their comrade, but only he knows his inner feelings. If he decides to leave this place and live alone, I would not try to stop him by force. Regardless of how he ends up, I hope Mulus's wounds can recover quickly. In a dark dream, Mulus stands alone at the edge of a jagged cliff, his expression grim. The ground beneath him gives way, and he begins to fall backward. plunging into a bottomless dark abyss. His feet slip from the precipice, sealing his fate in the nightmare. Yoshi jolts awake, his heart pounding in his chest. While he gasps, sitting up in a cold sweat. He looks out his window at the morning light, trying to calm his racing pulse. Just a dream, huh? But the nightmare felt too real. He scrambles to his computer, a single thought consuming him: how's Mulus? He quickly logs into the village of fate. On the screen, he sees Mulus sitting alone on his bed, head bowed in despair. Yoshi lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Phew, so he's all right then. He watches the somber elf, relieved. He looked like he was tormenting himself last night, so I expected the worst. I'm glad it was just me worrying too much. Elsewhere in the village, life goes on as the others gather for a meal. But even as they eat, there's a noticeable tension in the air. Carol looks towards Mulus's room with concern. Mulus-san hasn't left his room at all, has he? The others share her worried expression. Layla voices her thoughts. You don't think he's hungry, do you? But Rhodey's gently places a hand on Carol's head. Let's just be quiet for now. Carol nods meekly, okay. A heavy silence falls over the table, their thoughts with their grieving friend. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi sighs. Mulus will need some more time before he gets better, won't he? The sight of Mulus, isolated and in pain, weighs on him. I don't recall there being any miracle that I could use to cheer the villagers up. As his cursor moves across the screen, a new option catches his eye. Egg gacha. He stares at the screen, confused. Was something like this here before? A description pops up explaining the new feature. It's a free gacha once a month with a chance to get an avian, reptilian, amphibian, or even a monster egg. The text continues, whatever hatches will become a faithful servant to the first person it sees. It can be a pet or even raised for food. Yoshi mulls it over, so you can get an egg but you don't know what it'll hatch into. He starts running through the possibilities. If it's a bird, they might be able to secure a regular supply of eggs. If it's a reptile or amphibian, they could grill it to eat or keep it as a pet. If it's a monster, he imagines, it could be raised to serve in combat. It would be pretty promising as a soldier, wouldn't it? If it's a rare monster, then even more so. He shrugs, his decision made. Since it's free, I guess it's fine to try it out without thinking much of it. He clicks the button, and a slot machine-like interface appears on screen. Oh, it started moving, he thinks, watching the different eggs flash by. He realizes he can't really time it. I guess I can't stop it exactly where I'd like it to. To begin with, I can't determine what's inside them just from their shells. So there's no point in fussing over it. With a click, he hits the stop button. The reels spin wildly. They slow down, passing over a spotted egg. And finally land on a simple, plain white egg. Yoshi looks at the result. In the end, it's simple yet modest, It doesn't look like a chicken egg, so what exactly is it? A notification pops up. You have acquired an egg. It will be placed near the village. Yoshi blinks. He stares in disbelief. So it's not given to the villagers directly, but left somewhere close to the village. The game shows him the location, just outside the village walls in the forest. So this is where it is. Yoshi leans back in his chair. Well, I can't just leave it there, so I guess I should tell everyone about it with a prophecy. In the village, Kem gathers the others and reads from the sacred text. A frail white-shelled being can be found in the forest. He continues Yoshi's prophecy. Whether it may be of use to you all is unknown, but its acquisition would be of amusement. I will allow you all to determine what to make of it. Whether it be to raise it or to consume it is your choice. A few minutes later, the villagers head into the forest to investigate. Carol spots it first. Papa, Mama, I found it. She holds it up triumphantly, drool forming at the corner of her mouth. Why, it's an egg. We can eat it in an egg dish then. Layla quickly intervenes. Hey, we mustn't eat it. She takes the egg gently. The prophecy tells us to do whatever we wish with it, but it is a gift from God, so we must treasure it. Carol looks at the egg, her dreams of a meal dashed. But she quickly brightens up. Okay, I got it. She walks over to the village's offering shrine. Placing the egg down carefully, she bows. God, thank you very much. I was told to treasure it, so please take good care of it instead, God. In a flash of light, the egg vanishes. Back in his room, Yoshi watches the screen, his mind blown. This is the same scene that happens when someone offers a tribute, isn't it? The realization hits him like a truck. SOTHAT means, they sent me the egg. Meanwhile, Layla and Carol are in a full-blown panic, thinking they've offended their deity. God, we sincerely apologize. My daughter did not bear any ill will. They bow repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. I beg of you, please forgive us. Yoshi just watches, thinking they really don't need to worry so much. He sighs, accepting the bizarre turn of events. Still, I guess the egg will be sent to me tomorrow then. So, what kind of egg is it then? It would be dangerous to consume it if it isn't a chicken's, so maybe I should incubate it once the egg arrives. He pulls out his phone and searches for animal eggs. The results bring up images of snakes. I'm not really good with those, though. I guess the most similar-looking one would be a reptilian egg. Then a wild thought crosses his mind. Wait, if it's being sent here from the village of fate, it may even be possible to get a real monster egg. He quickly shakes his head, dismissing the idea. No, 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 that's simply absurd, isn't it? It's probably some lizard or snake that's safe to raise as a pet, which means the only issue would be my family then. The next day, his mother's voice rings through the house. You've got another parcel as always. Yoshi looks up from his computer. I'm sure that's it. He checks the delivery form. It's not marked raw food like the usual gifts from the village. It's marked animal. He goes to the door and takes the box from his mom. Here. His mother watches eagerly as he prepares to open it. Is it meat or fruit again? Inside, nestled in straw, is the large white egg. It looks like an egg, but I don't think this is a chicken's. They both stare at the strange object. I think it might be reptilian, Yoshi mutters. His mother's eyes widen with a sudden realization. Could it be that you? Are you trying to raise a reptile to get Sayuki to like you more? She asks, a knowing look on her face. Yoshi can only sweat in response. She smiles. That girl adores reptiles after all, and your father also liked them in the past, so I guess that's what you'd call genetics him. Well, he raised lizards back when he was a bachelor, she continues. He got his family to take care of them after we got married though. You see, since Sayuki likes them as well, she raises them in her room, you know. Yoshi is stunned. No, I actually never knew about that. Sayuki likes reptiles and raises them. I never knew that since I haven't gone into my little sister's room for close to a decade now. His mother just chuckles. I found them rather cute after seeing them a few times. It's incredible what you can get used to. Yoshi can only manage a week, yeah. The revelation hits him hard. It's shocking that I haven't grasped what my little sister likes. To think that I never noticed her raising reptiles for so many years in the room next to mine. He looks at the egg, a new resolve forming. Yeah, I really must try and make an effort to improve our relationship then. Let's try and ask Sayuki how to raise it after she returns home. Later that evening, the Tsunaga family gathers for dinner. As they eat, it's a rare moment of peace for the family. Yoshi decides to seize the opportunity. Oh yeah, I was planning to ask you Sayuki, but there's something I'd like Dad's advice with as well. His father looks up intrigued. What is it? Ask away freely. Yoshi begins to spin his tale. See, I've told you before that I receive presents for helping revitalize a village, right? So, I was sent a reptilian egg from them this time. Therefore, it ended up with them asking whether I'd like to try to raise one as well, so I accepted. He looks at his sister and father. See, Sayuki and Dad both like reptiles, right? He says with a smile, thinking to himself, even though I just found that out today. To his surprise, his family is completely on board. Sayuki confirms that's correct, and his father offers his expertise. Ask whatever you'd like. I'm not a total expert, but I could still teach you a thing or two. Yoshi is ecstatic. Thank you. Oh, they're a lot more cooperative than I imagined. And so, the family heads to Yoshi's room to inspect the mysterious egg. Gathered around his desk, Sayuki examines it. This shape looks like a reptilian egg, but it's got a tough shell. His father leans in, speculating it might be a gecko or crocodile. Sayuki looks concerned. Were mini crocodiles legal? The conversation quickly gets technical, with his dad and sister discussing things like ultraviolet light and calcium absorption. Yoshi is completely lost, thinking, I can't even understand a tenth of what they're saying. But his father takes charge, springing into action. Leave those to me. I'll go and fetch a water tank and some flooring from storage. Sayuki, you prepare a feeder and water bowl. They immediately start gathering supplies. In no time, his dad and sister are expertly assembling a full-blown terrarium right in his room. With a sigh of relief from Sayuki and a proud smile from his dad, the setup is nearly complete. A perfect little habitat is ready, complete with a heat lamp, a log, and bowls for food and water. His dad declares, all done. They carefully place the egg inside its new home. As they finish up, his dad tells him, we can't determine anything until it's born, so be sure to let us know once it hatches. And don't forget the photos. Sayuki eagerly adds, be sure to promptly tell me as well. Yoshi beams, feeling a warmth he hasn't felt in a long time. Understood. Looking at the professional-grade setup, he thinks to himself, it's a godsend that I've got two reptile lovers in the family. He reflects on the strange turn his life has taken. I think it's a coincidence, but because of the Village of Fate affair, my bond with my family has been deepening each and every day. I think I might actually believe in the existence of a real god of fate that isn't me. A few days later, a Sunday is marked on the calendar. Yoshi gets dressed in a nice sweater and jacket, checking his reflection. His mother's voice calls out, shall we go? He nervously replies, all right. As he walks down the stairs, his mother, who's vacuuming, stops and stares. She eyes his outfit with suspicion. Oh my, heading out all dressed up, could this be a date? Yoshi starts to sweat. His mother's eyes narrow playfully. Hey, who's the girl? Completely flustered, Yoshi bolts for the door. It doesn't matter who it is, I will be back later. He arrives at a quiet, traditional-looking storefront, waiting anxiously. He peeks around the corner, his heart pounding. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out. Yashi Tilda, sorry to keep you waiting, it's Seika, his childhood friend. Hey, Yoshi says, trying to act cool. Is your leg all right now? Seika smiles. Yep, it's all back to normal. I see, well then shall we go, he asks, leading the way. They head into a trendy cafe. Inside, they sit down with some elaborate desserts. Yoshi feels a bit awkward thinking, this certainly does feel like a place that's hard to visit alone. Seika, however, is having the time of her life. She takes a bite and her eyes light up. Delicious, just like the rumors claimed, I think I could eat this nonstop. Yoshi just smiles, watching her. She suddenly points her spoon at him. Ah, just now, you were thinking if you eat that much you'll get fat, weren't you? Yoshi frantically waves his hands. And no, I wasn't. He thinks to himself, Seika doesn't look any different from when she was 20. Seika seems pleased with his answer. Yo, you think so? After a moment her tone becomes more serious. Say, Yoshi, the truth is I would meet with your mother every so often and ask her about how you're doing. Yoshi is taken aback. Is that so? She said that after you started interacting with those villagers, you returned to your cheerful old self. You're helping out with the revitalization of a village through the internet, right? Seika looks at him with genuine curiosity. That village, what is it like? Yoshi freezes. A cold sweat runs down his back. He can't tell her it's just a game. It would sound pathetic. If she knew he got a job just to afford microtransactions, she'd be completely turned off. He can't risk it. Besides, the game's terms and conditions forbid sharing details. However, he thinks, I cannot deny that now that I've started to play Village of Fate, my life has truly taken a turn for the better. Seika senses his hesitation. Yoshi, he realizes he can't lie to her. He makes a decision. I'll just tell Seika my true feelings while keeping the fact that it's all a game to myself. He looks up, ready to speak. Yeah. He begins to describe the village from his heart. It's still a small village over there with a very small population. It's a dangerous place where wild animals can appear. And there isn't a stable supply of local products either. It'll still take some time before the village can develop, you see, but hey. The villagers are extraordinarily nice people, and they are all close. He pictures them in his mind. Each of them have their own roles. And everyone works with their utmost effort. He speaks with genuine admiration. Although they are in a harsh environment, just recalling their desperate lifestyle makes me want to change somehow too. I think I'd like to return something to the villagers for the courage that they brought me. But to do that I would need money, so by the time I realized it I ended up getting a job. Seika listens, a warm smile on her face. Yoshi, Tilda, you really like those people, don't you? Yoshi blushes, unable to hide his passion. Yeah. He starts excitedly telling her about the village drama. Among the villagers, there's a handsome guy in charge of the hunting, and his little sister plus one other young girl fights over him. Plus, the day flies by as he shares his stories. As night falls, they walk down the street. Thanks for tagging along with me today, Seika says. I'm glad we got to chat so much. It was fun for me too, Yoshi replies, and you did treat me after all. This sparks a playful argument at the counter. It's fine, I'll pay for it. No, I'm the one who invited you. The cashier smiles awkwardly. The customers behind are waiting. They both apologize and quickly pay. Outside, Yoshi declares, I'll be sure to pay for it all next time. Seika stops, her eyes wide. Next time, you'll come out with me again. Yoshi, flustered but happy, nods. Yeah, if Seika's cool with it. A bright, genuine smile spreads across Seika's face. Okay, she says, let's hang out again sometime. Yoshi walks home on cloud 9. He enters his house humming happily, I'm home, Tilda. As he walks into his room, taking off his jacket, a sudden chilling presence washes over him. His blood runs cold. What is this presence? Is it one of those? His mind immediately jumps to a giant roach. He grabs the first weapon he can find, a can of bug spray. Armed and terrified, he begins to frantically search his room. He checks every corner, every dark space. He even looks under his bed but finds nothing. I can't find anything. Was I just imagining things? He wonders. But then a distinct cracking sound draws his attention to the terrarium. I guess the sound's actually coming from here. It's already hatching this quickly. Before he can process it, the egg violently shatters from within. A massive, scaled head emerges from the broken shell, its reptilian eyes locking onto a terrified Yoshi. What's going to happen? In Yoshi's room, the mysterious egg from the village suddenly begins to crack. He stares in a panic. It's already hatching this quickly. What should I do? He frantically searches his room, completely unprepared. I'm pretty sure my little sister's notes were. Not good, I can't find them, he thinks, his mind racing as the cracking sound intensifies. Yoshi whips back around to the terrarium. The egg is shattering before his eyes. It's hatching, isn't it? From the broken shell, a creature with shimmering, golden scales emerges. Yoshi is stunned. A lizard. He watches, beads of sweat forming on his face, as the creature fully reveals itself. One of its heads lifts, its dark, curious eye fixing on him. As the creature stretches its long, two-headed body, Yoshi lets out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, I'm glad it didn't hatch into some strange monster. The lizard's two heads look around, taking in their new environment. When it looks up at him again, a smile spreads across Yoshi's face. It's surprisingly adorable, isn't it? The unique lizard seems to be settling in, basking under the heat lamp. Yoshi watches it fondly. I think I could raise it with love like this, he decides. Ah, that reminds me. He quickly grabs his phone, photo, and then send it to Sayuki and Dad. After sending the picture, he starts to wonder, what species of lizard is this thing? He searches online but finds no exact match. There are similar ones, but there aren't any as gilded as this one, are there? Is it because it just hatched? Leaning over the terrarium, he speaks to the little creature. For now, I was told that it's all right to leave it in this case, so just wait patiently in there, okay? The lizard looks up at him and Yoshi can't help but smile. Oh, well, aren't you an adorable little thing? Time passes and evening sets in. Suddenly his mother's voice calls from downstairs. Yashio, food's ready. Yoshi stretches at his desk, realizing how much time has flown by. It's already this late, huh? He gets up to leave, giving the lizard one last look. The creature watches him go, seemingly content in its new home. Yoshi heads downstairs and finds his family already at the dinner table. His sister Sayuki immediately confronts him. Hey, have you been paying attention to your phone? I sent you a reply, you know. Yoshi is taken aback. Hey, why is she in such a sad mood today? Then it clicks. Come to think of it, I sent my little sister and dad a photo of the lizard and asked them what kind of species it was. He scratches his head sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't check, I can't believe it. Sayuki looks genuinely upset. Even though you sent me the photo of Lizard-chan, I wanted you to let me take a look as soon as I got home, too. Seeing how much it means to her, Yoshi gives in. Okay, I'll bring it here. Sayuki's face instantly lights up. Yippee tilde. Their mother cuts in. Hey, your food's ready. Yoshi turns to head back to his room to retrieve the lizard. But as he opens the door, he stops dead. The lizard is on the floor by the doorway. It looks up at him as if to say, why is it in a place like this? Yoshi quickly and gently scoops up the escape artist. How did you escape your case? He brings the creature back towards the dining area. Here, take a look. Sayuki gasps, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Ah, is this the lizard Chan you showed to me? Their mother interrupts the excitement. Hey, you two, it's time to eat right now. Their father stands up, clearing his throat loudly. You're making your father wait, you know. Please take your precious time with the lizard after eating. Eat your food now, he insists. Sayuki reluctantly agrees, yeast tilde. After dinner, the family makes their way to Yoshi's room. They all gather around the terrarium, mesmerized. It's really golden, Yoshi thinks to himself. I was thinking it might have looked like that because of the light, but... Sayuki is already analyzing it. What do you think, Dad? There are golden 5-lined skinks and grass lizards in Japan, but this one's closer to actual gold, isn't it? Their father adjusts his glasses, studying the creature. It has a different color, but considering how large and pointy these scales are, it's similar to an armadillo lizard. Still, is this color a mutation? The questions turn to Yoshi. Sayuki asks, Big brother, have you been told anything about what this little guy eats? His father follows up sternly, Yashio, have you tried asking the villagers about the lizard species? Yoshi feels the pressure mounting. URK. Forced to improvise, Yoshi begins to spin a tale. Not yet. Have I told you about how the village I'm helping is in Hokkaido and how they're taking ideas for how to revitalize their village yet? His sister and father reply in unison, we know. Yoshi continues, building his lie. Hence, it seems that as part of their revitalization they are creating new species through selective breeding. Those strange fruits and that child seem to be the case as well. He looks at them seriously. Therefore, I would like to keep the lizard a secret too, not only the fruit. Try not to show anyone any photos. Yoshi adds the final touches to his story. Now regarding food, it is fine with fruit, but they want me to study what it will eat later on. It also seems they want me to study whether it is capable of being raised in a typical household. His father seems to accept this. Is that so? Much later that night, Yoshi sits at his computer, finally alone. Phew, they finally return to their rooms. He realizes his life has just gotten a lot more complicated. Up until now, my family would never enter my room even if I left the door unlocked, but, judging from the circumstances, I have absolutely no doubt that they will frequently come and take a look at the lizard. He glances at his monitor. It would probably be safer to turn off my monitor when I'm not in my room. Now then, he thinks, turning his full attention to the screen, in terms of how the village is doing. He logs in to see a quiet scene. The villagers Rhodys and Layla are in bed with their daughter, Carol, sleeping between them. Layla whispers with concern, Mula-san hasn't shown his face today either, has he? Rhodys looks up at the ceiling, his expression somber. We also escaped here after our village was attacked, but we've been happy like this only because our beloved family didn't get taken from us. Layla agrees, yes, we can only provide some minor consolation by saying that time will heal his sadness, but I do hope that Mula-san can get back on his feet eventually. Watching them, Yoshi feels a pang of sympathy for the grieving elf. In another part of the village, Kem is praying while her brother Gams sharpens a tool. She turns to him with a heartfelt request. Big brother, I would like to visit the graves of the children at Mula-san's village and offer them a prayer once more. Gams looks at his sister with kindness. Sure, let us go together once Mulus-san feels better. But Mulus isn't getting better. Alone in his room, he's trapped in a cycle of grief and despair. He clutches a book, his face twisted in anguish as he remembers the destruction of his home and the loss of the children. His faith is shattered, leaving only a single, painful question in his mind. Why did you not help us in our time of need? Back in the game, Mulus is alone in his room, clutching a book to his chest. He stares down at the intricate symbol on its cover, a question forming on his lips. What's this? His face twists in anguish as he looks up, questioning the heavens. Why did you not help us in our time of need? Watching from his monitor, Yoshi understands immediately. Mulus is having a crisis of faith because the god of fate, Yoshi himself, intervened when Mulus's own gods were silent. Yoshi realizes the difference between their holy books. His is a special tool he can write in to create miracles. Mulus's is likely just a book of teachings, making real divine intervention a rarity. So for Mulus to witness a true miracle from an unknown god, it's no wonder he's starting to question everything he believed in. And then a cold dread washes over Yoshi. I realized something bad just now. He thinks about his part-time job. If the villagers were to be attacked while I am at work, there would be no means of helping them. Just like Mulus's gods, he would be absent, and the village could be destroyed without him being able to perform a single miracle. He's working 3 to 4 days a week now. That's 3 to 4 days where his people are completely vulnerable. The thought of returning to his old neat lifestyle crosses his mind, but he immediately shuts it down. No, that can't happen. It would be insane to throw away this new chance at a real life that he's fought so hard for. Sitting at his desk, he searches for an answer. It would be nice if there was a way for me to watch over the village even during work, but there isn't that convenient of a means now, is there? Just as he's about to give up, his eyes catch something on the game's menu. His cursor hovers over an option he'd never noticed before, Connection System. A pop-up explains everything, a dedicated app that lets you play the game anytime, anywhere on a smartphone. So they had such a convenient feature, huh? Yoshi grins. I have never had a smartphone before, so I guess I never considered it. Now, if I go to this download URL with my phone. He points his phone at the screen and begins the download. As the app installs, he watches in amazement. In moments, the download is complete. The game world appears on his phone screen, his 580 fate points ready to go. It looks like you can handle miracles and prophecies without any issue this way, huh? This will be useful. Leaning back in his chair, a wave of relief washes over him. He can't play during his shifts, but he can check in on breaks or during his commute. One of his biggest worries has just been solved. Later, after a long day at work, Yoshi finally arrives home. He opens the door exhausted. Phew, I'm beat. He steps into his room. I'm home. But something catches his eye. Huh. Inside the terrarium, the little golden lizard is happily munching on pieces of fruit. Did mom feed it, he wonders, knowing his dad and Sayuki aren't home yet. His stomach rumbles. I'm famished as well, aren't I? But first things first, let's take a look at the village. He logs in to see the villagers eating together. Suddenly, the door to Mulus's house creaks open and the elf steps out. Mulus bows deeply. Everyone, I apologize for troubling you. With tears in his eyes, he continues. I have been considering this for a long time, but... He places a hand over his heart and makes a humble request. If you are all willing to allow me, will you not permit me to stay here as well? He explains that while he needs to search for his lost comrades, he knows nothing of the world outside this forest. This village is the only home he can imagine. He bows his head, his voice cracking as he pleads, so please. The villagers listen, their expressions soft and understanding. Yoshi watches the screen, his own heartstrings pulled by the emotional scene. Without a moment's hesitation, Gams breaks the silence with a warm smile. We have no reason to refuse. Welcome. Carol leaps into the air, ecstatic. Yippee, he's staying here with us. Kem clasps her hands together, beaming. I share the same opinion. I hope we can all get along from now on as well. The other villagers all chime in with their support. As they all gather around Mulus welcoming him, Yoshi can't help but smile. They truly are the best villagers. A notification flashes on screen, making it official. Mulus has moved into the village. Curious, Yoshi clicks on Mulus's new character profile. The details pop up and Yoshi's jaw drops. Mulus is a 151-year-old female elf. 151 years old, but she only looks like she's in her 20s, and... He was actually a she. Yoshi is completely blindsided. He just assumed Mulus was male due to her androgynous looks and the way she carried herself. Thinking back, he realizes she never once referred to herself as a man. He then considers Kem, who also seems to be completely in the dark about Mulus's gender. He can't help but wonder how she'd react if she found out the skilled hunter she partners with is a girl. But for now, the village is celebrating its newest member. Yoshi grins. Gender confusion aside, having another villager is a huge win. He looks at Mulus's smiling face on the screen. I hope we get along well from now on, Mulus. Suddenly, his good mood is shattered by his phone ringing off the hook. He glances at the screen. It's Sayuki. He answers only to be met with his sister's panicked voice. Big brother, come here right now. What's wrong? He asks, his heart starting to pound. Sayuki's voice trembles as she explains, when I got off the bus just now. It felt like somebody was watching me. So I rushed into a nearby convenience store. She lowers her voice to a terrified whisper. It might be that man. Yoshi's mind flashes with panic. Calm down. He's already on his feet, grabbing his jacket. I'm heading over there right now, don't leave the store. He throws his door open and bolts out of the room. The little lizard on his desk simply watches him go. Yoshi pushes the pedals of his bike with all his might, racing through the dark streets with a single thought screaming in his mind. Wait for me, Sayuki. Panting, Yoshi sprints down the street, his eyes wide with panic. He frantically scans the area, his mind racing. He passes by pedestrians, his focus solely on his search. Where's the stalker? He thinks, his desperation growing. Spotting an unattended bicycle, he grabs it but then hesitates. No, right now, I should reunite with Sayuki and reassure her first. With a new priority, he abandons the bike and bolts towards a nearby convenience store. He bursts through the doors to find his sister Sayuki looking terrified. Sayuki, he yells. She looks up, relieved. Big brother, he rushes to her side, grabbing her by the shoulders. Are you okay? She nods weakly. Yeah. But as he holds her, he feels it. She's shaking. An image of the menacing stalker flashes through his mind. Rage overtakes him. I'll give the stalker a piece of my mind, he declares. You stay here, Sayuki. As he turns to leave, Sayuki grabs his arm, pleading, Big brother, hold on a moment. But Yoshi's face is a mask of cold fury, and he won't be stopped. 10 minutes later, the search is over. Yoshi returns to the store, defeated. I've tried searching around the area, but I didn't find anyone like you described. Sayuki's face falls. Really? She begins to apologize, her voice trembling. Sorry you had to rush over here, perhaps I simply made a mistake. Tears well up in her eyes as she breaks down. I wonder what's wrong with me. Yoshi pulls her close, his voice firm. There's no such thing. But inside, he's seething. Why does Sayuki have to go through this? That fucking stalker, he's definitely not getting away with this. Later that night, a white van cruises down the street. Inside, Yoshi and his father are on their way to pick up Sayuki. The atmosphere in the van is quiet and tense. A text from Sayuki confirms the plan. Dad said he will come pick me up today. Yoshi sends a quick okay sticker in reply. Ever since the incident, either Yoshi or his dad makes sure to pick Sayuki up from the bus stop. He hopes it gives her some peace of mind. To kill time while they wait, Yoshi pulls out his phone. Oh yeah, I can play Village of Fate on my smartphone now, can't I? He logs in and on the screen, his villagers are gathered for a meal. Suddenly, Mula stands and addresses the group. Everybody, would you be willing to visit my village tomorrow? Gams and the others look at her, confused. What's going on? Gams asks. She said her village collapsed, didn't she? Layla adds. Why invite them to a ruined village? Mulus explains that while her village was burned to the ground, there are still usable supplies and food left behind in the ruins. Gams is skeptical but sees the potential. Well, that would be a windfall for us, but are you sure? Yes, Mulus insists. A tool serves no purpose if there is no one to use it. She smiles warmly. Besides, we have avenged the villagers. I believe they would be pleased to see their belongings put to good use. Hearing this, Gams has no more objections. Little Carol leaps to her feet, ecstatic. Carol will go too, I want to go. Her father, Rhodys, immediately voices his concern. Wouldn't that be too dangerous for you? He asks, turning to his wife Layla for support. But I'm always stuck house-sitting, Carol protests. Gams' sister chimes in, feeling slighted. It's not fair that only I can go, she cries out. Am I useless? Gams thinks it over. Carol has been cooped up for a long time and her patience is wearing thin. He makes a decision. Why don't we bring Carol along too this time? He explains his reasoning. She's been stuck behind a fence or in a dim cave. It's no wonder she's at her limit. Carol is still a child. Carol is overjoyed, running towards Gams. Big brother Gams, you're going to bring me along. But Kem is still worried. Big brother, that is too dangerous, I object. Gams gathers them close. You too, listen to me. He reminds them of their victory over the Cyclops. We've eliminated the enemies that attacked Mulus's village. It should be safer than ever right now. He places a hand on Carol's head. And it would worry me to leave you behind, but you have to promise you'll absolutely listen to what I say. Carol eagerly agrees. Kem still looks unconvinced. Gams turns to her. If their daughter goes, Rhodys and his wife will go as well. Sometimes a change of pace is necessary or people will get depressed. Rhodys and Layla exchange a look, understanding Gams' point. Watching from the real world, Yoshi smiles. Gams is taking care of the villagers better than he ever could. He's a true leader. Yoshi also remembers that the bodies in Mulus's village were already buried, so the trip shouldn't be too traumatic for a child like Carol. Mulus then makes a suggestion. If we are heading there, then let us go by horse. There is still a wagon that is intact, she adds, so we can use it to transport goods back. The villagers are thrilled by the news. It has become even more worthwhile to go then, Rhodey says. As Yoshi watches the scene unfold, his father leans over. Is that some new game, he asks. Yoshi jumps startled. Yeah, he mutters, wondering how much his dad saw. He then notices his father seems unusually down. Did something happen? You seem unhappy. His dad sighs. Could you listen to me rant for a moment? Yoshi agrees and his father begins to explain. It's this strategic simulation game I'm addicted to, he says, suddenly animated. I spent my day off preparing for an event and I finally took down a large enemy base, but then, one of my own bases got bloody taken down as well. Yoshi immediately understands, so he's depressed because of his game then. His father slumps in his seat. I spent a ton of dough to power myself up too, poured in half of my last month's salary, and it all ended up as thin air. It hurts too much, man. Yoshi feels a pang of recognition. More than sympathy, he feels his father's pain. Honestly speaking, I get it, Yoshi confesses. There are microtransactions in my game too, and I actually blew several $100s on an event the other day. A smile spreads across his father's face. Oh, my friend, they laugh, bonding over their shared gacha game struggles. We have to try our best to control ourselves. Later, the family returns home. Yoshi heads straight to his room. Sitting at his computer, he checks on his villagers. It should be about time for them to head off to Mulis's village, huh? On the screen, he sees the group preparing to leave their cave. Carol, riding atop a horse led by Gams, waves excitedly. Off we go, Tilda. The game explains that Mulis's village lies beyond a river. However, the main bridge has collapsed, making the direct route impassable. They're forced to take a long detour, circling around the river to reach their destination. Yoshi decides to act as their guardian angel. I'll observe the map from above and keep on the lookout. With civilians along, I can't cut any corners on surveillance. He reflects on a new game mechanic. Since Mulis joined, he can now see every part of the map she's ever explored. This has opened up a huge portion of the Forbidden Forest. Now his daily routine is to scout these unexplored areas whenever he has free time. Staring at the vast, dark map, he wonders, just how massive is this world? As the villagers travel, Carol is having the time of her life, enjoying the outdoors. She looks at Gams and exclaims, "You look like a knight accompanying a princess." Gams plays along with a grin. "My princess, how is the ride? It is incredibly comfortable." Walking behind them, Kem clenches her fists, seething with jealousy. Yoshi chuckles to himself. Kem would be a perfect priestess if it weren't for her intense brother complex. He takes a sip from his mug, content to watch over his little world. He estimates they'll arrive at the ruined village in less than 5 minutes. I should take a look around first, he thinks, in case there are monsters or things a child shouldn't see. He pans his view over the ruins. Most of it is just burnt rubble. A place like this probably has some emergency food supplies remaining, but... His thoughts are cut short when he spots movement. His cursor hovers over a group of armed individuals sifting through the wreckage. Who are these guys? At first he wonders if they're survivors. But looking closer, he realizes they aren't. Aside from that middle-aged man, the rest look like typical adventurers. I guess they would be looters in this world. He focuses on the middle-aged man, who looks agitated. Yoshi tries to use a prophecy to read their dialogue, but it fails. The Bible is too far away. He remembers his experiments. He could make a small wooden figure move, but not a large statue far from the village. He concludes that all his powers, miracles, and prophecies are centered around the Bible. If it's not nearby, he's powerless. This presents a dilemma. He only gets one prophecy per day. Should he use it to warn Gams about this mysterious group? They don't look hostile, but he can't be sure. Yoshi weighs his options. He only gets one prophecy a day. I wouldn't hesitate to use it if they seemed dangerous, but they don't look like bad people, do they? Just as he's debating, the villagers arrive at the edge of the ruins. Mulis gestures grimly towards the wreckage. Here is the village that I used to live in. She stares at the painful reminder of her past, her expression hardening. Seeing the devastation, Rhodey grows concerned for his family. Perhaps it would be better if we were to remain here. But Mulis shakes her head. You need not worry about us. Rhodey agrees, seeing this as a harsh but necessary lesson. This may be hard for Carol, but if you're to live in this world, this is an unavoidable path. Someday, you may encounter an even more horrific scene. Watching from his monitor, Yoshi feels his stomach clench. Ah, God, I'm already in suspense. Suddenly, Gams' eyes go wide. He springs into action, his voice a low growl. Kem, hide behind that house. He turns to Mulis, his hand on his weapon. Mulis, she's already on alert. Yes, it seems we are not alone. Gams draws his blade. Could be monsters or looters. Either way, they will not leave unharmed. In an instant, they're in a standoff, facing down the mysterious group amidst the rubble. Mulis draws her bow, aiming it squarely at the strangers. Why are you in my village? She demands. The armed group is taken by surprise, clearly not expecting a confrontation. Their leader, a middle-aged man, looks up in utter shock. Mulis's eyes widen as she recognizes his face. Doldol-san. The man's face breaks into a wide, relieved grin. Oh, Mulus-san, you're okay. He immediately turns to his companions. Everyone, please sheath your blades. He explains, I was so worried after finding out the village ended up like this. The tension shatters as Doldold rushes forward, embracing Mulus. I'm truly glad that you're all right. Mulus turns back to the others, a genuine smile returning to her face. She thinks to herself, this conversation tells me everything. If this isn't an act, then they are definitely good people. She announces, everyone, please rest assured. This man regularly visited my village for business. He is a peddler named Doldold-san. With the misunderstanding cleared up, a new opportunity arises. Doldold, with tears in his eyes, makes an offer. Everyone, you must have been through great hardship. I will happily buy anything you can salvage from here. Rhodys shakes his hand warmly. Of course, I hope that we can get along well. Yoshi watches the unexpected turn of events unfold. So they'll salvage supplies and then bring Doldold back to their cave to sell him monster materials and ores. In the game, the villagers immediately get to work, scavenging what they can from the ruined buildings. With Mulus's permission, they search for staples, tools, and anything else of value. Yoshi breathes a sigh of relief. I was anxious for a bit, but this has turned into a favorable development. This practically feels like a bonus event. Then it clicks. He remembers a miracle he activated days ago. A peddler visits. He realizes, so depending on the context, miracles don't always take effect immediately. I activated that 3 days ago. The scavenging proves fruitful. Gams gives a thumbs up as they finish loading the wagon. They found tableware, preserved foods, seasoning, and even vegetable seeds, a massive haul for their growing village. Just before they depart, Kem approaches Gams. Big brother, may I offer a prayer to the people of Mulus-san's hometown? Mulus, hearing the request, gives a silent, grateful nod. The entire group, villagers and peddlers alike, kneels before the makeshift graves. As Kem's prayer echoes through the ruins, Yoshi watches the solemn scene, deeply moved. It's immodest for me to say, but this scene is beautiful, isn't it? With their business concluded, the group prepares to head back. Now with 2 wagons full of goods and new allies, the party begins their journey home. Yoshi leans back in his chair, satisfied. With this many people, the road back should be safe. He stretches, his stomach rumbling, and now I feel hungry as well. Maybe I'll go fetch some meat and fruit. As he leaves, his small reptilian pet peeks over the edge of its bowl. Yoshi returns with 2 plates of food. You hungry? I've brought food. But when he looks at the terrarium, it's empty. It's gone. He frantically looks around the room. Oi, where did you go? He spots the little creature sitting calmly on his desk next to the mouse. Why are you over there? He approaches cautiously. Hey, how'd you get out here? The creature happily munches on a piece of meat from the plate. Yoshi watches intrigued. So you eat meat too, huh? Are you an omnivore? He places his own plate down and sits, deciding to eat alongside his escaped pet. I'm gonna eat too. Back in the game, Doldold has arrived at the cave and is thoroughly impressed. I see, so you all live here now. The place is easy to defend and there's no need to worry about the elements. He continues, listing their strengths: an expert archer, an able hunter, a doctor, and even someone who can use healing magic. He smiles at Layla and Carol, an adorable child and a beautiful wife. You have the ideal people around you. Rhodys examines the pouch of coins from their trade. This is what you paid us. Isn't this a bit too much? Doldold waves it off. I added a little extra. Knowing you're blessed by the god of fate, I believe there's hope for growth. I hope to have your patronage for a long time. Rhodys is won over by his sincerity. I don't dislike you, Doldold. We can barter from now on as well. I'd be thankful for that. He then leans in. Also, aside from business, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. With the others behind him, Rhodys makes his pitch. As you can see, we are short-handed. I would like you to ask around if there is anyone who would like to move in here. Doldold considers the request. Immigrants, you say? Well, with more and more villages being destroyed by monsters, there are certainly people looking for a new home. However, I cannot claim that this forbidden forest is a safe place by any standard. He then offers a logical alternative. If you would permit me an opinion, have you ever considered relocating? The suggestion hangs in the air, stunning the villagers into silence. Yoshi leans forward, his focus absolute. This is a critical moment. That is a reasonable proposal, he thinks. Based on the game's design, leaving the forbidden forest wouldn't be a game over, right? He contemplates the dilemma. However, it feels against the rules to live in another village when the point of the game is to make one yourself. Even so, if the villagers can live happily, couldn't I consider that a game clear rather than a game over? His priorities become clear. It would hurt to no longer be able to play, but I would like to prioritize the happiness of the villagers first. He resolves to let them choose their own path. No matter what they decide, I will accept. I'm not going to pressure them with a prophecy. After a moment of silence, Rhodys speaks with conviction. I think I would like to remain here. He explains, it probably sounds foolish, but living on this land that's protected by the god of fate feels like a mission I was given by heaven. Yoshi watches, his heart swelling with pride. Layla stands by her husband's side. It's the duty of a good wife to follow her husband's decisions. Our family must stay together. Carol cheers, I like being here with Papa and Mama and everyone. Kem adds, her voice full of faith, we have been blessed by the god of fate. I too intend to spend the rest of my life here. Gam states his purpose simply, I'm just here to protect them. Finally, Mulus speaks. I don't know anything about the outside world. This forest is the most comfortable place for me. Moreover, I do not wish to leave this land where my brothers died. Dolduld is visibly moved by their unanimous decision. He claps his hands together. Very well then, they say home is where you make it. I know some people who have been driven from their homes. Chances are, it should be all right. He shakes Rhodys' hand, sealing their new agreement. Please leave it all to me, Rhodys-sama. As he climbs onto his wagon, he promises, I will return in a few days' time with the goods you requested. The villagers wave goodbye as Dolduld departs, their future looking brighter than ever. Yoshi smiles. I'm thankful everyone decided to live in the village of fate. I shall send them a prophecy as well. His fingers fly across the keyboard. In the cave, the Bible begins to glow. Everyone, Kem exclaims, we have been bestowed with a prophecy from the god of fate. She reads the divine words aloud, welcoming the newcomers to come and offering a prayer for Mulus's lost kin. Mulus closes her eyes, a peaceful and grateful expression on her face. Yoshi leans back, content. Phew, now they should be perfectly prepared for the winter, and it seems there's hope for them to secure some extra hands as well. He turns his attention back to his little pet. Ah, that reminds me, I've been thinking up a name for you, which would you prefer? He offers his first idea, because of how you look like a dinosaur, Lizardsaurus. The creature gives him a deadpan stare, don't like it. Yoshi grins, well then how about this one? Destiny, it means fate in English, sounds perfect, doesn't it? The little creature perks up, letting out an excited chirp. Yoshi beams, you like that one don't you, Destiny? In the quiet of his room, Yoshi sits glued to his computer, but his attention is locked on his phone. He lets out a heavy sigh, the screen illuminating a face full of anxiety and indecision. He's texting Seika, his childhood friend who vanished from his life for years. And while he's genuinely happy they're talking again, her latest message stumps him completely. How do I even respond to this? He wonders, paralyzed. His mind drifts back 10 years, to a time when Seika was celebrating a huge career win, landing a job at a major company. Meanwhile, Yoshi's own job hunt had been a complete disaster. Consumed by jealousy and shame, he did the unthinkable. He ghosted her, severing all contact and refusing to speak to her again. The memory of his own failure and bitterness still stings. Returning to the present, he's tormented by guilt. After what I did, do I even have the right to talk to her like nothing happened? But the alternative, losing her all over again, is something he absolutely refuses to accept. He's trapped. Making matters worse is his crippling social anxiety. I can barely talk to people outside of my own family. Desperate, he turns his gaze to the one place he feels in control, his game. On the screen, he watches his powerful avatar, Gams, and the young villager, Carol. He thinks to himself, Gams, you're not a smooth talker, but you always manage to connect with people. Maybe I can learn something from you. In the game world, Carol cheerfully approaches the warrior. Big brother Gams, what'll you be doing today? He replies, I'm planning to go hunting with Mulus. Carol's expression falters slightly. With Mulus-san, she thinks, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Gams, oblivious, simply tells her, well hurry and return then, and don't get hurt, okay? He gives her a gentle pat on the head, and she agrees. As Carol beams with happiness, Yoshi realizes his mistake. Nope, that's the head rub only hot guys are allowed to do, can't learn from this, moving on. He shifts his focus. What about Rhodys? He's a former merchant with a wife and kid, he's gotta know how to hold a normal conversation. He observes the couple as Layla asks her husband, Dear, are all the documents in order? Rhodys is diligently writing a list of goods for a traveling peddler, trying to establish a new trade route for the village. He tells Layla he's glad to have made contact with the peddler, Dolduld. It's a relief, since they never had the time to go into town for supplies themselves. Layla places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Perhaps this is a sign from God as well, him. She adds gently, you don't need to push yourself too hard. But Rhodys looks up, his expression troubled. I know that, but when I see Gamskun working so hard, I feel compelled to do so. It's vexing to be the older one and feel so useless. Yoshi watches, understanding the feeling all too well. He knows Rhodys is pushing himself, doing hard labor he's not used to. He also thinks, besides, if this keeps up, Carol will probably get swiped away by Gamskun. As if reading his mind, Rhodys realizes his insecurity is showing. Layla looks at him with a knowing, gentle smile. Dear. Rhodys looks down, defeated. It's already too late. But Layla pulls him closer. It's not a big deal, is it? You've got me, you know. Rhodys can only nod in agreement. As hearts fill the screen, Yoshi groans. What am I being shown? This just makes me envious, and it's no help at all. Frustrated, he leans back. Neither of his in-game role models are giving him the advice he needs. He considers other options. My little sister, no, she'd just laugh at me if I told her about Seika. He also has an online gaming buddy, a self-proclaimed ladies' man. But the guy's personality is way too much to handle. Just as he's about to give up, an idea strikes him. Come to think of it, I haven't given any prophecy today, have I? He has nothing planned, so he figures he'll just state something harmless. But then a spark of genius or madness ignites. Wait, couldn't I take advantage of this? Moments later in the game world, Kem gathers the villagers. Everyone, we have a prophecy today as well. She opens the holy book and begins to read Yoshi's message. There is something I would like to consult with you all today. The villagers listen intently as she continues. A young male believer of mine is troubled, and it seems to be in regards to a serious love affair. As a god, human love affairs are beyond my comprehension. Kem concludes the bizarre request. Thus, I would like to confer with you all for advice. Her eyes fly open in shock. What did she just read? She turns to Layla, stammering, I have reread it several times, but that is what is written. Layla whispers back, does that not mean that God is consulting us about love? Back in his room, Yoshi is having a full-blown panic attack. Did I screw up? I thought I was being careful, but this totally wasn't godlike at all. Even the villagers are baffled. Carol thinks to herself, I must be crazy, talking to video game characters about love. But Yoshi grits his teeth, his resolve hardening. It doesn't matter, the villagers are the only ones I can count on now. To his utter shock, the women of the village aren't confused, they're ecstatic. Carol shouts with glee, God is accepting requests for love consultations. I'd like to ask him for help later on as well. The others immediately start bickering. That's not fair, big sister Kem, Layla chides, don't steal a march on me. She reminds them, hey, do not forget about our god's request. Mulus, the stoic elf, steps in. This is a generous opportunity for us to repay him. We need to consider this seriously. She watches the others, musing, romance him. If only an elf like I could understand it. The women seem pretty motivated to help, don't they? Getting down to business, Layla asks, so Kem, what are the details? Kem explains, that man seems to have a childhood friend who is more than friends, but less than lovers. Layla sighs dreamily. It must be wonderful having someone by his side for a very long time who understands him. But Carol chimes in with a dose of reality. Well, if they've been together forever, wouldn't she get tired of him? Layla immediately shuts them down. You too. Kem clears her throat and continues reading from the book. He has been separated from that childhood friend for a long time, she reads, but their interaction has been restored. However, he is not sure how to speak with her, and wants to know how he can restore their relationship. Carol's hand shoots up. Ask me, Kem looks skeptical. You really know how? This is a consultation about love, you know. Carol puffs out her chest proudly. Well, Carol's super popular with the men in this village after all. She then throws a savage jab at Kem, unlike Big Sister who just scares men away. She even critiques her own brother Gams, noting that while handsome, his scary look can be off-putting. With everyone's attention, Carol delivers her expert advice with a brilliant smile. He just needs to go on a date with her. Kem hesitates. But they used to be intimate with each other, right? Wouldn't a date be progressing too fast? Carol waves off the concern, which would mean that it's fine, but if it really doesn't work out, that it was hopeless to begin with, so it's fine to just give up. Listening in, Yoshi feels a sharp pang in his chest. Why are these words piercing me so sharply? But Kem starts to see the wisdom in the simple plan. Certainly, rather than formally exchanging words over and over, having an enjoyable time together would close the gap between them instantly. Layla wholeheartedly agrees, sharing a personal story. Even for me, when I was not yet close with my husband, will you go on a date with me? Was the invitation that made everything happen. Rhodey's flushes betread, completely embarrassed by his wife's public announcement. Layla, there is no need to speak about that, is there? With the married couple providing their input, Kem turns to the quietest member of the group. What do you think, Mulus-san? Mulus gives her elven perspective, which isn't exactly helpful. We elves tend to spend a lot of time carefully building up our love. We seldom actively make a move on another, so I do not believe that I could be of reference. Back in his room, Yoshi mulls over their advice. A date, huh? He thinks back to the old days with Seika. We often went out together back then, but now is not the same as back then, is it? The in-game conversation continues as Yoshi spirals. Kem wonders what kind of dates people their age go on, but Yoshi's mind is stuck on one thing. No, wait. What if Seika doesn't have that sort of intention to begin with? Layla, ever the romantic, chimes in with her thoughts. For me, I could not wish for anything else apart from someone to happily stay by my side. She continues, teasing her husband again. It is also lovely when a man puts on airs and overextends themselves on a date. Right, my dear? Rhodey's just covers his face, begging her to stop. Yoshi leans back, overwhelmed. I want to live up to the enthusiasm these villagers have, but a date is a no-go for me. But then a spark of determination lights up in his eyes. But I did manage to get some advice after all, so. He grabs his phone. Yoshi immediately starts overthinking how to even start the conversation, pacing around his room. Hello, how are you? That sounds kind of off. Are you free right now? I guess that's a little too intimate. He finally lands on a potential message, but his confidence is shot. If you've got free time today, would you like to hang out? Would that work? That invitation sounds like something a kid would say, but... Taking a deep breath, he throws caution to the wind. Screw it, he hits send. The moment the message is sent, he collapses onto his desk, emotionally drained. Everyone, please forgive me for this. Yeah, I've done my best in my opinion. Suddenly, a small noise breaks the silence. His pet lizard, Destiny, has climbed onto his arm. Are you trying to comfort me? Yoshi gives a weak smile. How do you keep escaping each time, thanks man? Meanwhile, Seika is on her break at work. Her phone buzzes. She looks down, and a smile spreads across her face as she reads the message. Back in his room, Yoshi's phone lights up with a reply. It's from Seika, and the timestamp shows it's 12:35 p.m. He shoots up from his chair, shocked. It's Seika, she got back to me fast. He anxiously reads her reply. The first line hits him. I'm happy for the invitation, but it's a weekday today, you know. The reality of his mistake crashes down on him like a bolt of lightning. Shit, to think that my lack of experience with society would get exposed in a situation like this. He reads the rest of her message. A weekday, I'm working right now, so it's probably not going to work out. Ask me again another time, okay? He quickly types out a reply, apologizing for bothering her. He feels a strange mix of disappointment and relief. Holding his phone, he processes her words. However, based on her response just now, it didn't seem like she was against me sending her invitations. A wave of hope washes over him. So that means it's all right for me to invite her again, right? That's massive progress for me. I will try my best again next time. Back in the world of the game. Kem and Carol are hanging laundry, still thinking about their god's strange request. I wonder what happened after that discussion yesterday, Carol adds. Surely he must be consulting other believers for their opinions as well, right? Kem looks off thoughtfully. At any rate, I am curious about how things turned out for him. Yoshi watches them on his monitor, seeing how concerned they are. He decides to give them an update. The Holy Bible begins to glow. Yoshi thinks to himself, everyone seems to be pretty concerned. Should I tell them the result? I guess I'll make up the details and express my gratitude then. The villagers gather once more, as Kem prepares to read the new prophecy. Their faces light up as Kem reads the good news. It seems we were of some help to him as well then. It sounds like the man's next attempt at inviting the woman to a date should work out fine then. The prophecy concludes with a simple everyone, thank you. The villagers are thrilled, but Gams is just confused. It seems they were into this much more than I imagined, huh? I don't think it was such a fascinating topic though. Watching their reaction, Yoshi has a sudden realization. They're kind of like Mom and Sayuki when they get excited over TV dramas. It all clicks into place, so that's it, they're all starving for entertainment. He thinks about their harsh reality. They've been desperately trying to preserve their village up until now that they've never had the time to enrich themselves with entertainment. So it would only make sense that they would find it suffocating. A sly smile forms on his face. I'm kind of hesitant to spread my ignorance and embarrassment, but let's continue on discussing about love for now. And so he prepares another divine message. The stage is set for round 2. Kem's voice rings out. Everyone, we have a prophecy today as well. It seems to be about love again. She reads from the glowing book. Today is yet another consultation from my believer the other day, so I trust you will assist me kindly. Kem continues, quoting the believer's words directly. I have managed to secure an outing with my childhood friend. However, I am not sure where to bring her. What sort of establishments do women enjoy? Kem smiles, relieved. It seems the person managed to acquire a date. We can all have peace of mind for now. Then Layla jumps in with the first suggestion. And about the location of the date, how does a theater sound? Rhodey seems to agree with his wife this time. A theater, that doesn't sound so bad, does it? Layla fondly recalls, my first date with my husband was also at a theater, and the performance dealt with love. The dimness of the theater seating was nice as well. The idea is a hit. Carol excitedly shouts. Carol would like to watch a play as well. Mulus agrees. That is not a bad idea, Yoshi processes their advice. A theater, I've never been to a play before, so I guess a movie's probably okay. He makes up his mind. All right. Night falls outside his window. Yoshi looks out thinking, she's probably on her way back from home now. He looks at his reflection, phone in hand. He feels a duty to his followers. If I don't act upon this advice and don't touch upon how things turn out in a prophecy afterwards, I can picture the villagers feeling disappointed. With renewed resolve, he dials her number. I need to tell them the outcome, regardless of whether it is success or failure. Across town, Seika's phone rings, startling her. Yoshi speaks into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Hello, Seika, are you free right now? Seika answers, a cheerful and surprised tone in her voice. It's rare to get a call from Yashii, isn't it? Yeah, sorta. Taking the plunge, Yoshi asks, say, about your next day off. A little while later. A final prophecy is delivered to the village. Kem reads the message of gratitude from their god. I have received words of gratitude from the young man. As a result of acting upon your advice, it seems their relationship has improved. She continues, therefore this matter of consultation is now over. You have my gratitude for your assistance. With the matter concluded, Kem tells the slightly disappointed villagers, I'm sorry everyone, but we'll need to return to the way things were before now. Yoshi smiles at his screen, feeling genuinely good about what he's done. If someday the village develops and dangers no longer befalls it, it would be nice if my prophecies could contain peaceful messages like these. He zips up his jacket, filled with a new energy. Now then, I'm gonna head out and earn some money to fund the village, and also to fund my date. As he leaves his room for the first time in a long time, he calls out to his virtual followers, I will see you all later. Late at night in a quiet residential area, a light flicks on in a second-story window. Yoshi steps into his room, dropping the facade of the day. I'm home, Tilda. Just as he settles in, his phone buzzes. He glances at the screen. It's Sayuki. His sister's message flashes in his mind. I've got overtime today and might be home late. If it's not a bother, could you pick me up at the bus stop, please, big brother? A soft smile crosses Yoshi's face. Of course he would. He thinks for a moment. Oh yeah, there's a convenience store near the bus stop, right? I suppose I should stock up on some candy and juice while I head out there. He quickly types back a simple reply, got it. Getting ready to leave, he rummages under his desk. My backpack is. From its terrarium, his pet lizard Destiny watches him silently. Yoshi pulls out the bag. Oh, found it. With his bag on, he heads out into the night. A blast of cold air hits him as he steps outside. Phew, it's cold, he mutters, pulling his hood up tight. He snuggles into the warmth of his hoodie. Equals now it's warm. He approaches the brightly lit convenience store, his goal in sight. Let's buy what I need before Sayuki arrives. As he nears the entrance, he notices a man standing just inside, looking at his phone. The man moves slightly, and something about him feels unnervingly familiar. Yoshi's eyes widen in dawning horror. The man turns, his face now clearly visible under the fluorescent lights. A cold dread washes over Yoshi. No way. His mind screams the name he never wanted to think of again. Is that? Instinctively, his hand flies to his abdomen, a phantom pain from a deep-seated trauma. The memory hits him like a tidal wave, his sister's terrified voice from the past. A stalker? Yeah, lately I've been getting the feeling that someone has been constantly watching me. He remembers Sayuki's worried face and his own confident, naive promise. All right, leave it to me then. The flashback sharpens, a younger Yoshi standing protectively in front of Sayuki, confronting the boy who was tormenting her. He recalls his thoughts at the time, completely underestimating the danger. Is this guy the stalker? He just looks like an ordinary kid, though. Well, as long as a university student like me shouts at him, he'll get scared and leave Sayuki alone. He had shouted full of righteous anger, you hear me, don't go near my little sister ever again. But the boy Yoshinaga just stared back with cold, empty eyes. Then a flicker of rage, this punk. Yoshi had grabbed him, desperate to get a promise. Say something, promise me right now. But Yoshinaga's hand moved with chilling speed. Sayuki screamed his name, big brother. A flash of steel. Yoshi's world narrowed to a single point of disbelief and pain. The knife plunged into his stomach. Yoshinaga's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Don't get in my way. Yoshi collapsed to the ground, the force of the blow knocking the air from his lungs. He remembers the feeling of helplessness, the taste of blood. And he remembers Yoshinaga looking down on him, completely unfazed. The memory fades, leaving only the echo of his own weak plea for help and Sayuki's desperate cries. The trauma is as fresh as if it happened yesterday. Back in the present, Yoshi stands frozen in the magazine aisle, his eyes locked on the man who scarred him for life. His breath catches in his throat. Yoshinaga remains oblivious, casually scrolling through his phone. Yoshi watches him leave the store and stand outside. He tries to rationalize it. Since this is his hometown, it wouldn't be strange to find him around. But at the convenience store near the bus stop that my little sister goes to. Yoshinaga takes a sip from a can, looking completely at ease. For her to suddenly encounter him again when she is heading home is simply too much of a coincidence. This stalker, it must be him as well. Panic sets in, Yoshi pulls out his phone. I'll call the cops. But he stops. No, I've already spoken to them. They told me they can't act until there is an actual incident. He imagines Sayuki on the bus, completely unaware of the danger waiting for her. What should I do? The bus will be here any minute. The thought of his sister feeling that terror again is unbearable. He takes a determined step forward. His fear is overshadowed by a surge of protective instinct. And I don't want Sayuki to feel scared anymore. I'm gonna settle this. Stepping outside, he sees Yoshinaga isn't alone. He's talking with two other men by a dark van. Yoshi quickly forms a desperate plan. If push comes to shove, I'll grab their attention. If I scream loudly, these two should hear me. He watches the three men from a distance, his heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, he walks up behind his old nemesis. He forces a casual tone into his voice. Could it be? Are you Yoshinaga-kun? Yoshinaga turns, his expression unreadable. Pardon me, who might you be? Yoshi keeps the act up, trying to sound friendly. Well, see, you were cooperative with my little sister's case after all. A flicker of recognition crosses Yashinaga's face. His eyes widen slightly. Is it possible? Are you Sayuki-san's older brother? Yoshi forces a smile. Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? He thinks to himself. Now then, how will he react? Yashinaga's reaction is the last thing he expected. He bows deeply, his voice filled with performative remorse. I have caused you unspeakable trouble that time. Yoshi is stunned into silence, so that's how he's reacting. Yashinaga remains bowed. Well, that's all over already, and I too have reflected over speaking too harshly towards you. I should have put in a bit more thought before speaking. No, what I did was unforgivable. Me stalking Sayuki-san is one thing, and hurting her older brother another. Yoshi watches him, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This act is too perfect. He clenches his fist, fighting back the urge to lash out. Yashinaga continues, I am here because I've atoned for those sins. Yoshi cuts him off, his voice tight. Lift your head up already. He knows he has to prioritize Sayuki's safety over his own anger. Yashinaga straightens up, offering a convenient excuse. By the way, us meeting so late at night, this is the only convenience store around, so I stopped by after work. Yoshi plays along. Is that so? You're a hard worker, aren't cha? Yoshi thinks, if I knew nothing, this man would seem none other than a nice young man. And between the two of us, most would probably think that I'm the stalker instead, he says aloud. I'm sorry for grabbing your attention all of a sudden. Then Yoshi gets to the point. However, I would like you to stop getting close to my little sister. Yashinaga's expression is one of practiced regret. Yes, my fondness for her went wild, causing me to make such a fault. He continues, his words carefully chosen. I'm relieved to hear that. If I have not approached your little sister since my release, then I would not have seen her with these eyes of mine either. Yoshi presses on. May I ask you one more question? Yoshi's patience snaps. He drops the friendly act entirely. All right, why are you still stalking her? Yashinaga feigns confusion. What are you talking about? Yoshi cuts him off, his voice laced with ice. You know there is a restraining order, right? He decides to go all in with a bluff. Plus, this is the second time I've seen you, Yashinaga-kun. That night, why did you run away at the sight of me? Yashinaga's calm demeanor finally starts to crack. Yoshi knows he's taking a huge risk. This is just a bluff. The truth is, that time, I couldn't confirm whether I actually saw Yashinaga. However, I have no doubt that Yashinaga was there. Did you think I wouldn't notice? He watches Yashinaga's face, waiting for the mask to fall. Now then, take the bait from my provocation. For a moment Yashinaga is silent, his face shadowed. Then his face contorts with a mixture of shock and glee. What the? So I have been exposed. I guess that means I don't have to keep up this stinking upright act then. Yoshi's blood runs cold. The bluff worked too well. So you reflecting over your actions was just a lie then? Yoshi exclaims, horrified. Yashinaga scoffs. After I got thrown into a place like that, I was in the same boat as you. He smashes his can on the ground, his true nature erupting. Well, no shit, but you screaming at me looking all badass. I accidentally got pissed off and stabbed you. Yashinaga explodes, spitting venom. I was just scrounging through her trash, but you came at me, screaming all badass, so I accidentally got pissed off and stabbed you. His face contorts into a mask of pure rage, hands clawing at his hair. Because of you damn siblings, and my life's a fucking mess. How dare you? Yoshi stares, horrified by the sudden confession. He can only think one thing, this guy's insane. Shaking off the shock, Yoshi finds his voice, his own anger rising. Don't meddle with my little sister anymore. But Yashinaga's rage vanishes as quickly as it came, replaced by a chilling, sarcastic smirk. Your threat's really scary. Is this older brother trying to get in the way of his little sister's free love? Yoshi is taken aback by the twisted logic. So you're taking that sort of stance, huh? In that case, I've got some plans myself. Yashinaga laughs, a hollow and confident sound. You gonna rat to the cops, it's futile. I learned all about borderline crimes in reform school, stuff they can never book you for, and I have tons of friends now, you know. Yoshi's blood runs cold, but he has to understand the depth of this madness. What were you trying to do by stalking my little sister? Yashinaga's expression turns dead serious, his eyes locking onto Yoshi's. That would be pure love, pure love. He begins to explain, a twisted nostalgia in his voice. At the time, I seriously adored her, but I lacked the courage to speak up. I really loved her. After I was arrested, I thought about what I'd do if I met her again. Apologize, pray for her happiness from afar, but as the days passed without seeing her, my thoughts grew violent, my thinking changed. His voice rises to a fever pitch, his eyes wide with maniacal glee. I want her kneeling before me, begging for help. I want to make her cry. Those are the only thoughts I get now. Yoshi is paralyzed with fear. This isn't just a stalker, this is a monster. His survival instincts are screaming at him. Frankly speaking, I want to turn tail and run away right now. But then the memory of his past failure, of the pain and regret, fuels him. He clenches his fist, knuckles white. But I don't want to have any more regrets. I won't turn a blind eye again, even if I have to sacrifice myself to take this guy on. Yoshinaga scoffs at Yoshi's fighting stance, completely unimpressed. Oh, scary, but if you hit me, have you considered that the police will call it assault? He pulls out his phone, a smug grin on his face. I'm not a fool, I've been secretly recording this whole conversation. With this, the police will have to take action against you. You can't attack a reformed, law-abiding citizen, he mocks. But this must be fate. You showing up on the exact day I execute my plan. I guess I'll just have to abduct the older brother too. What are you talking about? Before Yoshi can finish, two men emerge from the shadows behind a nearby van. These guys are some of the friends I made in reform school, Yoshinaga says with a grin, as Yoshi realizes he's been surrounded. Yoshinaga points to a camera set up on a tripod. We were just going to send you a sensual video of us with Sayuki, but to get revenge on her big brother, now we'll make it a live show just for you. One of the thugs brandishes a police baton, a cruel smile on his face. Another pulls out a stun gun, the metal glinting in the dim light. Yoshi's face twists in disgust. This asshole's the absolute scum of the fucking earth. He's trapped 3-on-1. I want to hit him out of rage, he thinks, but I can't be careless here. It's the middle of the night, the street is empty. Even if I shout for help, no one will hear me. Fear grips him, a cold hand squeezing his heart. But he clenches his fist, remembering his friends from the other world. Gams and the others fought monsters with their lives on the line, compared to them. These are just human beings. Everyone give me courage. One of the thugs sneers, you look buff, but you really think you can take all of us. But there's a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Yoshi thinks, thank you, muscle training. They're actually a bit cautious of me. You're not gonna get away with this, Yoshi yells, trying to sound more confident than he feels. Yoshinaga just waves a dismissive hand. No need to worry, my buddies here are part of a violent organization. This will all get settled. Yoshi's mind races, desperately searching for an escape. Damn it, think, if I can just make it to the convenience store, they can't touch me. I can call the cops, tell them about the weapons. He quickly takes stock of the threats. A stun gun, a police baton. And a knife. The knife is a fatal risk up close. And the stun gun would paralyze me completely. Which means the only one left is. In a burst of motion, Yoshi lunges forward. He ducks under the stun gun. And sidesteps the knife. Grabbing the arm of the thug with the baton. He uses the thug as a shield, shoving past the group. With a determined grit, he pushes through. Wait, hey, Yoshinaga shouts, but it's too late. Yoshinaga readies his own knife, but Yoshi is already past him. Yoshi breaks free from the initial encirclement. He grins, thinking he's in the clear. All right, I managed to get past them. But his relief is short-lived. Two more figures step out from behind a van, blocking his path. Oi oi, Yoshinaga-kun, this guy's getting away, isn't he? Yoshi freezes, his escape route cut off. He's trapped again, he's got more people, Yoshinaga just shrugs. My bad, my bad. Did you see the look on his face? One of the thugs laughs. This asshole's fucking with us. Yoshinaga smiles cruelly. You really shouldn't have done that, big brother. Shall we break your legs so you can't run? 5-on-1, the odds are impossible. They're going this far, huh? But just as the first thug raises his weapon, he suddenly starts choking, gasping for air. What the my breathing is? Something is wrong. Another thug grabs his own throat, eyes wide with panic. Gah, my throat hurts. One by one, they begin to collapse. A third screams, clawing at his face. My eyes, I can't stop these tears. In seconds, all 5 of Yoshinaga's friends are on the pavement, twitching and crying in agony. Yoshi can only stare in disbelief. What's going on? Yoshinaga whirls on him, his face a mask of fury and confusion. What the fuck did you do? Yoshi, completely bewildered, shouts back, actually that's my question. But confusion quickly turns to opportunity. This is my chance, he thinks. I can't let him get away. Standing over the fallen thugs, Yoshi puts on a confident front. What do you think I did? Did you really think I'd confront the man who stabbed me without any preparation? He presses his advantage, his voice cold and steady. If you don't want these punks to die, get them to a hospital. But if you want a taste as well, go right ahead. Yoshinaga's eyes burn with hatred. Why you little shit? But before Yoshinaga can make a move, Yoshi closes the distance. There's no time for talk. A single powerful punch connects squarely with Yoshinaga's jaw. The force of the blow sends him reeling. His eyes roll back in his head. And he crumples to the ground, out cold. The last of them falls. Yoshi stands panting over the 6 unconscious bodies, the adrenaline slowly fading, leaving only utter confusion. Huuuh. He nudges one of the men with his foot. This is real, they aren't faking. He realizes the danger he's in. This is definitely an abnormal situation. If they die, I'll be the #1 suspect. I can't just leave them here. Making a decision, he turns and sprints towards the bright lights of the convenience store. He takes a deep breath before entering. He bursts through the automatic doors, shouting at the stunned clerk. Excuse me, 5 men collapsed outside, foaming at the mouth. Please call the police and an ambulance. The bus hisses to a stop, and Sayuki steps out into the cool night air. She adjusts her scarf, ready to head home after a long day. But her eyes catch something down the street that makes her pause. Flashing lights paint the pavement. Ambulances and police cars have blocked off the area. Pushing through a small crowd of onlookers, she wonders aloud, what's going on? The scene is chaotic. Paramedics are treating several men sprawled on the ground, with one reporting, all right, his breathing seems to have stabilized. And then, in the middle of it all, she spots a familiar figure giving a statement to an officer. Her heart drops when she recognizes him. The officer asks, "Were you the first witness?" To which the man replies, "Yes." "It's her brother, Yoshi, big brother," Sayuki calls out in shock. The officer continues, "You sought aid in the convenience store and looked after these 5 people. Yoshi confirms, "Correct." The officer's questioning becomes more pointed. "What is your relationship to these 5 people?" Yoshi looks stressed, struggling to find the words. How should I say it? It would be a bit of a long story, but... The officer's gaze hardens with suspicion. He cuts to the chase, "Pardon me, but could you allow me to inspect your belongings?" Just then Sayuki rushes to his side. "What happened?" she asks, worried. Yoshi just looks at her, caught off guard. The officer presses, "I am going to take a look inside your backpack." Yoshi reluctantly agrees. "Okay, there is nothing inside though." Yoshi tries to play it cool for his sister. "Hey, is everything all right? Those guys collapsed from some food poisoning or something. I need to speak with the police, so you head on home first. I've already called Dad to pick you up." But as the officer unzips the backpack, his eyes go wide with shock. "What the?" A strange horned lizard leaps out. Yoshi is just as stunned. Destiny. He quickly grabs the creature, stammering an explanation to the cop. "When did you get in here?" This is the pet lizard that I raise at home." The officer, now completely baffled by the turn of events, adjusts his cap. "I would like to inquire about the specifics, so would you please accompany me to the station?" Yoshi knows he has no choice. "Sure, I will have my little sister bring the lizard home." He turns to Sayuki, handing her the creature. "Sayuki, please take care of Destiny." She takes it hesitantly, confused. "Well, okay, but, eh." As the officer leads him away, Sayuki calls out, "By big brother." Yoshi just smiles back. "Don't worry, I'll explain everything afterwards." She's left standing alone on the sidewalk, holding a lizard and watching her brother disappear with the police. The police interview ends up lasting the entire night. Inside the station, Yoshi explains everything, including the history with his sister's former stalker, Yoshinaga. He even provides the audio recording he took on his smartphone, which the police take as crucial evidence. Fortunately for him, he'd stopped the recording before he made any threats, so it looks like he'll be cleared of any wrongdoing. As the sun rises, Yoshi finally walks out of the police station. He stretches, feeling the immense relief of freedom after a long night. Wiping his brow, he smirks. "Phew, getting out of prison feels amazing. I wanted to try saying that for once." But he's not alone. Waiting for him are his father and Sayuki. His father is not amused by the joke. "What are you talking about? Is your head all right?" Sayuki, however, seems to get it. "I can't say I don't understand you wanting to say that." Yoshi is flustered by their sudden appearance. "Today's a weekday, you two. Are you skipping work?" he asks. His father replies sternly, "We were worried about you, so we came to pick you up." Sayuki looks down, her voice filled with guilt. "It felt like I dragged you into this after asking you to pick me up, so I'm sorry." Yoshi quickly tries to reassure her. "It's fine." Their father cuts the conversation short. "It would be strange to hold a lengthy conversation in front of a police station. Let's go home." The family gets into their car and drives away. In the tense silence of the car ride, Yoshi debates with himself. Now then, how much should I tell them? He knows they'll hear about the stalker incident sooner or later, and Sayuki might even be interviewed. He decides it's better if it comes from him. It might lessen the shock. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to tell them everything. "The truth is," he begins, "about those guys who collapsed." The moment he reveals who was behind the attack, the mood shifts instantly. Sayuki's hand clenches into a tight fist. She explodes with rage. To think that it was Yoshinaga, let alone not learning his lesson at all. He's even been working on his skills as a shithead, hasn't he? Their father calmly interjects, "I understand your feelings, but please calm down." He then turns his serious gaze to his son. "Yoshio, I must scold you for your careless actions." Yoshi looks down, unable to meet his father's eyes. He knows his dad is right. His voice was quiet, but it packed a punch. He had completely misjudged the situation, assuming Yoshinaga would be alone. His father's voice trembles slightly. "If they hadn't collapsed, I wonder what kind of hell Sayuki and I would have gone through." However, his tone softens completely. "You did your best for your little sister, didn't you? As your father, I feel proud." The sudden praise catches Yoshi completely off guard. Overwhelmed with emotion, he turns away, hiding his face. "Ah, damn it, I think I might cry." Sayuki watches her brother, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. Their father breaks the silence, marveling at the bizarre circumstances. "Still, to think that they would get paralyzed from food poisoning at that timing. Although I may be an atheist, I still feel inclined to thank God for this blessing." Sayuki nods in agreement, a smug look on her face. Yep. Yoshi agrees too, but his expression is distant, lost in thought. He thinks back to the scene. The official explanation is a simple food poisoning incident. The detectives told him the group had eaten oysters earlier that day, but something about it doesn't sit right with Yoshi. He replays their collapse in his mind. Is it natural for it to simply be a food poisoning incident? Foaming at the mouth could be from bad food, but the choking and itchy eyes, that was a different story. They reacted as if they'd inhaled poison gas. And if that were true, the biggest question remained, why was he the only one completely unharmed? Finally they arrive home. I'm home, Yoshi calls out. His mother rushes to the door, frantic with worry. Yashio, are you all right? He calms her down. There's nothing to worry about, Mom. Exhausted, he heads straight for his room. He stops at a terrarium on his shelf. I'm home, he says again, this time to its occupant. Inside is the lizard from the village, the one he named Destiny. A strange thought suddenly crosses Yoshi's mind. Destiny was in his backpack during the entire incident. Could that mysterious phenomenon have been? He shakes his head, dismissing the idea. Nah, there's no way, that's impossible, right? Destiny just stares back with its large, unblinking eyes. Pushing the weird thought aside, Yoshi turns to his computer. He logs on to check in on the village that has become so important to him. Good morning, everyone. On his monitor, Yoshi watches the villagers. A young girl kneels, deep in prayer. Warriors stand ready in the woods, an elf with her bow drawn, a swordsman at her side. Another villager splits firewood, his face set with determination. Even the women and children are hard at work, their spirits unbroken. Watching them, a gentle smile forms on Yoshi's face. He whispers to the screen, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Because you all shared your courage with me, I was able to protect my little sister. Thank you. The clock on the wall shows it's well past dawn. The adrenaline finally wears off and the weight of the entire ordeal hits him like a truck. I had a ridiculous day, he groans, collapsing into bed. And now that I'm relieved, my fatigue is hitting me all at once. Hours later, the clock shows it's the middle of the afternoon. His mother's voice cuts through the haze of sleep. Hey Yashio, are you awake? Yoshi groggily gets up and heads downstairs. A visitor for me, he thinks. I wonder if it's another parcel. His mom meets him at the bottom of the stairs. You've got a visitor, I've put her in the guest room with some snacks. And Sayuki's inside too, his mom adds. Yoshi nods, yeah. He opens the door to the guest room. Sorry to keep you wait. He stops dead. Sitting at the table with his sister is their childhood friend, Seika. She looks up a little flustered. Ah, Yashio-kun, Yoshi is confused. What's going on, what about work? Seika explains, I heard from Sayuki-chan that you two were involved in an incident. I was worried, so I came to check in on you. I took a day off work. Yoshi blushes, caught off guard by her concern. He awkwardly kneels down. I see, I'm perfectly fine so. The three of them sit in a slightly tense silence. Seika smiles, trying to break the ice. It's truly been a long time since the three of us could meet together again, hasn't it? Sayuki sips her drink, thinking to herself, these two were chatting just fine until I got here. What is this atmosphere? Yoshi finally speaks up. How much about yesterday did you hear, Seika? She replies confidently. I think I've got nearly the entire story from Sayuki-chan. She recounts the details. It's about the former stalker, right? He got even worse and planned to kidnap her, but then you, sir, showed up. I mean Yashii. She catches herself again, smiling sheepishly. You think so? I'm glad to hear that. I was worried since I'm not used to addressing you. Yoshi just looks on, flustered by the formality. Sayuki leans forward, cutting through the awkwardness. The stalker incident is already resolved, right? Why do you still look so unhappy? Yoshi reassures her, yeah, I think it's fine now. They're currently hospitalized, but once they're discharged, they'll be arrested. The police found messages detailing their entire plan on their phones. Sayuki beams, throwing her head back in relief. Is that so, Tilda? I'm glad to hear it, Tilda. She turns to him, her expression serious but caring. If something like that ever happens again, you consult me immediately. She gently touches his cheek, her voice soft. Right, got it, thanks, big brother. Seika watches them, clasping her hands together. He Tilda, it seems you two are on good terms again. Sayuki blushes slightly. Yeah, I think so. Yoshi manages a small, tired smile. I hope so too, but... Suddenly, Seika's expression shifts, her eyes locking onto his with an intense focus. She leans in close. Yashii, his response is a startled, yeah. Her voice is trembling slightly, but her gaze is unwavering. Yashii, could you be friends with me again? Yoshi is stunned into silence. Wait, Seika presses on, but of course, what are you saying at this point in time? His mind flashes back. I've started communicating with Seika again, but... Because of what happened 10 years ago, I've deliberately avoided her. A wave of guilt washes over him. That was unfair of me, wasn't it? He lowers his head, the words tumbling out. I've always thought that I would eventually need to meet with you face to face and apologize. He bows deeply, his apology finally spoken after a decade of silence. Looking up with tears in his eyes, he says, I'm sorry for rejecting you back then. If you are willing, I would be happy if you could be friends with me again like the good old days. The weight of his confession hangs in the air. Seika's serious expression melts away, replaced by a playful glint in her eye. She winks, pointing at him. Okay, I shall forgive you, geez, Yashi just isn't the honest type after all. Yoshi looks relieved, a blush creeping up his neck. Sorry, I thought you totally hated the living guts out of me. There's no way, she insists. I left home because of a job transfer after what happened, and even when I had chances to come back I was always busy with business trips. She leans in, her voice dropping. Besides, I have always. But before she can finish, her eyes dart to the side. Hey again, she mutters, her smile faltering. Her pupils shrink in terror. She lets out a piercing shriek. Eek. She points a trembling finger. Yo Yashi, that, what's wrong? A spiky creature scurries across the floor. It's Destiny, the lizard, on the loose once again. Yoshi sighs, scooping him up. You escaped again, didn't you? From the table, Sayuki cheers. Big brother, let me touch it too. Sayuki gently pets the lizard, cooing, even though it's so adorable. But Seika is having none of it, hiding her face. Yoshi, put that little one away. Yoshi suddenly remembers. Come to think of it, Seika was never good with amphibians or reptiles, was she? A memory of them as kids, with her recoiling from a frog, flashes in his mind. He puts Destiny away. Seika, it's gone now. She peeks through her fingers, relieved. Really? Yoshi, seeing an opportunity, leans forward with a toy snake. Here. Seika's relief turns to pure, unadulterated terror as she scrambles away. She whirls on him, absolutely furious. Stop acting like a child, I've always hated that part of you since long ago. Yoshi freezes, toy in hand. So, sorry, Sayuki just laughs, pointing at him. She's pissed at you. Meanwhile, in a rundown apartment complex somewhere else. A man named Yamamoto sits amidst a mountain of trash, furiously tapping at his phone. Damn it, damn ITTT. His face is contorted with rage. Shut the fuck up. He stares at the screen in disbelief. One of my bases got crushed by a surprise attack with just 3 people. On his phone, a village of goblins is under attack. Just how much do you think I poured into this game? A large brutish goblin roars in frustration. As Yamamoto's eyes burn with rage, the goblin on screen screams a familiar name. Yoshi. In the village, a familiar face arrives. The merchant Doldold pulls up in his wagon, greeting everyone with a booming voice. Everyone, long time no see, have you been doing well? The villagers rush to the gate, their faces lighting up. Doldold-san. Doldold smiles warmly. I have brought the items you requested, and I have also brought some people interested in moving in. He turns back to his wagon, gesturing for his passengers to come forward. Well then, you two. 2 figures step out from the wagon. This is a married couple of a small panda race, Doldold announces. Kan-san and Ran-san. The 2 red pandas introduce themselves. I am Kan, says one, and I am Ran, says the other. They are a beastfolk race, standing on 2 legs. Their fluffy ringtails swish behind them. Watching from his room, Yoshi stares at his monitor in disbelief. He thinks to himself, a bead of sweat running down his face, bipedal lesser pandas. He watches the scene unfold in-game, wondering, how will everyone react? But his fears are unfounded. The villagers welcome them with open arms. Rhodey's grins, so we have some beast folk then. Welcome, please come on in. While Carol's eyes sparkle, you Atilda, they're so fluffy. Doldold explains their value. Those 2 have skillful fingers and are proficient at processing lumber, and it seems they are capable of processing stone and metal to some extent too. Kan and Ran add, it also seems that they once lived in a cave here with some dwarves. We lived here in the past. Yep, we were taking lessons. Yoshi smiles, a plan already forming in his mind. So they have crafting skills then. He continues his thought, watching the villagers interact. That will be necessary talent for the village's development from here on out. And most importantly, it's soothing just looking at them, isn't it? A few days pass, and Kan and Ran have already become a part of the community. With no more room in the main cave, the village has expanded its fences. And the resourceful couple has already built themselves a sturdy log hut to live in. Right now, they're working alongside Gams and Rhodey's, constructing a new storehouse for food. But Yoshi soon discovered a pleasant surprise about his new villagers. It turned out that Kan and Ran were absolute masters with the spear. They spar with blinding speed and precision, their weapons a blur of motion. The other villagers can only watch in awe at their incredible skill. Yoshi thinks most beast folk seem to have physical abilities that surpass humans, so these 2 should serve as promising soldiers. As for the others, he sees Mulus, Kem, and Carol out in the woods. Right, Mulus was harvesting some herbs to use in synthesizing salves. Yoshi then remembers an offering he received a little while ago. He opens his desk drawer, revealing a small, corked bottle of liquid. Judging from everything that's been sent to me so far, it probably isn't harmful to the body. I think, he muses, holding the bottle. However, I am still afraid to actually use it. He places it back carefully. Nonetheless, I'm happy for the sentiment, so I'll take care of it as a good luck charm. Looking back at his screen, Yoshi feels a surge of confidence. Preparations are steadily being made for the evil god's temptation, and their combat strength is reasonable now as well, so. As long as I push on with my job until the end of the month, I'll earn enough points to invoke another golem summoning. He clenches his fist, a determined grin on his face. I was filled with unease last time, but now I'm looking forward to the end of the month. But reality is a harsh contrast to his digital world. At his cleaning job, the day's grind is just beginning. His supervisor lays out the grueling schedule. All right, our morning gig is done. After we have lunch, we'll move to the next site in the afternoon. And once that is done, we'll take a break in the van and head to our night gig. His coworkers, including Yamamoto, acknowledge the orders. Yoshi, looking drained, can only muster a quiet, "Got it." He thinks about the coming weeks. During the great cleaning season at the end of the year, cleaning requests come from everywhere, so I heard that December becomes akin to a scene of carnage. The work is relentless. We begin our work in the morning and sometimes finish work even at 4 in the night. Naturally, when things get that busy, we get the next day off, but riding in the work van, the exhaustion is written all over his face. Even so, my body's reaching its limits. I eagerly took this job believing that I would absolutely not quit, and yet. Lately, the desire to skip work has been rapidly swelling up. Finally, late at night, he arrives home. His mother greets him at the door. "Welcome home," he shuffles past her muttering, "I'm home, Tilda." She calls out to him, concerned, "Yashio, are you skipping dinner?" He doesn't turn around. "Sorry, even though you cooked for me, I just feel like going to sleep for today." His mother watches him go, her expression filled with worry. "I see." In his room, his pet lizard Destiny watches him enter. Yoshi barely has the energy to speak. "Destiny, I'm back." He stumbles towards his bed and collapses face first onto the mattress, utterly spent. Lying there, he sighs, "Ah, Tilda, I'm beat." As he drifts off, he thinks about the world outside. People who head off to work every day like clockwork are truly incredible, I feel. For someone like me who has never done that, they all deserve my respect. I think people who work as a member of society without ever skipping should praise themselves more. The night passes in a blur of exhaustion. His alarm blares at 7:00 a.m. He slaps at his phone to silence it. Groaning into his pillow, he thinks, "Morning, I don't want to get up." Still lying in bed, he groggily checks his phone, opening up the game. On the screen, he sees little Carol walking towards the village's crude statue of him. She kneels down before it. She begins to pray, "God." Here, this is Carol's favorite fruit that she got for breakfast. She places the offering down gently and clasps her hands together. Her prayer is simple and pure. "Please, I pray that even if monsters were to appear from the evil god's temptation, that everyone survives unharmed." Seeing this, a gentle smile forms on Yoshi's face. Her simple act of faith is all the motivation he needs. Well then, shall I prepare? The next morning, Yoshi struggles to wake up, his body screaming for more rest. He groans, "Morning, I don't want to get up." But as he checks his phone, he sees a notification from the game. It's Carol, her hands clasped in prayer before the village statue. Seeing her pure devotion, a small, genuine smile spreads across Yoshi's face. A newfound energy fills him. Well then, he thinks, sitting up with purpose, shall I prepare? But the motivation from the morning quickly fades under the harsh reality of his job. At work, Yoshi's mind is a million miles away, back with his villagers. He's so distracted that his hands slip. And he sends a potted plant crashing to the floor. His supervisor's voice booms through the hall, "Oi, you aren't putting your back into the work." Shit, Yoshi thinks, as the angry supervisor stomps towards him. He stammers, "I am sorry." Before the supervisor can tear into him, Yamamoto steps in. "I'll take care of it quickly." The supervisor turns his attention to him. "Yama, what's going on?" He looks at Yamamoto with concern. "You've been constantly looking tired lately. If you don't feel well, you can take a holiday, you know." Yamamoto forces a smile. "I'm fine, just lack some sleep. Besides, I need the money, so." Yoshi watches them, thinking to himself, certainly, Yamamoto-san has been acting strange lately. He remembers how Yamamoto used to be a much brighter and more sociable person. But now, even during breaks, he's completely absorbed in a video game on his phone, shutting everyone else out. Later, as Yoshi takes a break, he feels a presence behind him. It's Yamamoto. Yoshi is sitting on the stairs, trying to decompress by checking on his village. He thinks, "I'm concerned about Yamamoto-san as well, but I don't have any time to worry about anyone else right now." Suddenly, Yamamoto speaks, "Yashio." He gestures towards Yoshi's phone. "That game, you seem to be absorbed in it, him." Yoshi gives a weak smile. "Yeah, I was just playing a bit during my free time." "I see," Yamamoto says, his expression unreadable. He walks past Yoshi, pausing at the bottom of the stairs. "The game that I'm playing, you see." Yamamoto begins to explain. "The goal is to crush enemy bases, and you can increase the number of monsters you control by paying." Yoshi replies, "So it's a game about conquering bases then, right?" But then Yamamoto drops a bombshell. "However, I find it interesting how the goal is to be the villain who destroys villages. It seems the player is set up as an evil god and they can clear the game by overthrowing mankind." Yoshi's blood runs cold. The player is an evil god who overthrows mankind. Yamamoto continues, describing a battlefield littered with the dead. The system is designed for you to save up points by defeating enemies and then use them to summon monsters, but there's also a payment factor to it. As you pour in a lot of money, your points steadily increase, he says, a manic look in his eyes. The majority of my wages were burnt for these payments. Yoshi's mind races, connecting the dots. I suppose I could imagine a system being built like that if you were to play as an evil god. During the incident with Mulus, I sensed the presence of other players, so it wouldn't be surprising if there were players acting as evil gods as well. Hence, could it be? Yamamoto's voice cuts through his thoughts. However, this game rewards you as well. He reveals the game's biggest secret. If you take down an enemy base, you gain a ton of points, and the truth is, it's possible to exchange those points for real cash. Yoshi is stunned. You must be kidding, I've never heard of a game like that. He thinks back to his own game. The Village of Fate sends you offerings in real life, but... Yamamoto's expression is deadly serious. When I tried converting them to cash once, shockingly, I got 5 million yen out of it. He lets the number hang in the air. 5 million yen, surprising, isn't it? He then opens up about his past. My family's quite poor, you see. My father left us with a debt and vanished, so I had to drop out of high school to work. And just as I thought I'd finally paid off my father's debt, my mother got another man, and then fled, leaving me with another round of debt. Yoshi listens, thinking about the unfairness of it all. People always say things like, a kid shouldn't be obligated to pay off their parents' debts. But Yamamoto's face is twisted with a mix of rage and resolve. They may have been scumbags, but parents are still parents. I raised myself with the money I earned, but it's not fair. I can't pay it all off. My teenage youth and my young adult fun, I had to sacrifice everything as I kept paying it off. He looks at Yoshi, his voice filled with pain, but giving up on it now would be a waste, wouldn't it? Yoshi understands the legal loopholes, but he also understands the weight of Yamamoto's pride. Legally, I'm sure there are ways for a kid to get off without paying. But even so, I can't hate him for having such a mindset. Personally, I think a kid shouldn't be responsible for a parent's debt. It's a cowardly way for a parent to live, but Yamamoto's dedication, it's remarkable. Yamamoto's eyes gleam with a desperate light, and thus, I'm seriously glad to have this temporary source of income. With it, I've managed to pay off almost all of the debt. This game is the one and only life-changing opportunity that I have seized, despite my lack of talent and education. Yoshi finally asks the question that's been burning in his mind. So, why are you telling me such a story? Yamamoto's eyes narrow. He looks directly at Yoshi, his friendly demeanor gone. And then he delivers the final, devastating blow. The dual-wielding swordsman with scars on his face. I think you know the rest. The name echoes in Yoshi's mind. Gams. The truth crashes down on him. So Yamamoto-san is one of the evil god players after all. Did he notice that I was a player on the enemy team? So during all of the battles up until now, we were unknowingly. We were thwarting each other then. Yamamoto lays out his challenge. And now, I plan to take you on during the next evil god's temptation. If one of us gets game over, we have to part with the game, according to the rules. He turns to leave. Well, that's the deal. As Yamamoto walks away, Yoshi is left reeling. He understands now. Did Yamamoto-san tell me that kind of a life story to get me to withdraw from the game? To Yamamoto-san, this game may be the only hope he's found during these painful circumstances. But that applies to me as well. After I encountered this game, my life finally began to progress forward. He thinks of his new job, of eating with his family again, of his growing friendship with Seika. This game gave him all of that. And then he thinks of them. All of the villagers are like my benefactors. I couldn't possibly just watch them die. A fire ignites in his eyes. He pushes himself up from the stairs, standing tall with newfound determination. He faces Yamamoto's challenge head-on. This is going to be mano a mano, Yamamoto declares. Yoshi yells back, his voice unwavering, Yamamoto-san, I am going to fight back. December 30th, the last workday of the year is finally over. Yoshi's supervisor claps him on the shoulder. Thanks for all your hard work, Yoshio-kun. Hope I can count on you next year too. As their boss drives off, Yoshi, his coworker Yamamoto, and another colleague wave goodbye. But while the mood is light, a heavy tension hangs in the air between Yoshi and Yamamoto. They exchange formal goodbyes, wishing each other a great new year, but both know what's coming tomorrow. Yamamoto turns and walks away without another word. Walking home alone, Yoshi looks up at the night sky, his mind heavy. Tomorrow is the evil god's temptation. I honestly don't want to fight Yamamoto-san, but... Meanwhile, Yamamoto sits in his van, a look of grim determination on his face. If I'm going to keep playing this game, I'll have to confront Yoshi, who's on the side of the evil gods. There's no other way. Yoshi finally gets home, calling out into the quiet house. I'm home, huh? He figures everyone's already left to visit his grandpa for the holidays. But a soft voice replies, welcome home Tilda. Yoshi freezes. He'd stayed behind specifically to focus on the game tomorrow. He thinks to himself, shouldn't this place be empty? Confused, he opens the door to the kitchen. And there, wearing an apron and cooking over the stove, is Seika. Seika, he blurts out, completely stunned. She just smiles back. Food will be ready soon, so just wait a moment, Tilda. Why are you here? Yoshi asks. Seika explains, didn't you hear? Your auntie asked me to take care of your food. A flashback of his meddling mother pops into his head. He groans internally, doing something unnecessary. Seika looks at him with concern. Could it be you aren't hungry? Snapping out of it, Yoshi's stomach rumbles. No, I am famished. Seika beams, happy to hear it. Great then. Yoshi's internal monologue does a complete 180. Thanks, Mom, I take back everything I just thought. His mood instantly lifted. He asks, so what's for dinner? His question is cut short as something small and scaly darts out from behind a cabinet. It's his pet lizard, Destiny. Destiny, it escaped again. The little creature scurries across the kitchen floor. Yoshi dives, snatching it up just in time. Wait. He cradles the lizard, panicking. Seika can't handle lizards, so please just be obedient. Destiny squirms in his hands, completely unaware of the crisis it's causing. Yoshi realizes, I see. Since everyone's out, I was supposed to feed you, huh? He starts whispering frantically to his pet. I beg of you, just wait in my room for now. I'll bring you food later, double the usual. He sweetens the deal, and I'll even give you first dibs on your favorite fruits. How's that sound? Destiny taps his finger as if sealing the deal. Yoshi grins, contract made. Seika turns from the stove, confused by the one-sided conversation. What's the matter? Yoshi just laughs it off. Oh, nothing at all, I'll just go get changed upstairs. A little while later, the two sit down for dinner. Yoshi takes his first bite, his face lighting up. Seika watches him nervously. How does it taste? Delicious as always, Yoshi exclaims. The miso soup is especially amazing. Seika giggles, pleased with his reaction. Thanks, I've been teaching my little sister Sayuki how to cook too. She's getting really good at rolled omelets. Yoshi, completely in the dark about this, just keeps eating. Is that so? I had no idea. Seika rests her chin in her hands, watching him with a fond smile. Say, Yashia, she asks, may I drop by tomorrow as well? He's a bit taken aback. Is that alright? I'd be grateful, but you don't have to force yourself. Okay, Tilda, it's no problem. I've got too much time on my hands anyway. Her eyes sparkle with an idea. Oh yeah, since it's New Year's Eve, shall we eat some soba noodles? Yoshi, touched by her kindness, can only manage a quiet yeah. But as he agrees, a thought crosses his mind. Even though a decisive battle lies ahead, is it really okay for me to be in such a happy mood? The night passes. The next morning, December 31st, the day of the evil god's temptation. Yoshi sits at his computer, the calm before the storm. He stands, clenching his fist. The day has finally come. He logs into the village of fate. On screen, his villagers are making their final preparations, sharing a meal before the battle. A lookout stands guard on the watchtower. Carol kneels in prayer, hoping for their safety. The village's stout defenders, Kan and Ran, stand ready with their spears. And their strongest warrior, Gams, waits with his massive blades, prepared for anything. Back in his room, Destiny crawls onto Yoshi's hand for comfort. Yoshi gently pets his lizard. We'll get through this together, won't we? At 1 p.m. sharp, the lookout spots movement on the horizon. He yells down to the others. There are 5 black dogs and 5 ferocious boars approaching. Yoshi's eyes narrow, his focus absolute. A notification flashes on his screen. The evil god's temptation commence. It's go time, it's here, he shouts. A horde of snarling monsters charges towards the village walls, a wave of claws and tusks. From the watchtower, the elf archer Mulus draws her bow. She lets an arrow fly with incredible speed and power. It finds its mark, striking a charging boar square in the head. The beast tumbles to the ground, taken out before it even reached the fence. Learning from the first casualty, the other monsters spread out, making themselves harder targets as they approach the village. Yoshi analyzes the new development. So they're spreading out to avoid Mulus's bow. That widens their attack range, making it harder to defend. However, he thinks with a smirk. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath a charging boar. It's a pitfall, the monster plummets into the hidden trap. A nearby black dog meets the same fate, falling helplessly into another one of Yoshi's traps. Back in his room, Yoshi pumps his fist. All right, it's a success. On screen, monsters are falling into hidden pits. He thinks back to his prophecy. Last week, I recommended that they set up pitfalls. The traps are brutal. There are stakes at the bottom of the holes, so anything that falls in is doomed. A black dog is instantly impaled as it tumbles into a pit. Another monster meets a gruesome end. From the watchtower, Mulus keeps a sharp eye on the battlefield. Yoshi analyzes the situation. The ferocious boars only charge at you, so the strategy is the same as last time, installing stakes at head level. It would cause them to pierce themselves to their own destruction. The main issue are the black dogs, Yoshi thinks. They have the strength to leap over the fence, and some of them have poisonous fangs. An arrow flies true from Mulus's bow. It strikes a boar right between the eyes, but the black dogs are already scattering, making them harder targets. As several dogs leap over the fence, Mulus shouts a warning from her post, 3 incoming. But this time the village is ready. Gams, Can, and Ran stand their ground, weapons drawn. The agile black dogs clear the sharpened stakes with ease. One lands inside the walls, roaring and ready to attack. But it's met with the swift, deadly efficiency of the villagers. Gams brings his massive blade down, cleaving through the beast. Can and Ran move in perfect sync, taking down the others before they can cause any harm. Gams rests his sword on his shoulder, a confident smirk on his face. This is perfect, isn't it? There isn't a single risk anymore. Yoshi smiles, relieved. Compared to before when only Gams could fight, now the place feels completely secure. During the brief lull, Gams rallies the others. While we have this opportunity, let us set up some pitfalls again. Yoshi watches them work, thinking, it seems they are following the instructions I gave them in my prophecy. He knows his opponent's limitations. If Yamamoto could fully control these monsters, they wouldn't fall for pitfalls like these a second time around, but chances are he is also only capable of issuing simple commands just like me, so the traps should still work. Yoshi stares out his window, lost in thought. Both of us are probing each other, but those monsters will get stronger as we approach the night. We will need to conserve our stamina as much as possible for the evening. As the clock ticks past 2 p.m., the next wave begins. This time the monsters have backup, goblins riding on their backs, armed and dangerous. The battle erupts into chaos, with the villagers defending the walls from every angle. A ferocious boar smashes through a section of the fence, but it's immediately met by one of the village's fierce defenders. The time on Yoshi's phone shows 14:38. The fight is dragging on. By 15:45, the battle is still raging, but the villagers are holding strong. Yoshi clenches his fist, sweat beading on his brow as he watches his forces expertly handle the onslaught. Finally, another break. The villagers catch their breath and Carol brings her brother Gams some water. Mulus climbs the watchtower, telling the other lookout, allow me to take over the lookout shift. Watching the scene, Yoshi feels a surge of confidence. Everyone's doing well, it's been smooth sailing up to this point. I might be able to settle all of this before Seika stops by tonight, he thinks, remembering his ultimate trump card. Plus, I still have the golem on reserve. The battlefield is littered with fallen monsters. His thoughts drift to his rival, he glances at his phone. I wonder how Yamamoto-san's doing, should I give him a call? He hesitates. No, if I do something like that, he would just interpret it as me trying to provoke him. Yoshi stares grimly ahead, a metaphorical wall cracking between him and his friend. Even if a real human relationship were to be shattered, I have made the choice. To protect the game and the villagers, get a grip and strengthen your resolve. An hour passes. Yoshi sits with his arms crossed, a feeling of unease creeping in. Strange, even after a whole hour no monsters have come attacking. Including the last evil god's temptation, leaving this long of a gap is a first. In the game the other villagers are already celebrating. Doesn't this mean Gams and the others have defeated them all? One asks. Another cheers, perhaps they gave up their assault. But as Carol approaches her brother, she sees the tense look on his face. Big brother. Gams isn't celebrating. He remains on high alert, sensing something is wrong. Yoshi knows it too. I expect that Yamamoto-san staked everything on this battle. I can't imagine him giving up like this. Suddenly, Yoshi sits bolt upright. Oh, I heard something downstairs. He gets up from his chair. Maybe it's Seika, it's still too early for dinner though. He leaves his room, Destiny watching him go. He calls out as he heads down the stairs, Seika. But the kitchen is empty and silent. She isn't here. Maybe the living room then, he wonders, approaching the door. He pushes it open, calling her name again, Say. His voice cuts off. The glass door to the balcony is shattered, shards littering the floor. And standing in the middle of the room is a dark figure. A man in a jacket and a black balaclava turns to face him. The intruder's eyes are wide and intense. Yoshi's blood runs cold. A burglar. His hand instinctively goes to his pocket. Call the cops. But he freezes. The intruder just stands there, not moving, not speaking. Something about his posture, his build, it's familiar. No, hold on. The horrifying realization dawns on him. He recognizes the man beneath the mask, Yamamoto-san. Through the opening of the balaclava, a chilling, triumphant smile spreads across Yamamoto's lips. The story flashes back a few months, centering on a rundown apartment complex. Here lives Yamamoto, who one day discovers an unusual letter in his mailbox. He pulls out the crisp, white envelope, wondering, what's this? Back in his cluttered apartment, he reads the contents. Dear Mr. Yamamoto, congratulations, you have been chosen to be a beta tester for our game, Destruction Impulse. He racks his brain, thinking, did I apply for something like that? Seeing a QR code, he shrugs. Well, whatever, I've got free time anyway, so I guess I'll give it a shot. He pulls out his phone and scans the code, not expecting much. But what flashes onto his screen makes his eyes widen in shock. The game explodes with incredible graphics of monsters on the rampage. These graphics seriously get you hyped, don't they? I think this is gonna be promising. He boots up the game, ready to dive in. But his excitement quickly fades to confusion. Hey, what's this? You make some monsters and then just watch as they attack enemy bases. He realizes the catch, so you can't control them yourself then. Completely underwhelmed, he puts his phone down. Sorry, but I think I'm gonna have to pass on this sort of game for another. Sometime later, his day is shattered by a violent pounding on his door. A man's voice shouts from the walkway, "Hey Yamamoto. I know you're in there. Hurry and show yourself." The man, a debt collector, waits impatiently. Inside, Yamamoto looks thoroughly annoyed by the disturbance. He cracks open the door. "Hey, please keep it down." The debt collector barges into his space. "The money for this month, along with everything you defaulted on up until now, think you could pay me back now in full." He leans in with a threatening glare. "If you can't," but Yamamoto calmly cuts him off. All right." Without flinching, Yamamoto taps on his phone. "I sent it over to you just now, so does that settle things already?" He looks up, his expression flat. "Of course." The collector is stunned by the instant payment. "You're pretty generous, aren't cha? Where did you get all this money?" Yamamoto's reply is ice cold. "That does not really matter, does it?" Yamamoto promises, "I will make sure not to be late from now on." The debt collector, suspicious but paid, finally leaves. He mutters one last warning, "Tusk, don't waste my time anymore." As the door closes, a low chuckle escapes Yamamoto's lips. "Ha." The chuckle morphs into a wide, unnerving grin. He clutches his phone, his eyes gleaming with a manic energy. To think that this destruction impulse really deposits cash into your account. Lying on his floor, he recalls his change of heart. "I ignored it for a while, but when I took a peek again out of curiosity. Apparently, the monsters I made raided a small enemy base, and my points increased." That's when he found the game's true hook, a cash out points option. You serious? They could be converted into cash. From then on, I went full throttle, creating and empowering my monsters with premiums, and laying waste to even bigger bases. He was hooked on the power and the money. To think you could make money just by gaming, it's like a dream come true. His obsession was total. "I have no idea what the company managing this is thinking, but I'm gonna clear all my debts with this game." To maintain a low profile, Yamamoto takes on a temporary job at a cleaning company. And it's on this job that his path crosses with a new coworker, Yoshi. The supervisor gathers the team. "You guys, we've got a newcomer." He gives them a friendly warning, "Don't bully him or tell him weird things." The crew seems welcoming enough, with one coworker saying, "You're here for a temporary job, right? I hope we get along well." Yoshi, however, is more reserved, sizing up the new guy. He's got a nice physique, but his face seems pale and unhealthy, and he looks suspicious. Yamamoto puts on a friendly face. "I hope we get along well too." But in his mind, he's just as dismissive. Looks like he's motivated, but this job's pretty intense. He will likely quit soon enough, won't he? The days turn into nights as they work their shifts. Yamamoto and Yoshi work side by side, but remain distant. Their job takes them through empty buildings and up cold stairwells. Yamamoto quietly observes his new coworker from a distance. He notices Yoshi's strong work ethic when the supervisor asks him to handle a task. Yamamoto watches Yoshi work, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. This guy always comes to work, does his job enthusiastically, and responds nicely too. He smirks to himself. It looks like we got ourselves a good junior, doesn't it? But while his real life seems stable, his gaming life is about to take a nosedive. Back in his room, Yamamoto stares at his phone in a rage. Damn it. I got annihilated, even though I thought it was gonna be a walk in the park. On screen, a mysterious, powerful swordsman tears through his forces. Who is this guy that showed up in the end? That kind of strength is cheating. His powerful monsters, like the mighty red Cyclops, are overwhelmed by enemy forces. The next day at work, things are tense. During a break, Yamamoto approaches Yoshi at the vending machine. Trying to be friendly, Yamamoto says, "So Yoshi, you like games too? I thought that didn't really make sense for Mr. Serious, but I think we could be friends." But his friendly facade shatters when he gets home. A notification sends him into a blind rage. My red Cyclops got killed. Just how much do you think I spent to create it? Back in his filthy apartment, Yamamoto explodes in a fit of rage, staring at his phone. My red Cyclops got killed. Just how much do you think I spent to create it? On the screen, his expensive monster lies defeated, dissolving into nothingness as a party of heroes stands over it. His eyes fixate on the leader of the group, a dual-wielding swordsman with a scar on his face. This punk. He's the swordsman that appeared when I raided that cave recently, isn't he? To think he'd launch a counterattack. Yamamoto grinds his teeth, the financial and strategic loss hitting him all at once. Later, the scene shifts. He's in the work van, heading to or from a job with the cleaning crew. Leaning back, he strategizes, his mind consumed by the game. I've still got some forces, but from here on out, any action I take will need to be done whilst defending my own base as well. If my raiding forces are diminished, then I can't spend points blindly like I have up until now. He glances over and sees his junior colleague, Yoshi, sitting beside him, casually playing a game on his own phone. Yamamoto thinks to himself, did he start some game on his smartphone? His eyes widen in disbelief as he gets a clear look at Yoshi's screen. On the phone is a scene of villagers celebrating, led by a familiar hero. It's the same dual-wielding swordsman, the one who destroyed his red cyclops. This guy is. The horrifying realization crashes down on him. Yoshio, you're playing the same game as me, and you're a player on the opposing side. He watches Yoshi smile at his phone, and Yamamoto's mind twists the innocent expression into something sinister. Could it be that he already knows I'm his rival? Just then Yoshi looks up, asking innocently, is that some new game? But Yamamoto's paranoia is already in overdrive. Back in his room, he spirals. Is he scornfully laughing at me in secret while playing, pretending to be friendly at work? Fuck. The memory of a past encounter fuels his rage. He recalls confronting Yoshi on a staircase at work, dropping a heavy hint. The dual-wielding swordsman with scars on his face. I think you know the rest. Yoshi had just sat there confused, while Yamamoto stewed in his own obsession. Now, his hatred for Yoshi has become the center of his world. He's even marked a day on his calendar, a deadline for his revenge. Clutching his phone with manic intensity, he vows, I'm going to turn my life around with this game. I won't let anyone get in the way. The big in-game event begins, and Yamamoto launches his assault. A title card flashes, the evil god's temptation commence. His monster horde charges forward, only to be immediately caught in a trap. Yamamoto curses at his screen, a pitfall, using bloody underhanded moves. On the other side, Yoshi's forces, led by the swordsman Gams, expertly defend their base. Yamamoto watches, his face contorted in frustration and disbelief. He realizes the bitter truth. His strength has steadily increased since last time. The ashtray next to him overflows as the hours tick by. Slumped in his chair, he admits defeat. It's no use. I was planning to gradually exhaust my enemy, but I won't be able to inflict any damage against such clever forces. He sees Yoshi deploy yet another powerful unit, a massive golem. He still has a trick up his sleeves. At this point, I want to dump in money to instantly boost my forces, but he's out of cash and out of options. Damn it, what should I do? Then a dark and insidious thought creeps into his mind. If Yoshio can't play the game for a while. His gaze drifts across his messy room and lands on a metal baseball bat leaning against the wall. He recoils from the idea, grabbing his arm as if to stop himself. Are you stupid? What are you thinking? Images of his life, his job, his friendly moments with Yoshi flash through his mind. If I act like that, I would be going against my way of life up until now. He tries to regain his composure. Calm down. As the night approaches, the abilities of my monsters improve. I still have a chance of winning. He reaches for his pack of cigarettes, finding it empty. I think I'll head out for a bit to shop and cool off. But as he opens his apartment door to leave, he's met by a stranger standing on the walkway, a blond man in sunglasses. Who are you? Yamamoto asks, annoyed. The man smiles coolly. Do you believe in gods? Yamamoto scoffs internally. Is this some religious solicitation? He tries to brush him off. I'm busy right now, please leave. But the man doesn't move. His smile widens slightly. A small skull hangs from a cord around his neck. The man chuckles. You really don't look like you're from some religious faith, though. How rude. It is true that I believe in gods, but... He thrusts his hand towards Yamamoto's face, his voice dropping to a sinister tone. That would be the evil gods instead. And with that, the flashback ends. We're back in the present, in Yoshi's living room. The masked intruder, Yamamoto, stands with a crowbar, facing his terrified coworker. The shattered glass door tells the story of his violent entry. Yoshi stares, his voice trembling with recognition. You are Yamamoto-san, right? The game is over. Slowly, the intruder reaches up and pulls off his balaclava. It's Yamamoto, his face a mask of pure insanity and chilling victory. What, so you figured me out? In Yoshi's apartment, a tense standoff unfolds. His coworker, Yamamoto, stands with a crowbar in hand. Yoshi, alarmed, asks, What are you doing, Yamamoto-san? He pleads, his voice trembling slightly. Please put such a dangerous thing down. I will just consider this a mere scare if you do so now. Yamamoto smirks, his intentions clear. You already know why I am here. The horrifying realization dawns on Yoshi. You are here to interfere with the game, I take it. With a chilling smile, Yamamoto lays out his terms. If you do not take any action, I will not be rough with you. Just quietly wait for the evil god's temptation to end, he commands. Yoshi fires back, appalled. You are committing a crime, please stop being foolish. Yamamoto poses a simple, yet devastating question. All right, if I were to genuinely ask you to stop playing the game, would you? Yoshi is frozen, the weight of the question crushing him. With quiet determination, he gives his answer. I cannot do that. Yamamoto's smile widens into a predatory grin. Hey, when I said that I won't do anything if you don't either, this crowbar was found in your garden shed after all. I'll just say that I came to a colleague's house to hang out after getting drunk and we got into a fight. Yoshi recoils, stunned by the blatant threat. Yamamoto lets out a low, sinister laugh. He-hey. He presses his advantage, knowing exactly where to twist the knife. Between the words of someone who has always been a shut-in or mine, whose do you think society would believe? Yoshi's eyes widen in terror. He knows the answer. He thinks to himself, defeated, I can't refute that. Since I haven't done anything for an entire decade, my status in society is practically non-existent. He recalls Yamamoto's reputation at work, a diligent man, respected by his peers, working tirelessly to pay off his family's debts. The contrast is brutal, the hardworking Yamamoto versus the shut-in Yoshi. It's painfully obvious whose story would be believed. Yamamoto softens his tone, feigning concern. I don't want to hurt you either. I don't want to end up with a criminal record after all. He presents his ultimatum. Therefore, just be obedient. You may lose the game, but... He extends a hand, offering a twisted deal. How does it sound if I offer to split half the money from this raid with you? That way, we both profit. Yoshi's mind races. He could avoid getting hurt and even get paid for his silence. He imagines their friendship at work returning to normal, as if none of this ever happened. For a moment the offer seems tempting. Yamamoto watches him, confident he's won. Yoshi pictures his old life, his family, the routine. He realizes all he would have to sacrifice is the village of fate. But as he thinks of his villagers, his resolve hardens. Yoshi looks up. Yamamoto-san, please allow me to ask you one question. Yamamoto casually agrees. What is it? Go ahead. His voice filled with genuine pain, Yoshi asks, when you attacked the village in the past, did you not feel any guilt? Did nothing come to mind when you saw such realistic characters getting killed? Yamamoto looks genuinely baffled by the question. He scoffs, what are you talking about? Although the visuals look realistic, it's just a game in the end. He continues, comparing it to real-world tragedy. Plus, even if they were real human beings, they are strangers to us. Whenever you see the news covering dead civilians in war zones, does your chest hurt each time? Do you cry? Yoshi is forced to admit internally that Yamamoto has a point. Certainly, even if I watch the news, I almost never feel disturbed by it. But then images of his villagers flash through his mind, their struggles, their lives, their efforts. Clutching his chest, Yoshi shouts with newfound passion, they are far more remarkable than a shut-in and neat like me, so to me, they are not strangers. The line has been drawn in the sand. Yoshi makes one final, desperate plea. Yamamoto-san, will you not reconsider? Yamamoto's patience snaps. Are you stupid? I thought I could get along with you, but that's just too bad. He grits his teeth, his friendly facade completely gone. His voice drops, filled with a lifetime of resentment. You see, I have always been suffering. Because I was born to a shitty family, I had to drop out of senior high. And spent my teens and 20s working just to pay off their debts. He points towards Yoshi's comfortable home, his anger boiling over. Does someone like you who lived without any difficulty in a well-off family truly understand the value of money? Yamamoto lunges forward, grabbing Yoshi by the collar. It seems you've lived a decade without doing any work, but do you realize how much money it costs to support you for a year? He screams directly into Yoshi's face, their worlds colliding. How much your family endured to keep you alive with the money that they earned. Do you truly understand? Yoshi is speechless, the brutal truth of Yamamoto's words hitting him like a physical blow. I can't say a thing. There's no way I could. He's thrown back into memories of his pathetic excuses. I'm just unlucky. It's society's fault. I'm not causing anyone trouble. He realizes now how hollow those words were. For someone like me who has lived until now lying to myself, what could I even say? Yamamoto raises his fist to the ceiling, consumed by his own desperation. For someone like me who has no education or superior talent, this is the chance that I've finally seized. His voice cracks with raw emotion. I'm totally aware that unless you graduate from a decent university, no good life awaits you in this society. Against the force of Yamamoto's pain and struggle, Yoshi has no reply. He's crushed by the realization of his own wasted potential, his privileged and lazy life. He knows his words could never reach Yamamoto's heart. His words bear no significance. Tears begin to stream down Yoshi's face. Yamamoto notices, his expression hardening. Hey, why are you crying, Yoshio? He scoffs. I'm the one who wants to cry here. Through his sobs, Yoshi makes a startling confession. Far, far more than I am. You are spectacular, Yamamoto-san. Yamamoto sneers, mistaking it for pity. Is that sarcasm coming from a boy who has survived without putting in much effort in life? No, Yoshi cries, wiping his eyes. I just failed to realize the mere fact that I had been blessed despite doing nothing for an entire decade. I'm so mortified. If I had realized sooner, a different future would have awaited me. Because I did absolutely nothing, I was a burden on a lot of people. If I could have just summoned a tiny bit of courage, I could have achieved anything. And yet, his voice trails off, facing the man he can't possibly stop. Yamamoto lets out a sharp, dismissive laugh. That's some cheap sympathy coming from you. But hey, he says, pointing the crowbar at Yoshi. If that's how you feel, then just shut up and watch over there. With a crazed smile, Yamamoto raises his phone. Yoshi can only watch in horror. Yamamoto's eyes gleam with madness as he declares, it's time for the evil God's temptation, the beginning of the final assault. In the game, the sky over the village of Fate turns a sickly, dark color. The villagers look up, their faces etched with pure terror. Warriors scramble up the watchtowers, preparing for the worst. A cold sweat runs down a guard's face as he stares into the distance. From the ominous forest, a terrible sound begins to echo. The guard's eyes widen in disbelief and horror. The reflection in his eye shows an unstoppable tide of darkness approaching. An army of monsters bursts from the tree line, giant cyclopes, savage wolves, and monstrous boars. The horde is massive, a seemingly endless wave of creatures great and small. Goblins riding beasts of war lead the charge, their crude weapons held high. The ground itself trembles as the monstrous army stampedes towards the tiny, defenseless village. Back in the real world, Yamamoto explains his final, desperate gamble. This is going to be my final offensive with all of my troops, with all of my money poured in. If I can't take down a single base after all that, it's game over for me. His face contorts into a mask of pure insanity. Therefore, your village had better collapse. As Yamamoto gloats, Yoshi spots the crowbar moving. He lunges forward shouting, hey, don't move. Panic floods his mind. My treasured villagers are going to die. What should I do? How can I save everyone? Just then a voice calls out from the doorway, Yashii. It's Seika, his acquaintance, smiling cheerfully. I heard some loud voices. Do you have friends over or something? Yoshi's blood runs cold. Seika, no, stay away. Confused, she steps inside anyway, asking, hey, what's the matter? Her eyes land on Yamamoto, brandishing the crowbar. Yamamoto freezes, caught off guard. Who's this? Seika's face drains of color as she puts two and two together. A burglar. Yamamoto's eyes widen with murderous intent. He turns on her, his voice a low growl. Don't you dare make a fuss. With a witness to his crime, Yamamoto knows he can't leave any loose ends. He lunges, crowbar raised, ready to silence Seika for good. In that split second, Yoshi doesn't think, he just acts. He throws himself in front of Seika, taking the full, brutal impact of the steel crowbar to his chest. The force of the blow sends him flying backward. A guttural scream of agony is ripped from his lungs. Yoshi crashes to the floor, the world spinning around him. Yamamoto looms over him, seething with rage. You idiot, fucking turning on me, it's all your fault. Yoshi clutches his chest, gasping for air. This hurts like hell, and I can't breathe. Seika watches in horror, crying out, Yashii. Using every last ounce of his strength, Yoshi looks at her. Run for it, hurry and run for it. She hesitates, frozen in fear. Boo-butt. He screams, tears and desperation in his voice. Don't make me regret this any further, Seika, ruin for it. His desperate plea finally breaks through her shock. With one last look, Seika turns. She bolts for the door, shouting, I'll go get help. But Yamamoto isn't letting her go that easily. You think you can get away? He grabs Yoshi by the hair, yanking his head back viciously. Yamamoto glares down at him. Ah. He sneers, is that how badly you want to act cool in front of a girl? Seika glances back, her heart stopping at the sight. Yamamoto raises the crowbar high above his head. Yashii, she screams, no, Nuo. The weapon comes crashing down onto Yoshi's defenseless body. Enraged, Yamamoto prepares for another swing. Seika can only watch, screaming, stew up. Don't get in my fucking waji, he roars. He swings the crowbar with all his might. But something is wrong. His arms freeze midair, a strange, scaly texture spreading across his skin. What the? My hands, I can't move my arms. Even Seika is stunned into silence. What's going on? Yamamoto struggles against the invisible force, screaming, what happened to my arms? His terrified eyes dart around the room and land on a small, spiky creature on the floor. What is this yellow lizard? He realizes this tiny being is the source of his paralysis. Could it be that you're the culprit? Pure terror takes over, since stay away, monster. As Destiny crawls forward, Yamamoto scrambles backward. Hey, don't come any closer. He trips over the couch and falls hard, his head hitting the floor. He convulses, foaming at the mouth before passing out cold. The room falls silent, with two unconscious bodies and one terrified girl. Seika rushes towards Yoshi's side. Suddenly, Destiny leaps onto her leg. What? The lizard scurries up her body. It jumps onto her shoulder, and with a final shriek, Seika's world goes dark. Destiny licks her cheek. Her eyes roll back, and she collapses to the floor unconscious. Yoshi lies broken on the floor, his life fading. Destiny crawls over to him, its purpose clear. Yoshi can't move, I can't speak, I can't feel my limbs either, am I going to die like this? His last thought is for his friend, I hope Seika is alright at least. He feels a small poke. Destiny is right in front of his face. The little lizard pushes a tiny glass vial towards his mouth. Yoshi's eyes widen in recognition. This is the medicine Mulus concocted that was sent to me as a tribute. Is it trying to tell me to drink it? With nothing left to lose, he lets the liquid pour into his mouth. He swallows. Instantly, a blinding white energy courses through every cell in his body. knitting bone and healing flesh. He gasps, a surge of life returning to him. Biwa, you kidding me? He sits up completely unharmed. I can speak, and there aren't even any traces of bruises. But this isn't the time to be impressed. How is Seika? He rushes to her side, relieved to find her breathing steadily. She doesn't seem hurt, she simply fainted. His attention then turns to Yamamoto. He sees the foam and the vacant eyes. He's exhibiting the same condition as Yoshinaga and the others did. He looks at the small lizard on the floor. So after all, back then as well, you, destiny. Gently he picks up the tiny creature, the truth crashing down on him. Today has made it certain, the world that I thought was only a game, the village of fate actually exists. He looks at his savior with newfound reverence. Thank you for saving me. Then the other reality hits him. Oh crap, the village. He frantically grabs his phone. What happened to the village? In the world of the game, the villagers' peaceful existence is shattered. A massive horde of monsters swarms towards them, a tide of destruction about to crash upon their homes. The army is a terrifying mix of goblins, giant ogres, and battle boars, all charging with a singular, violent purpose. Gams, the village protector, shouts in desperation, "There are too many monsters for us to deal with." He leads the frantic retreat towards a nearby cave. Everyone, inside, hurry and block the entrance. The villagers just barely make it inside, as the horde descends upon the cave mouth. The monsters begin to relentlessly pound on the makeshift barricade. Wood splinters and cracks under the assault, the crude door groaning under the immense pressure. Trapped inside, the villagers can only listen to the sounds of their impending doom. One of them murmurs, "I guess it's only a matter of time until they break through." But one woman refuses to give up hope. "No, not yet," she cries, "we still have the god of fate's divine protection." Her eyes are fixed on a crude, rough-hewn stone statue, the physical representation of their god. But her words do little to lift the heavy silence of despair that has fallen over the group. Gams clenches his fists, his face a mask of regret. He thinks to himself, "I guess this is the end of the road for us." Bowing his head, he apologizes to the people he swore to protect. "Even though I promised I would protect all of you, I'm sorry." A small girl, Carol, tugs at him, her voice filled with innocent confusion. "Big brother Gams." She looks around at the grim faces of the adults. "What's going on, everybody?" Seeing the child's fear, a villager named Mulus prepares a small vial. He kneels down before Carol. "Carol, drink this, it will calm you down." Trusting him, she takes the vial. "Okay." As she drinks, her eyes glaze over. This is sweet and tasty. The potion takes effect instantly, and she falls unconscious into Mulus's arms. She's now fast asleep, spared from the terror of their final moments. Mulus gently hands the sleeping child to her mother, who whispers, "Thank you, Mulus-san." Clutching her daughter tightly, the mother weeps. "Now my daughter will not have any frightening thoughts." With the sounds of the monsters growing louder, the villagers accept their fate. But then, the blonde villager who spoke of the god has a sudden, desperate idea. Her gaze falls upon the stone altar before the statue. She speaks up, her voice trembling but clear. "Despite this predicament, we may still be able to save one single person." She explains her grim logic. To be accurate, save is probably not the right word, but it's better than all of us dying here. If we are to save someone, who would it be? The others listen, a flicker of morbid curiosity in their eyes. The air grows thick with tension as she prepares to make her shocking suggestion. Her eyes land on the peacefully sleeping Carol. She continues, "Today, we have yet to offer tribute to the god of fate." Then she drops the bombshell. Would it be possible to send Carol-chan to the god as a tribute? The villagers are horrified. "A person as a tribute," Mulus asks, "is such a thing even possible?" A violent crash from the entrance reminds them they have no time to debate. Gams makes the call. "There's no time, let's just give it a shot." With heavy hearts, they gather around the altar. Carol's mother gently lays her sleeping daughter down as an offering. She prays through her tears, "God of fate, please take care of her from now on." The rest of the villagers join in, their voices a mournful chorus. "Please forgive us for not being able to succeed despite receiving all of your blessings." They close their eyes, offering their final desperate prayer. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from Carol's body, startling everyone. Back in the real world, Yoshi sits on his floor, phone in hand. He taps the screen. "Summon Golem, activate." In the game, the light explodes outwards, forcing the villagers to shield their eyes. Gams and the others are completely blinded by the divine radiance. As the light subsides, a massive stone hand gently lifts Carol from the altar. A golem, identical to their stone statue, now stands before them, holding the child safely in its arms. Yoshi's smiling face appears as a divine projection. "Sorry for being late, everyone." The villagers stare in utter disbelief and awe. It's the god of fate." The golem gently returns the still sleeping Carol to her stunned mother. With the child safe, the stone guardian turns its attention to the real threat. It stomps towards the barricade, ready to unleash divine retribution. In his living room, Yoshi cracks his knuckles, fully focused on the game. Now then. He sizes up the situation. "Those monsters are all of Yamamoto-san's remaining forces. If I take all of them down, I'll win." The golem places its powerful stone hands on the splintered wooden barricade. Yoshi goes all in. I don't mind if I burn through all of my fate points, I'm going at this with everything I have. With a single earth-shattering shove, the golem obliterates the barricade. The monsters outside are caught completely off guard as the stone giant bursts forth. Without a moment's hesitation, the golem wades into the horde. It carves a massive path of destruction, sending bodies flying like ragdolls. The monsters, once so confident, are now frozen in terror. Their bloodlust turns to pure primal fear. The golem unleashes a devastating shockwave, clearing a huge swathe of the battlefield in an instant. It moves with surprising speed, a whirlwind of unstoppable stone. The battlefield becomes a chaotic symphony of destruction as the golem single-handedly turns the tide. From the cave entrance, the villagers watch as their savior fights for them. Inspired by this miracle, Gams rallies the others. Let's follow him as well. The golem continues its relentless assault, crushing monster after monster. Each swing of its massive fist sends shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Finally, the golem confronts the enemy commanders, two hulking, one-eyed red cyclops. The real fight is about to begin. Outside the cave, the battle rages. A winged beast lunges at one of the villagers, jaws wide and dripping with saliva. But before it can land a killing blow, an arrow whistles through the air, piercing the monster's side and saving the woman. Gams and the other villagers fight with everything they've got, a desperate last stand against the overwhelming horde. With their god's champion on the field, Gams rallies the troops. All right. From his divine perspective, Yoshi assesses the situation. Let's leave the smaller monsters to Gams and the others. His golem stands before the real threat. The ones I should focus on taking down first are these red cyclops. One of the giants roars, raising its massive club to strike. But the golem is impossibly fast, ducking under the clumsy swing. It leaps into the air, easily evading the attacks from the lumbering beasts. The golem weaves between the three giants, a blur of motion against their brute force. Another cyclops swings its crude wooden club, aiming to crush the stone warrior. The club connects, but the golem stands its ground, sparks flying from the impact. With a powerful counterattack, the golem shatters the cyclops' weapon and sends the monster reeling back. It continues its rampage, cutting down smaller beasts that get in its way. The golem carves a path of destruction through the battlefield. Back in his room, Yoshi watches the chaos on his phone. He thinks, as one would expect, taking on three at once will be tough. The cyclops look around, confused by their target's speed. Yoshi smirks, a plan forming in his mind. In that case, the golem stomps its foot hard onto the ground. With a powerful spin, it kicks up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The whirlwind of dirt completely engulfs the area. Blinded by the sudden dust storm, the three red cyclops are left disoriented and vulnerable. Yoshi grins, tapping his screen. Change my view to long-range mode. Now I can grasp the location of the golem from here on out. Inside the swirling dust, the golem taunts one of the giants. With a clean slice, it carves a deep gash across the cyclops' chest. The other two giants can only listen as their companion falls. The golem spins, its blade a whirlwind of death that slices clean through the second cyclops' neck. Its head flies through the air as its massive body begins to topple. The golem doesn't even flinch. Now only one remains. The golem stands ready, just one more. It taunts the final beast, drawing its attack. The cyclops swings its club, but the golem easily ducks underneath the blow. Using the monster's momentum against it, the golem leaps onto its back. The cyclops stumbles, trying to reach the warrior it can't see. The golem brings its sword down in a devastating overhead strike. It dodges a desperate backhand from the giant, and follows up with a powerful slash across its back. The monster crashes to the ground, defeated. The golem stands before the final, enraged cyclops. It parries a furious swing from the monster's club. The cyclops lunges forward, desperate to land a hit. But the golem is too quick, sidestepping the attack. It closes the distance, ready to end this. The golem spins, building momentum for the final blow. It brings its blade around in a powerful arc. In his living room, Yoshi roars with excitement. G-O-O-O-O. The golem's sword smashes directly into the cyclops' face. The final giant falls, its reign of terror over. The golem lands gracefully as the last of the titans hits the dirt. Yoshi pumps his fist, a massive grin on his face. Hell yeah. With the main threats eliminated, the golem turns its attention to the remaining horde. Everyone do your best, it'll just be one more breath. Inspired by their god, the villagers fight with renewed vigor, cutting down the last of the monsters. Together, they overwhelm the remaining forces. The battlefield falls silent, littered with the bodies of their enemies. Yoshi watches the victory on his phone, a sense of calm washing over him. The villagers raise their weapons in triumph. We won, we are victorious. The rest of the villagers emerge from the cave, their faces filled with joy and relief. They gather around their saviors, celebrating the hard-won battle. But just as Yoshi starts to relax, a sudden notification sound cuts through the silence. What the? An alert. He looks over at Yamamoto, still passed out on the floor. The sound is coming from his phone. It's coming from Yamamoto-san's smartphone. Yoshi cautiously picks up the device. A chilling message is displayed on the screen. This is game over for you. Therefore, your privileges as a player will be revoked. Simultaneously, your memories of this game will all be erased. Yoshi's eyes widen in shock. I've never been informed of such a thing. Yoshi stares at the message on Yamamoto's phone, his mind reeling. You will lose your memories of the game. That's impossible. Or is it? He looks at his fallen rival. Will Yamamoto-san forget everything he's done today? Of course, he holds a grudge for what happened to the villagers. But he can't shake the feeling that Yamamoto wasn't entirely himself. This whole mess, Yamamoto turning crazy, it could all be because of this insane game. Yoshi clenches his teeth. I can't imagine Yamamoto-san being a villain at heart. He makes a decision. Kneeling beside his coworker, he gently shakes him. Yamamoto-san, it's getting late. Yamamoto groans, slowly coming to. Well, if it isn't Yashio, where am I? Yoshi sweats, his plan in motion. He quickly improvises, are you still drunk? We were having a year-end party at my house going pretty hardcore and you just passed out, don't you remember? Yamamoto rubs his head, completely lost. My head's kind of a blank, I can't really recall. Yoshi realizes with a jolt it's not an act, he's genuinely lost his memories. Then Yamamoto says something that sends a chill down Yoshi's spine. Yeah, what I vaguely remember is, a suspicious man came to my house this evening. He did some sort of hypnosis on me, and then I passed out. Yamamoto clutches his head in confusion. But if I was drinking at your house after that, just what in the world happened? Yoshi's eyes widen. Hypnosis, such an unrealistic. Wait, he flashes back to Yamamoto's crazed, unnatural eyes. They weren't normal. His mind races. Was someone controlling Yamamoto-san to try and make me lose the game? Before he can process it, Yamamoto snaps him out of it. My bad, did I break anything? I'll pay you back for everything. The questions pile up. Is there another player out there? Did they go this far just for a game? It's too much to figure out right now. Yoshi forces a smile, changing the subject. Come to think of it, you mentioned you had to get home before New Year's Eve. You good to stay here? Yamamoto blinks, remembering. That's right. Well then, I'll be heading back, Yamamoto says, getting up. I'm really sorry for causing a commotion. As he leaves, he adds, have a happy new year. After Yamamoto is gone, Yoshi turns his attention to the other person in the room. He rushes over to the couch where Seika is still fast asleep. Hey, Seika. He gently tries to wake her. Her eyes flutter open. Yashi. She bolts upright, grabbing him in a panic. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Where is the lizard? Yoshi gently holds her face, trying to calm her down. Calm down. Look, I'm not hurt anywhere, see. He continues the charade. You slept well, didn't you? You must have been seriously tired from all the year-end cleaning. He thinks to himself, I have to lie, I can't get Seika wrapped up in this. So maybe you just had a nightmare? Yeah. Seika looks at him, her panic slowly subsiding. She forces a relieved smile. Of course, if what I saw actually happened, you wouldn't be unharmed after all. In that case, I guess the lizard was a part of my dream too, she says, as Destiny peeks out from behind Yoshi's head. Yoshi tries to get her to leave. Oh yeah, if you're tired, I think you should head on back home for today. But Seika cuts him off cheerfully. It's fine, I finally got the chance to buy us some New Year's Eve soba noodles to eat, Yoshi sighs, defeated. Is that so? A few weeks later, things seem to have settled down. At work, Yamamoto is back to his old self, cheerfully greeting Yoshi. The cleaning crew gets on with their day. Yoshi narrates, ever since that incident, Yamamoto-san truly seems to have forgotten about the game. He's working diligently, looking completely normal, as if he's no longer possessed by a demon. Meanwhile, in the other world, the villagers are hard at work. They've finished rebuilding all the facilities that were destroyed during the attack, and are now living peacefully once again. The trauma of the battle has forged them into a stronger community. Carol excitedly shows off a new figurine she made for her god. Big brother Gams, look. Their bonds are tougher than ever. Back in the present, a knock at Yoshi's door interrupts his thoughts. It's his parents and his sister, Seiyuki. Let us see Lizard-chan, his father demands. Seiyuki chimes in, this little guy would totally go viral on social media, he's so adorable. Yoshi quickly shuts them down. I already said you can't do that. Why not? His sister asks. Yoshi fumbles for an excuse. Well, the lizard is being selectively bred as a village specialty, so. As his family fawns over Destiny, Yoshi's mind drifts. If the other world that Gams and the others live in truly exists, then everything strange that's happened would make sense. It's the only explanation. Still, why was a game connected to another world, the Village of Fate, sent to me? And the biggest question of all, does the other player that Yamamoto-san hinted about really exist? He pictures the mysterious man, a ghost in the crowd. I still haven't been able to grasp a thing. Just then, the doorbell rings. It's Seika. Yashi Tilda, good morning. Yoshi grabs his coat. Oh, Seika, I'm heading out now. His family watches and he can't help but think, could this be a date? His sister immediately starts teasing. Big brother and her are heading off to eat sweets again, right? I want to go too. His mom plays along. Now, you shouldn't interrupt them. Yoshi, flustered, shouts back, it's not like that, I'm just escorting her. He turns to Seika at the door. Sorry to keep you waiting, shall we go? She smiles brightly, yep. As they walk down the street together, a sense of peace settles over Yoshi. This is the story of how I, someone who was a NEET for 10 years, became the god of fate, and saved a village full of wonderful people. It's a story of finding purpose, a story of becoming a hero, and it is also the story of how I was saved too.